morning, Neos community. How do you feel? Just one more advice.
All night long.
And we're live.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, and welcome to the first ever Neos conference online. I'm Maya from Punkt.js.
And I'm Toby from Sandstorm.
And together, we will be your hosts for the next 2 days for this conference. It's an extraordinary pleasure, and we are super honored to be part of this conference. First things first, social media, let's be real. Please use the hashtag NeosCon to post about all things related to the conference and ask your questions, share your feelings, share your pictures, and help us create the buzz that this experience deserves.
To be honest, of course we had different plans for this year's conference. We wanted to meet in Dresden again with all of you, with our loved Neos community. Sadly, it is not possible this year due to the corona pandemic. And of course, the health of every member of our community is our most highest priority. But we came up with a different way this year. And to meet again with the community, we created the first online Neos conference.
We are so happy that the speakers helped us to enable us to make this conference work online. As it is a great tradition of the Neos conference, we will not only hear talks about Neos and Flow, but we will also be talking about other topics. Laura will tell us about nonprofits, Michael will tell us about the ethics of web development, and we are really looking forward to those talks. To make sure that this great content is provided without any technical difficulties, the old, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
John, you're muted.
I think you muted yourself again.
Can you turn on your camera? I can see you.
I can't, are you frozen? You know, that thing. To avoid all of that, we asked our speakers to pre-record their talks, and we will be playing them for you.
Now, to give you a sense of the same experience that you have when you come to Neos conference in person and we meet real, you can still ask your questions and get in contact with the core team, as many speakers arrange that they're available for questions after their talk. So please submit any questions you have, either via Twitter or in our Slack channel, where we created the Slack channel NeosCon-2020. We'll be monitoring that, so feel free to post any questions you have there so that Maya and I can ask your questions in a live video meeting to the speakers after their talk. Also, there is a big blue button video conference room available where core team members and you as our community members can hang out, chat, discuss, meet. Go to neoscon.io/2020-online to join that conference, talk to the speakers, connect with everyone, and do use this opportunity to speak to the core team and talk to the other community members.
If you want to check out the schedule, have a look on neoscon.io. All the information regarding the conference will be there, including the links to the Slack channel, the big blue button video conference, the speaker and talk information, and after the whole events, we will be posting the videos there. Like we did in the past years, this evening we will be presenting the Neos Award. First of all, thank you for everybody who submitted a project. I know it's daunting and scary to hand over your project to someone to be inspected and taken apart. I do not envy the jury at all for their job, because it's very difficult. But we will have to wait for a little longer, because the Neos Award won't be until later today.
Let me ask you a personal question, Maya.
Oh yeah?
Did Punkt.de submit something for the award?
Yes, we did.
You did?
How about you?
We did as well. And you know, even though we were part of the preparations for this online Neos conference, I don't know.
I don't know either.
And I'm so excited, and we still have to wait until this evening.
We are a little biased, so we're very lucky that someone else has taken over this challenge of judging.
Yeah, I really wouldn't know how to judge all the great quality projects.
How do they do it? We should ask them.
They will probably tell us later this evening. So we still have some great talks up front before we go to the award. But first things first. Time and again, there are special companies and people who support the Neos project and help us organize events like this one. We want to recognize them and say thank you for their support. For Neos Conference Online 2020, Gesagt, Getan and Queo stepped up as sponsors of this event, and their financial support goes directly to the Neos project. Financial contributions like these help us to deliver regular Neos and Flow releases and push specific development topics like the React UI in the past, or currently the event source content repository. And furthermore, please consider supporting the Neos project. Via the official funding platform, you can provide financial support for the project, which really, really helps us improve Neos and Flow. In addition to the subscriptions for organizations we've had in the past, we have created subscriptions for individuals who want to support Neos and Flow. Visit neos.io/support to become a regular supporter. If you scroll down on the page, there are further opportunities to support specific things like the event source content repository. Please check it out. It really, really helps us to push Neos and Flow forward.
Now, you've talked a lot about sponsors and thankfulness, but I have something to add. Thank you so much to Sandstorm for being our studio host. I mean, do you see this? This is insane. I'm looking into this space station-like setup of cables and screens and cameras, and it's madness. So thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to host Neos Conference online this year.
As we cannot meet in person, which is sad, we are facing a very unique challenge here, and that is talking to these little cameras rather than to you people. And we'd like to see you. So please, if you will, send us a picture. Send us a picture, a selfie of you and your coworkers maybe in your workspace, social distancing. Show us how you are watching, how you are experiencing NeosCon. And
we've all had some experience in the past weeks with video conferences, right?
Yes.
So even if your cat is sleeping on your laptop or your dog is jumping right in your camera, take a picture, take a selfie. Let us know. We all love cat content.
Just make sure to wear pants.
Yeah, don't, be responsible.
Anyways, post your pictures, give them the hashtag NeosCon so we can see them, and help us interact a little bit. It's very lonely here. We miss you.
Now, we've had a lot of introductions now, but the main purpose of Neos Conference is not just talking about sponsors or social media or, finding excuses why we can't meet in person this year. We all know that. What Neos Conference is really about is high-quality talks to receive something that inspires you. So I would love to get started with talks. What do you think?
Yes, please.
And most of you know that we have a tradition. The first talk of Neos Conference is the welcome keynote. And Robert Lemke thankfully agreed again to deliver the welcome keynote this year. Robert works for Flow Native and is one of the founders of the Neos project, so he does know the project in and out. And what most of you probably also know about Robert is his passion for coffee. But in addition to that, in the preparations of this conference, he shared his newest cooking skills with us, and that's pizza and ice cream.
I saw that. Looked delicious.
How cool is that? So when we meet for the next sprint, Robert, you have to show off with your skills. I want to have some of that pizza and ice cream.
I demand ice cream.
And without much further ado, please welcome on screen Robert Lemke with a keynote for this year's Neos conference.
Are we back?
Hello. Oh, we're still here. So while we're preparing to send the keynote to you, Maya,
Yes.
you've been a core team member in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about your experience in the core team. You were here 1 year ago, right?
Yes.
After the conference. We had a sprint.
And we helped you move.
You helped us move the office here, right?
Mhm.
So in the old office, we wouldn't have even had the space to put up a stage like that. I remember a really great retrospective during the last sprint. Do you remember this session Gina prepared?
Mm-hmm.
That was so awesome. So in the next few seconds, we will start the keynote, but something for the audience watching. Join a sprint.
Yes, absolutely. If you can, make it happen. even for people that are not 100% code-centric, join us. You can contribute in innumerable ways. And it's so much fun. And there's talks and not talks, there's retrospectives. Everybody tells everybody how great they are. It's lovely.
I enjoyed that so much. That was such a great day. So I think we're ready.
Let's go.
Robert Lemke.
Yeah, welcome to the Neos Conference 2020 from my home office here this time, which is really an awkward situation for me. So bear with me if this sounds and looks like a bit awkward or artificial. It is for me. It's so unusual for me to be here alone in my office and talking to my iPhone. But nevertheless, I wanted to give you a little intro to this all, to the talks, and keep you a bit updated on what has happened in the Neos community, how we are doing, and what we are planning to do next, so like usual. I mean, we have to start with the topic of the different crises we have at the moment, we face at the moment. And of course, the biggest one with the biggest impact is the Corona crisis. So I really, wonder what impact that had on you. I talked with lots of people, of course. There are so different impacts on people and on jobs and on agencies. So there are for example, a few agencies who say we have lots of jobs to do because everyone seems to wake up and think like, we need to do this digital transformation thing. And so there's a lot of jobs coming in e-commerce, for example. But on the other hand, there are just big branches which stopped working on their online projects because they actually had to let go lots of people, and then the marketing side was not so important anymore. So a lot of people actually start enjoying nature now. Like lots of people bought bicycles here in Germany and started walking in the forest. And when you go to the forest here, there are always people. Yeah, so maybe that's a good side of it. But for Neos, what does it mean for Neos? Of course, for lots of people, the focus shifted also this spring. So, I mean, if you can't really even work, then you would not probably contribute to the open source project. But nevertheless, things are still going. We had releases. We had a release recently, and people are contributing, mostly those people who don't have kids. But in general, the development continued, and there's still, I mean, last year I talked about climate change, climate crisis. I mean, that topic is not so en vogue at the moment. I mean, just right now, there's the Black Lives Matter thing going on. I mentioned that because that always has been an important topic for Neos as well, for the Neos community, because not because it's a trend, but because it just makes sense. We just consider that being normal, that you think about diversity and gender equality. Even if you look at us and think like, wow, that's mostly white men and only few women, that's already a draw you put us in. I mean, who says that being a man or a woman tells something about that person? There's also a blog post by Lisa about being a woman in the Neos team, which I can really recommend to read. So, and recently, just as an example, not because it was a big deal, but just an example, we had a discussion and a pull request about replacing whitelist and blacklist by proper wording in Neos. You might think, okay, that's a no-brainer, but on the other hand, there's backwards compatibility. You need to take care of, and so on. So there's a discussion around it, and you need to find a way to do that properly. But that's how Neos also works. We have these discussions and find a solution for it, and we care about these topics. Said that Neos is not a company, and that is beneficial for us. We are not delivering a product, as you know. We are a community of people creating something and trying to create a software and the whole surrounding which improves people's lives. For me, it's a bit like a friendship, right? So it's a fun relationship, and with take and give, and not everything is hunky-dory. Neos might have a bad hair day too. And there might be team members leaving and coming back, and new ones join. So there's always movement in there. It's not all polished and planned to the end. It's really a friendship, because you know that there's something you can rely on and you can trust. So even when there's a time that you don't hear about Neos, when you hear from Neos again, it's all familiar, and you know, it's like almost no time has passed, right? In that regard, even though this situation here, for example, is quite artificial, we try to be authentic. We don't hide things, we don't exaggerate, or so. But we do many positive things which we can celebrate, and that's also something we do with the Neos conference, of course. So in the end, what makes us tick, what drives us really, is not the commercial success in the first place, but rather creating solutions for real world problems and all the challenges involved. I think that pushes us. Now, when I look back at the past year, what I see is that Neos is still growing, right? I mean, we can count installation numbers and so on. That's pretty cool. It's getting more. It's not getting less. But what I can really see is from projects I'm involved, that there are bigger companies asking for Neos, trying to find an agency and so on. And also in the development community, I see that we now have a certain standing, right? We are respected for the code quality, for the solutions we create, but especially also for the values and the friendliness. This is not just, guessing. We know that firsthand, because there are people in the Neos team, for example, who join other conferences. Sebastian went to Clone Conference, and David went to DrupalCon. So we know their feedback. We hear about them, what they think about us, and so on. So that is very positive. And what we are still doing and going to do is sharing our solutions, and we're working hard to make that more accessible to other communities as well, just on the technical level. At the same time, we also try to incorporate other people's solution from the community and try to contribute back. So this is how we just want to join the community as a whole and be a good citizen there. Yeah, so market share is rising, market recognition. I really like market recognition, because it means not like we change something fundamentally, but rather the market recognizes what we're doing. And most times it's a positive thing, right? At the same time, market recognition is the biggest complaint people might have when they are looking at Neos. They say like, yeah, that's a really nice solution you have there, but how do I get developers for that, and so on. So fortunately, I mean, the concepts are so similar to other PHP frameworks, for example, and so on. So it's not so important that you 100% know everything about Neos, especially when you work on the backend side. The marketing team recently did a great job in improving our website. They are meeting frequently. So it's also going into the right direction there. And I think Neos is a really nice solution for the problems we have at the moment, or people have at the moment, with digital transformation, for example. So, I mean, having that mix of a content management system and application framework, having something which is really cloud ready, which has a modern architecture, which also doesn't stop at a certain level, but we continuously improve and modernize even what we have there. It's all the event-based programming with the event source content repository and the API focus that really will help using Neos and Flow in challenging projects. So in that regard, don't wait for permission to spread the word, right? Go to some conference or some meetup, or tell other companies and colleagues what you think about Neos. That really helps. So I'd like to talk a bit about Flow as well, because Flow is sometimes neglected. I mean, the biggest place where you can see that it's neglected is that try to find the Flow documentation from the Neos website. But that's something we have to improve to make it visible and explain that these two really belong together, that this is a whole package we provide. So is Flow still relevant? And why do we have our own framework still? Does it still make sense? I mean, at some parts we are looking at replacing components, for example, by other components from the community, simply because they do mostly the same and we don't have to maintain it and so on. There are even parts where we could get new features which we don't already have. And there are other parts which we shouldn't touch, which are superior in Flow, and we probably will always keep maintaining that. In general, the goal is, of course, to have less work and providing more features, but also keeping the promise of what Flow really stands for. So we need to keep control on what's important for us, and we don't and we shouldn't take backwards compatibility breaks lightly. So we really have to find a good way to always provide a good migration path, right? The promise, what is the Flow promise really? The Flow promise is to provide a whole solution, something well thought out, which doesn't leave you alone with lots of choices, but has something pre-packaged for you with a great concept. So for example, take the resource management, right? So there are all kinds of libraries you can use for dealing with files, uploading them to cloud storages, publishing them, and so on. It's really a lot of work to combine all them and to find a proper configuration and then also making choices. Flow provides all that. So you can just create a Flow application and know that it can deal with files, and you use the same API, and files can reside in cloud storages or local file systems. They play well with Neos, the media management, and you can use all the features, for example, the media management provides. And another example is the unplanned extensibility. Flow really is good at letting you extend parts, and also Neos extend parts which we didn't really design to be extensible in the first place. But we have mechanisms to allow you to do that anyway, without having to patch the core. And that's something you can only do with a really well thought out complete solution. And we also achieved a lot of progress in other parts in Neos. For example, we had 3 big Neos releases throughout the last year. 5.0, 5.1 and 5.2 completely removed the Ember code to have the final switch to React in the user interface. We now have full PSR7 compatibility, which was a major work. We have Fusion available for Flow applications, not just Neos. We have UI performance optimizations, Fusion forms, and many more features and improvements which went into these releases. But it's not only the Neos core where things are happening. What's especially worth mentioning is that there are packages, not like lots of packages, being created, but also specific packages which are maintained really nicely with a high quality effort. For example, the SEO package, and very recently Elasticsearch, the whole suite of packages, including the content repository adapter and so on, have seen a major release created by Daniel, who put a lot of work into it. And I mean, Elasticsearch has been installed more than 100,000 times. So there seems to be a demand for it. And Daniel just, took the effort and modernized it so it works with Elasticsearch 6 and 7, has a lower memory footprint for indexing and many more things. So why don't you say thanks, Daniel, for doing all that work? And there's also been progress for the event-sourced content repository. I talked to Sebastian. I mean, he had bigger plans for it for end of last year, but still they made steady progress and they are ironing out much smaller issues than a year ago. So this is going really into the right direction. And there are other tools and packages being used now which tell me, okay, Neos is really used in big environments and bigger challenging projects, nice integrations. We have OpenID Connect, for example, which means that you have a nice setup for microservices and secure single sign-on and things like that. We have packages for providing metrics and so on. So you see that Neos is working nicely in the cloud, in Kubernetes. We have solutions like the two-stack publishing. I think this is going into the right direction. Last year we met. I think we only met one time after the Neos conference with the Neos team, and that was in Vienna, where we signed the founding papers for the Neos Foundation EV, that is the German association. So as you know, there's this Brexit going on. Haven't heard something about it for quite some time now. We want to transfer the foundation to Germany and signed all the papers there. But then there was the idea, should we make a charity out of it? And did some research. And now, anyway, at the moment there's a new paper circulating with signatures, and we won't be a charity, but the Neos Foundation EV will happen soonish. So let's talk a bit about contributions, because you see that the activity in Teams is going up and down, and people have some time for Neos and then again they don't have time. So what do we do with that? First of all, I think don't do things which stress you, and find out what really pushes you. So for me personally, for example, it's when I don't have enough time to provide a good solution, that stresses me. Or if I'm alone with a problem and don't know whom to ask. Or if I feel that pressure of I started it, so I really have to finish it alone because I promised it. On the other hand, there are a lot of things which push me, right? So all these discussions and rubber ducking and so on, mostly in person or then with a video chat. That really helps me because I get the feedback from people and I learn something new, which is the most important bit probably. Finishing something and getting that really done. So including nice documentation, really having it well done. And sometimes the task is just too big. So a solution is take smaller chunks. I won't say that elephant thing now. Smaller chunks, and then make sure that you get a nice solution for that. Have a migration path, documentation, tests and everything. But when you do something, then don't forget the values Neos and Flow stand for and where the general direction is going to. So if you're unsure about that, then just sit together virtually with some people from the Neos team and discuss these things. And probably if it's really important, then just don't put it in Slack, but write it down in a longer text so everyone can comment on it in our forum. And if you're not yet contributing to Neos, give yourself a start. Don't worry, we are friendly, you know, and it's a lot of fun. You don't need to know everything to start. Just pick something you really interested in, or you ask what you actually could do, and then you get your start. What's next? I'm always asked, of course, like as if I knew what's next for everything in Neos. But what I can see is that, of course, the event source content repository is one of the major topics we have at the moment. Then there's the media management going on with a new user interface and GraphQL support and so on. In general, I think it's going into the direction to provide more APIs, GraphQL again. And then I guess PHP 8 is a topic for us, not just to be compatible, but to take advantage of PHP 8. And then consolidating is always important. So collect all the things. Let's look through the packages which exist for Neos and see if they can be combined. So if you're a package author, for example, then and there are packages which do more or less the same like your package or have some overlapping, then get in touch with the other authors and see if you can do something together. That often makes a lot of sense, and especially for the users makes things much more easy. So in general, if you contribute, don't put yourself under pressure, don't feel stressed, because then in the end you won't like Neos at all. But on the other hand, if you contribute and don't doze off either, so there are always more important customer projects, of course. But if you only attend to customer projects, then Neos won't grow, right? It won't progress. So find a good way in between, and maybe others can help you to enable you doing something for Neos. So that is what comes to my mind at the moment about Neos and Flow. That's what I can tell you from my place here. And I'm really looking forward to meeting you folks again in real life. I hope we find some opportunities soon. And for the time being, you can watch the other speakers during this conference who have some quite exciting details and bigger things to tell. So enjoy the rest of the conference and hopefully see you soon. Take care.
Welcome back, and thank you very much, Robert, for this year's welcome keynote for Neos conference. That was a different experience. Normally, Robert stands on the big stage and, says basically the same things he said right now, but it feels different.
He feels so far away.
And still, he said a lot of important things, and I just want to recall them and talk a little bit and reflect a little bit on them. Robert talked about community, and that is really important to us. He mentioned that Neos team members attend other CMS's conferences. We are part of CMS Garden, so the sharing and contribution and exchange with other communities is so important to us. Getting inspired by how other people solve similar problems that we also have. And that's, for me, really at the heart of the Neos project. To not, try to be better than someone else. No, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to find really good solutions. And if someone else has already found a really good solution, hey, let's use that. That for me is really good spirit, because it brings the whole open source community forward. Robert mentioned a couple of packages that the community creates, and I want to reflect on those. You are probably using some of those in your projects as well. Which ones?
The SEO package he mentioned, that's largely contributed by Zeb, which thankfully I don't have to do very much with, because I install it and then I just push it over into the responsibility of our customers, because they have all of the SEO parameters at their fingertips themselves, and I don't have to deal with it, which is great.
And I think we're using that package in like every Neos project we do. It's just so essential and it's so well done. And thank you, Sebastian Helsle, for providing that package to us. It's awesome. Please continue doing that.
And then we definitely need to mention the Elasticsearch content repository adapter. Is that the real name? Is that it's a mouthful. That we also use in most of our projects. That's again largely contributed by Daniel from Nuxt.js, who puts so much love into that package. And it's great because whenever I use it in one of our projects and something doesn't work, I have the main developer at my fingertips, and I'm like, Daniel, should this? And then he's like, oh, fine, I'll fix it. And then I have it. It's great.
But even if you're not working at Nuxt.js, if you find an issue with the package, for example, the Elasticsearch adapter, get online in our Slack or join the forums on Discuss and write your problem there and let us know what's happening. And we know that core team members, package maintainers, they are trying really hard. As Robert said, it's everybody does that in their spare time, and people have family, people have kids, people have hobbies, and I heard even other hobbies than Neos.
What?
Sometimes, yeah. I it's rumors. Anyway, thank you, Daniel Lienert, for providing such a great package. And just recently, he did a huge update of the Elasticsearch package, and that again was done with some support from the Neos budget that we can give out because people give financial contributions to the project. It's really, really helpful to find that balance, as Robert mentioned, between paid work that you have to do for your job and the time you want to spend improving Neos and improving Neos packages.
And that's one of those huge benefits of working in a community, because there are all these things that I can't, one person can't know everything. So I'm pretty good at front-endy things, but that also often means that there are back-endy things that I don't want to touch. So now I can rely on Daniel's package. I can and they contribute, so I don't have to dig my way in there. And if I need help, I get help. And that's the huge benefit of this community. I mean, I've talked to so many people, and time again, it's crystallized that the community is the unique selling point of Neos.
I totally have to agree. And when we're speaking about the community, just this year, a huge topic, and probably for many people watching the live stream as well, was GDPR and cookie consent.
Ugh.
How many cookie consents did you do in your projects? It's all over the place for us at the moment. There is a great package for cookie consent out there. Check out Kaufmann Digital's cookie consent package. And one of my developer colleagues just told me the other day, hey, that looks really nice, really great to integrate. And that's how Neos is built. It's modular. It's built to extend at certain points. So you should find documentation how to do that. You pull in the packages you need, and you deliver a great Neos experience and a great website experience for your end customers.
Without having to know every single depth of the software.
Exactly. So another thing that Robert mentioned is the Neos legal entity, the association. And because I'm personally involved with that project, I wanted to reflect a little bit on that. The thing is, the legal entity for the Neos project luckily isn't the most important thing. When I think about the project, when I joined in 2015 and when the separation from the Typo 3 project happened, the spirit of what is Neos and Flow went into the core team, and it was independent of a legal entity. So the good thing we really have is we have this committed core team where people join when they, contribute to the project and are active and help us push the project forward. And there's times when people drop out of the core team, but it is group of people committed to the same cause. And the legal entity is just, an administrative body that we're trying to, have to enable us to, get donations, be a home for our trademarks, for our nice Neos brand and the logo and everything. And it should not be in the foreground. And that's what we managed to do in the past years. And so all these things we're doing in the background with having the CIC in place right now and now switching to an association, it's really, I'm really, really glad that we can do most of that without disturbing how Neos is developed and how it is pushing forward. I'm so glad that in the Neos team, there's no one who says, oh, this association job is so important for me and I need to be a director, and we start fighting about stuff like that. That's really not what it's about. It's rather like, okay, somebody has to do it, okay, who's good at doing administrative work like that. And I am hopeful that this year we will have the association founded, and then hopefully that amount of work we have to put into that gets less and allows us to focus on developing Neos and Flow even more. So that were a few thoughts on the welcome keynote from Robert Lemke, but there are more talks.
And before I announce our next speaker, I would like to remind you that you are invited to, encouraged to, send us your questions, interact with us. I mean, we have a team of people here who will give us your input. We want to interact. We want to hear from you. We want to see more of your faces. Don't let us sit here all alone.
And I'm looking in the background. We do have Christian after the call, right? So if during the talk you have a question, post it online, either in Slack or on Twitter. Let us know, and we'll ask him for you. We'll have a live discussion with him.
Yay.
And, if you don't send us your questions, you will have to live with what Maya and I come up with. So be sure to send us your questions.
And now Toby spoiled for me.
I did.
You did.
What's the next talk, Maya? I have no idea.
So while I care greatly about most of the people in the Neos community, this one is definitely one of my favorite people, probably ever. Christian Müller is such an open-hearted, kind, and at the same time incredibly smart human. It's great. He's such a great person, and you have probably met him, because if you enter our Slack and ask any question, no matter how deep or shallow the surface, the level of your question, he will be there. He will answer your question, and if you ask the same question again in 3 days because you forgot, he will answer it again with the same amount of patience. He is an incredible human, and he told us that when he was younger, he didn't want to be a developer at first. How is that even possible?
I didn't know that, and I'm so glad that didn't turn out.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have to solve our own problems in Slack. No.
I have no idea.
Anyways, here he is with his talk about the Neos 5X revolution or evolution. Thanks for giving it a title that's so easily read.
Enjoy.
Hi, welcome to the Neos Revolution. It's been 1 year since the last Neos conference, and let's have a look at the Neos 5.0, Flow 6.0 versions and what has happened until today, basically. So Neos 5.0 came out September 2019. It was the next release after the conference 2019. Then we had 5.1 in December 2019, and finally 5.2 in April 2020. And now we are working on the next LTS 5.3, obviously. So let's have a look at the flow evolutions that happened in those versions. I will not split up the changes between the different versions, but give you an overview of what is the current state if you install the Neos 5.2 compared to 4.3, for example. Between the single versions, obviously different things happened, but I will not split that up. So Flow has undergone quite some major changes for the 5.0 especially. First things first, we upped the version requirement to PHP 7.2, which is already in security change mode only by now. So we will see how we proceed with that, but we are obviously compatible with 7.3 as well, and we are looking into 7.4. I think we are pretty much ready for that too. So, PSR3 logging. This is not new for Flow 6.0, but was already introduced before. And there was quite a long time for deprecation of the old logging, which is now gone. So that is the major part for the PSR logging in Flow 5.0. The old logging is completely gone. That means you should change your own code to the new style PSR3 logging. I think a couple of things were said about PSR3 logging before in the previous talks, even in the last conference. Basically, PSR3 is a standard. The famous monolog logger is a package implementing the standard. So I recommend having a look at that. If you need more extensible logging options, then the monolog package is a great way. And now it's super easy to add it to an installation. Basically, you just install it and configure a factory for it. And off you go with your monolog logger. So all flow logging is now fully PSR3. There's one important thing besides monolog that you can now do. And a couple of things to watch for, especially exception logging / tracing. That is probably the one thing that many people need to change in their installations when they upgrade. This was deprecated as well. The reason being, and there was quite some talk about this, PSR3 doesn't know anything about exception logging. It's a concept that we had in Flow, that you could use a logger, for example, a system logger, and say log exception, and basically get your exception logged. That was nice and it worked well. But the problem is PSR is really only for logging. And if you look at how the exception stacks are saved, that is not a log entry, but a single file. Obviously, there's also a log entry that points to that single file. That is still logging. But the single file with the stack trace and the additional request information, that is not logging. So we came up with the concept of an exception storage, and there's a new interface for that, which also exists since a while. And so basically, if you actually want to log an exception, you have to inject this interface additionally to your logger as well. So then you can use the exception storage to store the exception, and it gives you back a message that is basically the log message that you can then put in your log or the system log that points to the file where the exception was traced. This also allows you to implement different ways of storing exceptions besides the default file system storage. So you could put your exception traces in whatever you want, an Elasticsearch, for example, for further analysis. All right, let's go on. I think logging is clear. You definitely need to change your code if you used the old logging a lot. The signature of logging has slightly changed, but nothing major should be needed for you unless you need exception logging. So together with that, we now have virtual object configuration that is actually super great for this, because it allows you to configure a virtual object, for example, a logger. Previously for loggers we had those interfaces like the system logger interface. Those were kind of marker interfaces, virtual interfaces. There was no object attached. It was all done by configuration and pointed to the system logger or the security logger. To simplify this concept and make it more abstract and therefore more accessible for your own code, we came up with the idea of virtual object configurations. So basically any object with a specific object YAML configuration can become its own object that you can inject afterwards. I created a quick code example. There are a couple code examples in this talk, but it should be fine even if you don't read code. I just have it in here as a reference for you and the listeners to have an idea of what I'm talking about if they are coders. So this example configures some package security logger, which in essence is a PSR logger that has a specific name called security logger. So this is now a virtual object. Obviously it's not a class name, but still it's now accepted by the object manager. So if you say object manager get some package security logger, that would give you this configured object. But you can also use it in the inject annotation like this. And now you have your security logger injected, which means the configuration is no longer so hidden in the objects YAML. It's still there, but you can reuse it easily. And you actually have a reference point in your code that points to the objects YAML. So if you search for some package security logger, you will find the injections and you will find the object configuration. So you get the whole idea how it's put together. So then we go further on to the whole request stack. A lot has changed there. And we will go into that into a bit more detail. But first of all, request body mapping is a single feature that I also wanted to have for a long time. And the basic idea is if you ever had incoming JSON for a controller action in Flow, Flow would try to map this JSON to arguments automatically. So for example, this, let's say API v1 foo is a route in your package that goes to this foo action. The JSON you see would map to the variable foos, because that's one of the keys in the delivered object. So that worked before, nothing new here. This is something you could have used since basically first version of Flow, I guess. Now this is a different case. If you look closely, the JSON is not an object, it's an array. So that's kind of a problem because there's no keys, so Flow can't map it. And actually, depending on the code and everything, this would totally blow up your code and the application, because in previous versions Flow just simply couldn't map this JSON and it would accept. I think we fixed that at some point, so now you could actually run this code, but foos would not be mapped, obviously, because it doesn't know this should be foos. So you'd have to look into the request body yourself and extract this JSON yourself. So the idea was to make this more easily configurable, so you can actually use this functionality that we already had since a long time for whatever JSON is incoming, which most of the time you cannot control because it's coming from some external services. So now we have this. We have the new map request body annotation that you can tell which argument variable the request body should be mapped to. And it will map the whole request body. It could be an object or an array or just a string. As long as it's valid JSON, we will map the result of the JSON decode into the given variable name. So this works now, and you would get the array foos in the variable foos. As said, works with all kinds of different JSONs, so have a look at that. If you have incoming JSON, that's certainly helpful. Right, but the big thing in the whole stack of HTTP and requests is the change to PSR7. There was some preparation in the pre-5.0, 6.0, Flow 6.0 versions, but we figured that we would have to be breaking anyway, and there's a lot of stuff happening on the upper layers that influences that. So we had to take everything apart and change how it works together. PSR7 is again standard for an HTTP implementation that is implemented by other tools. Big example in this case would be Guzzle, the HTTP client, which many use to do requests to other servers. And now we basically use PSR7, which is also used by Guzzle. So you can directly put requests into Guzzle and get the responses, and it works flawlessly with everything in Flow. And actually, we decided to not implement the basic PSR7 classes, the HTTP classes, request, response, message, and so on. But we use the Guzzle HTTP's PSR7 implementations. So specifically Guzzle, we are 100% compatible, but as it's a standard, you should be fine with any PSR7 implementation. And throughout the core code, we now only rely on the respective interfaces of the PSR7 standard. So we created a strong separation between the HTTP layer and your controller MVC action request response layer. Before, there was some separation, but especially in the response part, we mostly used the HTTP response throughout the MVC layer. And that was kind of dangerous, and especially now with PSR7. PSR7 is immutable objects, so a request and a response can only be mutated by creating a new instance with the changed arguments, with the changed properties. So in many cases, with pulling the HTTP response throughout the MVC layer, we relied on object references, and that doesn't work anymore for PSR7. It also made the code quite hard to understand, because the HTTP response could be manipulated in so many places that it was hard to keep track of what was actually happening there. So with this change, we have a clear separation, and we have compatibility with all the tools that use PSR7. It's an understood standard. There's a lot written about it. So it's also easier for external devs to get into that. And I tried to create a small diagram of how it works now. I have no diagram of the old version. That would be way more complicated, and I don't want to explain so much in detail. But as I said, we have a strict separation now. The HTTP chain, or rather low level of Flow core, creates the HTTP request, the PSR7 request actually. From that, an action request is created and given to your controller. This is the main request. Now the controller does whatever the controller does. It can read the action request. It cannot sensibly change the action request, which would not make sense anyway because it's coming from the outside. It might create a sub request that happens, for example, for plugins in Fusion in Neos, or also for view helpers in certain cases. For various cases, there are sub requests. And a sub request means we create an action request that is based on the parent action request. A similar concept existed before. But there will also be a new action response. The action response is completely new now. And the action response doesn't know its parent at all. It's just an empty response. So your controller would, in some ways, directly or indirectly, create a sub-action request. The sub-controller would get this sub-action request, which still has its lineage and knows the parent request and also the HTTP request. And then the subcontroller would be responsible for creating, or rather filling, the action response, which is empty at that point. And then this action response goes back to the main controller, or the main controlling code, let's say. That can be a plugin manager or Fusion runtime or whatever. And in that place, this action response from the sub request is then merged into the response of the main request. So before, we would just have the same HTTP response everywhere, and you would just manipulate that, and now you have your separate action response. You write into that, it goes to the controlling code, that merges it to its own response, which is usually an action response, and then that is handed back at some point into the HTTP chain, the low-level core, where the final action response is then merged to the empty-ish HTTP response that we have at that point, and then delivered to the client. So that allows us a bit more control and separation. The action response has specific methods for some of the things you need to do with HTTP, although we didn't want to make it too much of an HTTP response because it's actually MVC layer and it's way more high level. So we wanted to separate this a bit and give it a bit different meaning of being a high level thing that is at some point possibly delivered to a browser. So yeah, there's a lot of change in there. You probably need to adapt your code if you deal a lot with the action or the HTTP response. The underlying ideas are all the same. Your action request has merged arguments. You can still access HTTP requests, all that. There's a lot of change, but also a lot of the same. It's just better separated. Overall, this gives a lot of clarity in the code, and we are now working to get HTTP PSR 15 in, which allows you to use handlers for HTTP requests, for PSR 7 requests in Flow. There exist handlers out there, simple small objects similar to a logger that can handle an HTTP request in a certain way and do something with it. Also, this change opens the possibility for us to have ways to bypass the whole action MVC layer, which is quite heavy, let's say, because the mapping, the argument mapping, and also the validation take a lot of time usually. So if you don't need that, you could hook into the HTTP chain, low-level HTTP core, and directly access the HTTP request, do something with it, and deliver a HTTP response, which is way faster. And we will come to an example later for something that does this. All right, then cache garbage collection has been improved. We had some problems in this case where there was no easy way to trigger garbage collection for all caches. This is now implemented, just a small thing, but super helpful if you ever looked into the cache layer of a big application. You will see there's lots of stuff lying around, especially if you use the file-based caches. Right, then you have split configuration. We started that already. Node types, for example, was always splittable. So you have this node types dot my content.yaml and so on. We added that for settings as well, and actually every configuration is now splittable to your taste. So if you have big configuration files, make use of that and split them up to easier find the places you need to change your configuration in. So have separate files for different parts of your configuration. And that's it for Flow. A lot of stuff has happened, but this is just a small overview. If you need any details, hit me up on Slack or in Discord. But yeah, a lot has changed under the hood, but we tried to keep it manageable for you, let's say, while also providing a lot of future possibilities. Important though, we have a lot of plans for Flow and we are looking into different directions. I think Robert said something about this as well. So we are obviously looking into making our lives easier and also making the framework more accessible to a broader range of developers while keeping the CMS as it is. So yeah, we are thinking about a lot of options, and I think the changes for PSR compatibility are definitely a good thing, and we will see what else needs to happen yeah, to get to that. So talking about Fusion, a lot has happened in Fusion specifically, so I put it up as a separate topic. And first of all, prototype generators are now deprecated and removed from the default node types. So if you rely on that, you would need to adapt. You might not even know what prototype generators or default prototype generators are, but you certainly profited from them in a way. It's basically that you could create a node types YAML for a content element and then just write the prototype, give it a template file path, and you were done more or less. Because, or even just put the template file in the path you knew because it had a convention, and then you would be done and you had your node type. That's obviously nice and it worked fine for a long while. But as we are moving more and more into Fusion-based rendering and AFX, we found that giving templates as default is not sensible anymore. And we also wanted to create a better understanding of the code you have. The prototype generators basically generated a magic prototype that was never visible, but that was there for the system, that said this is a template and it has a template file in this place and these are the properties that we extracted from the node type and gave it to the template. Now you have to do that yourself, which brings way more clarity to your code because now you see what actually happens and the error messages are clearer. Before there could be errors because the template file was not there, but you never configured the template, so it was unclear why there was a requirement for template. And now that is all gone and you basically are responsible for your own rendering now. So then we worked on the Fusion MVC view. This is kind of a Flow feature, if you like. But as we do so much with Fusion now and rendering in Fusion and AFX, we wanted to make that also easier in Flow applications. So we improved on the Fusion view class that existed before. It was just hard to use because the configuration was not obvious, and to get it to load specific files, you actually had to go into that, and now you can easily configure via views YAML your Fusion view and where your Fusion files are for this view, and it will automatically even map to a Fusion path depending on your controller name and the action name. So you can have a defined structure for your Flow application controllers using Fusion, which makes it much easier to use. I don't have a code example for that, but you can look it up in the documentation. It would have been a bit long code example, and I felt no one would follow it if you don't type it at that moment. But it's a nice idea to look it up if you want to have a unified rendering everywhere and actually want to reuse Fusion components in your Flow application. That goes for plugins as well, of course. Next up, we have Fusion Forms now. This is a huge effort from Martin. Thanks for that. It's amazing because one thing that obviously was missing in Fusion was the possibility to create forms in a similar way as in Fluid forms were possible. And I'm not talking about the form framework, which is more of a very structured way of creating forms, but really making it easier for your application to have forms rendered. So before, if you think that would be the other hindrance in switching a Flow application to Fusion rendering, first of all, the Fusion view that we solved, but also your application very likely has some kind of form in there. And with the Fusion forms, you can replace that in Fusion. Again, I don't have a code example here because I think it would just be confusing. But despite having some different concepts, because obviously the Fluid forms are quite old, we renewed some of the ideas. The general idea is very much the same, that you create fields and define action for the form and all that. And you are pretty much free for rendering it however you like. But in the end, you have a form that can map variables and properties, and that can be sent to your controller. So that's nice. Then data structures were simplified, also super small change, but totally helpful if you write a lot of code that outputs JSON or any kind of data structure in Fusion, because before you would have something like that, a lot of repetition of data structure, although it's totally understandable if you see this, that this also makes a lot of sense, and it works now. So basically what happens is whenever inside a data structure a subkey has no object given, we just assume you want a data structure, which makes sense. Obviously on the top level we cannot assume, because there you're coming from somewhere else, you're probably in a component or something. So the first data structure you need to give, and then any sub data structure is assumed, unless you create another Fusion object that is not a data structure. Then inside you would have to name data structure again, of course. But then again, nested in there, you are free to get rid of the next level data structures. So yeah, that makes it much easier to write, but also much easier to read later on. And actually, I feel makes it way more viable to write bigger structures in Fusion. Right, HTML structures, comments. Another thing now works very simply. They are not parsed at all, but it allows you to quickly copy paste some markup you get from someone else into your AFX. So this is AFX, obviously. And it will work even if there are HTML comments in there. Before, that would lead to an error because we couldn't deal with the comments itself. Then performance, there's a big topic, and we have a couple of changes, and I think not all of them are in yet, but some are in. And especially if you have a bigger application, lots of Fusion, you will see the difference. So this is a lot of low-level rendering changes that hopefully have no impact on you or your code. They just make the execution of it faster. So yeah, report any errors that you find, but hopefully everything works as before, just faster. And then we come to the backend, the next big part. A lot has happened here too. The backend has grown up a lot, and between small details, also larger things have changed and improved, and I will show you what it is. So first of all, Ember.js, obviously not used since a long while. Still lingering around in the Neos package for legacy reasons, and it's pretty much pretty much gone now. There's still a very small leftovers that we need to remove as far as I know, but that will also soon be gone. But yeah, we don't use it anymore, so you should probably switch over to React by now as well. Then we can have trees with different root nodes. This is a totally developer topic. This is not something you simply configure. You need to use that in your own UI extension. But there you can now make use of the trees we have and just instantiate one of those trees with a different root node to create a specific tree for a subpart of your website, a new section or a product section. And as you might know from the flat nav example of Dmitri, you can create tabs above the tree and have different trees at the same time. So this will help you because now you can not only have the trees plus some flat navs, but you can have different trees plus some flat navs if you want. So that's also very nice for bigger projects. Validation inline, just a consequent step. So far, validation rules in node types apply to properties that were in the inspector, but never inline. That was obviously annoying because sometimes you just want to validate something inline, especially text length or specific characters, stuff like that. This is now possible. They will be highlighted, so this will also prevent this node from being published with the validation failed in the inline editing. So yeah, make use of that. You can now check for text length for all kinds of things, basically. Rich text in the inspector, basically the other way around. If you have text that you for some reason don't want to inline edit but still need some HTML options, CK Editor 5 is obviously great, not only for inline but also for form-based inline editing, form-based rich text editing. And you can now create a CK editor for a inspector field that will open up in a secondary inspector, and you can edit there with whatever formatting you want. That's all configurable in your node types. Then the UI toolbar was improved. You will probably notice that yourself, but we moved some elements from the two toolbars at the top around, so now it makes a lot more sense to look at it, and it looks a bit cleaner, and things have a better place now and don't disappear depending on what you select and stuff like that. A lot of tiny usability changes have happened. You will also notice that if you side-by-side compare a 4.3 and a 5.2 installation, it's all kinds of things, small changes in icons and placement of stuff. You will see it. It's really helpful. The next few changes, I want to show you some videos. So this video is a 4.3 installation where I do some stuff. So I'm in my demo site. I'm clicking around. Obviously, I have my chapters. You know all this. And now I create a new page. I want to create a new chapter. And yeah, it takes some time. So for the chapter, I can enter the name. That's nice. So I'm coming up with something. And now I obviously also want to have a chapter picture. That's very important. So I choose my picture. I need to upload it in the inspector, apply changes, and be done. And now I want to rename that page because with the picture I have a better idea what it is. So I have a better name, and obviously that means I need to change the URL path segment. And you see already that's a lot of steps that I need to take to do this. And now this is a silly example. Obviously I could just move my new page up, but let's say I have a couple of pages that I need to move around. What I need to do is click every single one, drag it to the place where it needs to be, take the next one, drag it to the place it needs to be. That's annoying and takes time. All right, and now we look at the same workflow for Neos 5.2. You already see there's the interface improvements I talked about. I think it's very visible, even though it's small details. And I would just start the same here. I'm clicking around. I think you can get a feeling that it's a bit faster. It's the same system, same setup, everything the same. It's just the version difference. And yeah, we try to improve performance. And now you see I can not only enter the name here, but also select the chapter image, because I can now configure whatever property I want to be accessible directly in the create dialog for node types, which is super helpful to get the basics going. And again, I changed the name of this node because I have a better idea now. And again, I want to change the URL for that as well. And now we have a button that adapts the new title to a URL path segment, so I don't need to do that myself, which is probably error prone, especially for more complicated names. Right, and then I also want to move my nodes around. And for that, I can now multi-select and drag whatever nodes I have selected at the same time around. So moving stuff is also way faster for editors. They don't need to drag one by one. What we saw here, node creation with properties and with whatever editors you have, that goes for custom editors as well. So yeah, that works. What doesn't work is editors that use a secondary inspector, because obviously the creation dialog is in a modal and then the secondary inspector would go above. We are working on that, but right now it doesn't work. So you can drag new images in. You cannot open the media browser right now for image properties, for example. But it's already super helpful to have like the basics for a new page in there and have an editor fill them while creating the node. The node URL updater, we saw that. It's just a small button, so you can now say, oh, I changed the title, I want to change the URL path segment. I just click the button and it updates. Batch node operations, so you can control click multiple nodes. It will also show you how many you selected, and then you can just drag them together or delete them together. Do this kind of operations as a batch, which is super nice. Then finally, some things unrelated to the backend. You can uninstall the setup now, just a small thing, but it's nice for security, even though you could disable it before. But now you can actually uninstall the setup package completely if you want to. So then there's the full page cache. I mentioned that earlier shortly. So the full page cache makes use of the PSR7 implementation, and it's really low level, just HTTP. And it's a separate package, Flowpack full page cache, and it will work with Neos, but you can use it for your own applications by using cache headers. And the idea is that it will cache any cacheable that is get request without get arguments. And it will just cache the whole response. So it links into the HTTP workflow in the beginning and in the end. We will start at the end part. So if some request went through the whole stack and finally there's a response, it's ready to be delivered. This full page cache kicks in, checks if all requirements are given. So no one is logged in. We have only a GET request. So everything that is needed to responsibly make this cacheable, and we have some headers that say it's cacheable, it will actually cache that. And for Neos, for example, we will transport the cache tags into the full page cache, so it will be flushed automatically, just as your normal Fusion cache. Okay, we have our cache entry, and now in the beginning of the chain, when a new request comes in, we check if we have a cache entry for this kind of request, and again, if no one is logged in. And in that case, we can deliver the cached response right there and not go deeper into the stack, which allows for extremely fast response times. So you can locally on my system, I can come down under 10 milliseconds. On a remote system, obviously that will be longer, but it's still a massive improvement to just going through the whole stack, even if the fusion and content is cached. Backend loading times have been improved by various changes, especially in caching of metadata that we download for the editing experience, but that we actually don't need to download every time someone changes a page. So that is gone now. Some other small improvements, really nice. You will feel that difference. Then finally, a very nice feature, you can now, if you export the nodes to the XML structure, it will export tags and collections for the media files as well. So on the import, the tags and collections will be there as well, which is nice because this information was lost before, and obviously makes not much sense to restore a full system. So now that works as well. Right, and then we have multi-authentication providers for backend users. That's nice if you want to authenticate from different sources, not only username, password, but also external providers, Google or whatever. There are some small problems we are tackling right now, but in general, I think it's a good direction to look at that and allow you more flexible ways to authenticate your backend users for more security, for example. Right, that's the quick overview over the changes and the evolution and actually revolution in some ways of Neos and Flow between Neos release 4.3 and now 5.2. A lot is ongoing and in the works. You will see a lot of talks about stuff. We have some longer going projects like the media browser rewrite and also the event source content repository. And we will talk about all that. But this is what you need to know if you upgrade now and what your editors can expect and what you can expect in developer experience. And I think it's a nice upgrade from last year. So I hope you enjoy your upgrade. And if you have any questions, hit me up. My contact details are here. Thanks for listening, and hopefully see you next year in person at the Neos conference.
Hi, Christian. You just said see you next year, but we see you now.
Indeed.
Hi. Well, I don't actually see you. Ah, there he is.
Yeah.
Hi, Christian.
Hi. Oh, that was a very quick costume change. Weren't you wearing a gray shirt a second ago?
Yeah, but after talk, you need to change up.
Right. Sweaty?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
It was very, very exciting.
We had a question, I think, on the big blue button. I saw a question somewhere where someone asked whether the changes that you were just talking about have already found their way into the documentation. And we thought that would be a good opportunity to talk to you about documenting things, asking questions, how to make questions and their answers respectively more permanent.
Right. As for the documentation, definitely the bigger changes should be updated in the documentation. But as always, the documentation has grown quite big by now, and we have basically 2 places for documentation, so keep that in mind if you're looking for something. We have docs in SIO, which should be your main portal to look for stuff. This is, I would call it handwritten documentation, nice guides and information. But there's also a link to our Read the Docs page. This is more reference information, so it's mostly directly extracted from the code. Stuff like Fusion helpers are documented there, what they can do, what we have. And across all this, there's a lot to keep track of. So if you see something that feels outdated to you, let us know, because we probably don't know it. I mean, developers and documentation, we all know the problem, but in general, if it's not updated, it's mostly a question of we didn't know there was something to update, especially if there is some code example in another part of the documentation that references something that was now changed. We might have not found it or not seen it. So there might be old HTTP code, for example, in some plugin documentation because we didn't think about changing the plugin documentation. Yeah, that makes sense. Let us know, definitely. We will update it, but all the big changes should be updated in the documentation. Additionally, if you...
Christian,
Sorry,
what is a good way? How should people let us know to do updates to the documentation, or how can they do it themselves?
Sure, they could also do it themselves, at least for docs.neos.io. You can request an account for that website. It's a normal Neos website, so you should have an idea how to edit stuff in there. Just hit one of the core team members up, and we will set you up with an account for that. You can also let us know in Slack or Discord or via mail. Whatever you prefer, at least if you know that's something, and if you can fix it, even better. Also, in general, if you ask questions in Slack, it would be cool if you got an answer to post the question and the answer to Discord. That would help everyone because it's more easy to find there. It's easier to find by Google, and in the end, it's a more permanent storage than Slack, let's say.
And that's a very important thing you're saying there. This Slack is very nice to get some ad hoc help and direct synchronous interaction with core team members. But for people who are not that close to the core team, probably a web search engine is the first place they go, right? And Slack is not indexed by those. So, as Christian said, putting up your questions and the answers you got and that helped you on Discourse. So go to discuss.neos.io and put them up there so other people can find them. Just the same as you look at on Stack Overflow or something like that. Help us make those answers findable. That can only improve everyone's Neos and Flow experience.
And I think for comments, questions, feedback regarding the documentation, especially there's a separate channel on Slack, right? Neos help, Neos-documentation maybe? I'm in it.
Guild documentation.
Guild documentation.
Guild documentation, thank you. And I keep seeing, especially recently, there was someone, I'm sorry, I forgot who contributed greatly with articles and to-dos and how-tos, and so there's active participation from plenty of people.
So what I can add to that, just I think last week we had a Neos meetup, online Neos meetup organized by Sebastian Helsle and I think Daniel from .de, and we had a talk there. Roland Schütz was talking about the documentation as well. So it is a topic that's definitely on our mind. Documentation can never be up to date enough, can never be accurate enough. And of course, as everybody develops code, it changes and gets outdated automatically. So please help in keeping it updated if you find something that doesn't work, or if you stumble across an example that's not working. And there's also a recording available of the meetup, so we can post that link again, so you can review what Roland had to say about the documentation. But coming back to your talk, Christian, you talked about Neos 5x and Flow 6x. Let's switch our perspective into the future. There's an LTS version coming up, and after that, the cycle says there is a new major version. Do you have some sneak previews for us? What's waiting around the corner?
Tell us the secrets.
I think it's really hard to predict what will go in. I mean, we always need to decide on on shorthand what is actually ready to get into a release. Obviously, we have lots of plans, and I don't want to spoil it too much because there are talks about future plans coming up. So watch those, definitely. Watch the rest of the talks if you want to know what's coming. But
so
I think we are.
You don't have to commit to anything, but if you could break something in the next major, what would it be for you?
If I could break anything in the next major. Ooh. There's actually a lot of small topics, but nothing at this point. Nothing really big where I say I definitely want to break it right now. I'm getting more content now. The longer I do this, I'm getting more content with the state we have. I guess I would look into resources and media, maybe. I think there's some things to tackle, but I think nothing to break, actually.
So we do have the last talk tomorrow is about the new media module. I think Sebastian Kurfürst will talk a bit about that. I'm very excited. Media management is a big thing. When I think of our own website, which is really, really small, and we already have more than 1,000 assets in there, and finding and organizing stuff is always a big topic. So I'm really looking forward to that talk.
Exactly.
All right, Christian. Apart from coding, what was your experience in the community during Corona times? Did you have a chance to spend more time on the social media, or how was it for you personally?
I was super busy, mostly because the clients I deal with moved into home office as well, obviously. So there was way more video meetings than before, which always needs full attention. So it's hard to do something on the side, which meant the last few months were really a blur for me. I didn't manage to do much else.
And we know that you're a veteran speaker at various conferences. How was this experience different?
Yeah, it's funny. It's the first time I actually did this in that way. And it's interesting. As Robert mentioned in Big Blue chat.
That happens to me all the time.
Yeah, it's difficult without an audience because you want to get a feel for the room and have an idea how people react to what you say. If you see lots of confusion, you want to slow down, stuff like that. So not having that, it was mostly my pace. So I tried to get into details wherever I thought it was necessary, but on the other hand, you don't know what's necessary. And also the whole technical setup, it's so much more complicated to get a good audio recording, a good video recording, while having the slides and recording ideally also the screen with the slides. It's a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it, and it's good that we do this and have something this year. So it was absolutely worth it. I prefer the actual stage, I think.
I understand that. It is kind of strange sitting here and talking to 4 screens and 3 cameras and not having any sense of, did my joke land?
Yes.
Yeah, at least the people behind all the cameras are laughing sometimes. So
Sometimes.
that's nice.
Yeah.
What I wanted to mention is I think we had more than 150, 160 viewers during the last talks. So thank you very much to everyone watching the live stream right now, and keep up the discussions. I did see a lot of community interactions in Big Blue Button. Difficult word.
You can say it.
I will practice it during the next 2 days, and also on Slack. So. Really awesome. Thank you, Christian, for being there all the time, answering questions, helping out, being the friendly ghost that you are. And I wanted to make a compliment about your shirt and the awesome background you put up for the video call.
It's very fashion.
Yeah. Yes, I try. But yeah,
See, that one
I'm
landed.
also indeed. I'm also around. Hit me up in Big Blue Button or Slack if you want to chat or hang out or whatever. I try to be around today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much for your talk about the Neos and Flow 5 and 6 revolution. It was a pleasure listening to you explaining what has changed in the last versions. And, although we didn't get too much of a sneak peek for what's coming up with the next major, there is an LTS version coming up. So Neos 5 is the way to go right now. I can only encourage the community to upgrade. With our release schedule and release roadmap, it's always a good idea to go up to the newest version. I think it's the 3.3 LTS, which is going to go out of support very soon. So
that is definitely out.
If you're still on a version before that, it's high time that you upgrade your Neos and Flow projects. And if you're running the 3.3 LTS, do start planning your upgrade path. It takes some effort. Christian described some of the changes we put in the last version, but it's absolutely worth it. As Christian, as you said, Neos gets better all the time, and you find less and less fault with it. What's going on?
I mean, that should be the goal, right? Obviously, there will be new things coming up, and we will always change. I think that's in the core of Neos and the team, that we want to go in the future and change accordingly.
When we look at the event source content repository, there will be a lot of things we need to fix.
Exactly.
All right, Christian, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and the team.
Have a good time.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that concludes our talk with Christian. And next up, we have a non-core team member. And actually, the next talk is from a person who isn't even a big part of the Neos community yet. And that is something that I really, really enjoy from the conference team, when they reach out to people who are not from our community to get some new impulses, some new inspiration to us from the outside. And the next talk from Laura Hilliger is one of those occasions. I looked up her website, and she says about herself, "I'm a generalist and a specialist, an open strategist, a facilitator, a writer, a technologist, an intellectual multipod, and a skater." That's a lot of things to say about yourself.
That's a lot of things to be.
And I've met her in person, and I believe her. And she's a very charismatic person, so I'm really looking forward to a talk. One more thing to say about Laura. This year, she won the Digital Leader of the Year award at the Women in IT Summit. So shout out to Laura for being such an acclaimed speaker and person, and for her work at the We Are Open Cooperative. She has worked for Mozilla for a couple of years. She is working for Greenpeace. She really knows what she's talking about when she's talking about nonprofits. So next up is Laura Hilliger with her talk about realities of nonprofits, building bridges between technology and global issues. Enjoy.
Before I even introduce myself, I want to point out that what's happening in the world involves all of us. People are suffering, and you can help them. Don't look away, but rather be curious, seek to understand the plights of others, stand up for others, stand against complacency and racism and fascism, because what you do matters. It always has, and it always will. I'll probably remind you of that several times during this talk. My name is Hilliger. I work on the internet. You can Google me and find loads of stuff about what I do. But essentially, I help organizations innovate for a better world. I'm a technologist, a writer, an inventor, an activist. You're not going to find me on Instagram or WhatsApp. I loathe Facebook and haven't used anything Facebook owns since I quit Facebook a decade ago. I'm very sad that they just bought Giphy because I actually used Giphy quite a bit, and now I will have to stop and find another GIF service. I am on some corporate media like Twitter and LinkedIn, but I'm a proponent for more decentralized systems. And as I said a moment ago, I think that actions matter, and I am a tech activist. So those are some of my choices. I'm a director and a founding member of We Are Open Cooperative. I'm an open org ambassador for opensource.com. A lot of my work is about spreading the beliefs and the processes and the culture of open source. I help organizations go through digital transformation, which basically means that I help them integrate open source principles and community building techniques while helping them imagine, design, and build software and digital programs. I spent over 5 years working with Mozilla, the makers of Firefox. I worked to spread web literacy, which is the social and technical skills and competencies that make working on the web and working openly possible in the first place. I've contributed to loads of different open projects all over the web. My work is about leadership, openness, obviously, and I speak and I write and I teach. I also build and design things. I am a conceptual architect. I am technical enough. I can code, although I don't very often, but I can pretend to be a developer, and I can certainly tinker around if I need to. I've written some books, both fiction and nonfiction, and I make stuff on the internet. I'm really kind of a generalist. So to be honest with you, this talk is going to go all over the place. You'll probably notice my slides are a little messy and there's a couple of different styles. It's because this talk is really a mashup of a couple of different talks. I just kind of wanted to go far and wide today because I think that this topic about building bridges between technology and global issues is very complex and can go in a lot of different directions. So that's what I did in this talk. I'm going to start with the history of Greenpeace because Greenpeace started as something that looks very similar to an open source community, and I think the history is interesting. I'm going to talk about activism and nonprofits and activism in nonprofits. I'll talk more about open source, which I guess you guys don't know anything about. And I won't talk a whole lot about cooperativism, which is an economic structure that I think is a viable alternative to capitalism, which is crumbling around our ears as we speak. That didn't really make a lot of sense. Anyways, I'll mention it. I'm going to talk about breaking out of silos, how important it is that we, open sourcers, technologists, do everything that we can to bridge technology with nonprofit. And I'm going to talk a bit about open principles like transparency, collaboration, community, adaptability, inclusivity, because I truly believe that these principles lead to decentralized power. When we collaborate across industries, it's all of us who reap the benefits and become empowered. And using open principles and collaborating more broadly really helps you live your own values. And using transparency in our processes and our decisions also sort of means that we create a paper trail about how we've built something, why we've built it that way. And I think that the people with a capital P are looking for accountability, and transparency allows us to show where the accountability lies. And I think that that's important. So let's start, though, with a little bit of history. 34,000 years ago, in a large cave in southern France, artists took pigment and painted some of the first known paintings. There were herds of bison, charging rhinos, leaping gazelle. And the animals, some of them now extinct, were painted in startling detail, but they weren't just portraits of animals. They were animals interacting with other animals and animals interacting with humans and humans interacting with other humans. An interaction is a story. Every interaction is a story. Story is how we remember the past. It is how we imagine the future. It's how we create our very identity. Stories are how we relate to people. The days of the week are stories that we tell ourselves to organize time. Sicknesses are stories that scientists made up to explain our mortality. Stories are in everything, and everything has a story. Now, stories don't have to be fictional, and they don't have to be artistic. They don't belong to certain kinds of people. Given that a story or a narrative is present in almost everything that we think, say, or write, theorists often say that after language, it is the most distinctive human trait. Narrative or stories are a central function to the human mind. Now, Greenpeace has a very powerful story, and Greenpeace has always used technology and media to create power. It's always done this using social networks as well, even before social networks existed. But before Greenpeace was an organization or an office or a brand or a movement of any kind, it was a ship and it was an action. So the super short founding version or founding story, it goes like this. In the early 1970s, the US government wanted to test a hydrogen bomb on a small island off the Pacific Northwest called Amchitka. Now, some folks in Vancouver learned that they wanted to do this, and they started to protest because they got scared. Their first argument was quite simply, nobody knows what testing a nuclear warhead is going to do to life on or around the island or nearby to the island. I mean, people were worried that if the U.S. Defense Department dropped this bomb, that it would cause a tidal wave, and the tidal wave would come and hit Vancouver. They were worried about radiation poisoning. And these concerned citizens were inspired by Quaker principles, and they formed a Don't Make a Wave committee. They protested in the streets. They talked about their concerns to others. They networked and were social. They formed these networks of people. And as more people became concerned, the U.S. Defense Department didn't actually show any signs of canceling the tests. So a few of the rabble-rousers, they weren't going to give up. The protests didn't seem to be working. And so the Don't Make a Wave committee decided to take a ship to Amchitka and protest the U.S. nuclear testing at the site itself, at the island. So they threw a benefit concert, and they raised enough money to lease a small fishing trawler called the Phyllis Cormac. The other thing that this group of citizens did, though, the thing that the newly formed Greenpeace did that set a chain of events in motion that would lead to the environmental movement as we know it today, they told stories. They had a visceral understanding of how to use media and technology to tell inspiring and engaging stories. And because they knew how to do this, people got involved with their cause. The images and the stories of this ragtag group of crazy activists sailing towards a nuclear testing site to put their bodies between a bomb and nature spread around the world. Bob Hunter, one of the founders of Greenpeace, said that the image of them doing this, the story of them sailing out there, was a mind bomb, a story designed to shift perspectives. Here's another mind bomb. Working with ships has allowed Greenpeace to go places that most people can never go and to witness environmental crimes and injustices that would otherwise never be seen. And because we are there, we are impelled to take action. Because others bear witness with us through the stories that we tell, we hope that other people are also inspired to act. When people think of Greenpeace, often what they think of is daring individuals showing some sort of physical courage. It's the activists standing boldly in the path of the bulldozer in some sort of political or moral act. It's a climber hanging above raging waters, showing solidarity for a specific cause. And they think this for two reasons. Number one, it's true. Greenpeace is full of daring and courageous individuals. Number two, we work to spread iconic images and stories. Now, at the moment, there are a variety of dominant stories in the world. Some are rational, some are emotional, and both speak to different parts of us, and thus both can be effective. But to what end? There's a real us versus them story that's been gaining power, particularly in Western societies over the last few years. And it's been quite destructive. It relies on this idea that you and your friends are somehow separate from me and my friends, that the color of our skin matters, that where we live matters, and changes our worth, depending. But the thing is we're not all that separate. We all eat, drink, laugh, cry. We all need affection. We all feel jealousy. We all feel fear. And we all live in this giant social group called society. We have so much more in common than not. Now, for me, I think that the open source community is actually quite an inclusive place. At least they strive to be. And I think that we all need to go further with our open source attitudes. It is not enough to contribute to a single community, a single project, or a single code base. We need to bring communities together and bring kindred movements together. To that end, I'm part of a community of people who are thinking and writing about how we actually do that. We're dedicated to teaching others about the open source principles and how they can enhance and ultimately reshape organizational cultures. And, we kind of explore practicalities around what do we actually have to do to be a truly diverse and inclusive community. What are the principles and mechanisms that lead to cross-sector collaboration, and how do we align and strengthen different projects and issues? Open source, open organizations and projects strive to be inclusive. They not only welcome diverse points of view, but also implement specific mechanisms for inviting multiple perspectives into a dialogue whenever and wherever possible. Now, from a coding perspective, this is basically like doing a code review and making sure that a couple of different people look at the code and say, is it good? How's it look? Are there mistakes? It's about collaboration. Now, interested parties in open source can just kind of show up. They can start assisting an organization or a code base or a project without seeking express permission. And the rules and protocols for participation are very clear in a successful open source project. And they operate according to sort of vetted and common standards. But this pink/magenta point there at the bottom is what's really key when we're talking about open source and nonprofits getting together, and actually successful open source more generally. We all need to be leaders. We all need to be leaders when it comes to inclusivity, and we all need to be leaders when it comes to making sure that we have healthy communities. Like you, I was taught a story of individualism. I was taught that I would have to make my own way, that I would struggle to survive, that I, had to follow a particular path to compete, to make money, climb a corporate ladder, that this is normal, this is the way it is. Success means being rich and famous, and the only way to get there is to climb, be an individual, unique. But somewhere along the way, I really learned a different story. And the first time that I interacted with the open source project, I saw something different. Effective, inclusive leadership is something different. And it seems weird to say that, because when you think of leadership, you should be thinking that somebody is effective and inclusive. But but that's not necessarily the case. The reason for that is because we are groomed to understand hierarchies and authorities and seniorities. But once I realized that I had the power to see myself and my place in the world a bit differently, that I had the power to actively resist the status quo, I started to use it. All of the communities that I spend my time around, from the activist community to the open source community to the cooperative community, they've all started to have conversations about how empathy, solidarity, and collective effort can shift the balance and change the pervasive narratives in our world. I said it a few minutes ago, I'm going to say it again. It is not enough to contribute to a single community project or code base. We have to bring these communities together. They are kindred movements, and bringing them together is beneficial for everyone. So this is what I do with my cooperative. We Are Open Co-op is a 6-member collective. We come from the world of open source, but all of us have very different origin stories, and our careers have taken different paths. So we're a particularly well-connected and creative bunch of folks. We each have networks of people who are trying in their own ways to make the world a better place. And what we do is we help organizations find and implement strategies for becoming more open and participatory. Now, I explain participatory as the difference between a lecture and a conversation. It's the difference between passive and active. So centering on a community's interests and facilitating connections inside and outside of those communities really helps organizations produce something that is valuable for their own community. And if it's open, it's valuable for the rest of the world as well, because people can take it and remix it and do something new with it. But all of this happens in context. We have to lead differently to make impact. We have to be innovative and fail forward and take more risks and all that other stuff that the tech community says. But part of transitioning to this new mode of being, this new mode of working, is about overcoming aspects of our identities and our emotions that we've had instilled upon us from a very early age. We have to reflect on and give tribute to the social and cultural norms that define us, because those norms are the reason that we do or do not get involved, that we do or do not collaborate well, that we do or do not empower our communities. Now, open decision-making is an approach to arriving at actionable agreements through participatory practices. It's a framework that helps you distribute leadership within your community. Several years ago, I remixed the openly licensed open decision framework that an open organization ambassador was working on, and adjusted it for an internal Greenpeace leadership audience. Greenpeace was looking to replace their web platform, and as the project kicked off, we helped the leadership understand why we should run it as an open source project. We had big ambitions, and social enterprises tend to fund things that directly impact their missions, as opposed to technology. Nonprofits are often in bootstrapping mode when it comes to technology because they just don't have enough resources. And because they're nonprofit, they don't pay as well as the for-profit tech space. And I think that open source can help by giving technologists a way to contribute to nonprofit missions with their time and their skills. So this platform that we've been building is called Planet 4. Planet 4 is the code name for the engagement platform we're building at Greenpeace. From a global perspective, it is the digital front door to the organization. We've rolled out in over 80% of our national and regional offices all over the world in multiple languages. From a systems perspective, this means that we have a very complex landscape of technologies because different countries are using different systems, and we have to find ways to bring those systems together while providing an engagement experience that is localized. Software customizations, security audits, continuous integrations, Selenium, Jenkins, GitFlow, shared services, multi-instance approach. The platform is built on on top of WordPress, which we contribute back to. And I mean, quite simply, the Planet 4 team is building technology for a global organization, and there's a lot to say about tech, which means that we need plenty of different kinds of skills. This is true of all nonprofits. They need better tech too. They live in the same world that we do. With insights from 55 interviews, 2 conferences, and more than 350 survey respondents working at the intersection of open source and social good, GitHub recently released a comprehensive report that explores the opportunities and barriers that the social sector faces when using open source. So we know that the majority of open source contributors are not in the US and likely not English speaking. We know that experts in technology for social good speak about missed opportunities in low social sector participation in the open source ecosystem. Nonprofits can extend local audiences and networks into the open source space, which maximizes budgets, builds better tech, bridges gaps, and aligns with shared values. So we recently did another survey asking open source contributors what motivates them to contribute. And we discovered that the overwhelming majority of people who responded contribute to open source because of their values. The GitHub report also quoted a 2018 paper called the Technology for Social Justice Project, and saying that free and open source software is seen by many practitioners as crucial to growing and sustaining the ecosystem because its values are consistent with their goals of equity and social justice, and because in practice it enables resource sharing around technology development rather than competition. There's so much in common between activists and open source communities. Nonprofits are all about values too. We know that Greenpeace attracts a variety of supporters from a wide range of people. So we're pretty confident that technologists and open source advocates would be willing to contribute to Greenpeace because there are values that everybody can get behind. So I hear you wondering aloud, how do we actually bring these communities together? And in order to cooperate with nonprofits, the secret is that the open source community just has to do what it does best, start to get involved, pick up tasks, show up to open calls, do the little bit of extra legwork of looking outside of your favorite open source project, and find ways to contribute to organizations that need help. The reality of most nonprofits is that they need folks who are willing to roll up their sleeves and just get to work, and that includes in technology. Those of us who believe in open principles strive to design our nonprofit projects to be as participatory and collaborative as an open source project by creating structures in which community members have agency. There's a lot of different techniques, but to help people have agency, but my top 3 are really simple ones: community calls, individual outreach, and listening. Of course, there's more to it. We know what motivates open source contributors. We know because we asked them. And with Greenpeace's Planet 4 project, we're designing architectures of participation to scaffold contributor engagement. So we're actively inviting people in. We are planning and executing initiatives that are designed to model open engagement and demonstrate the benefits of open engagement in practice. We are beginning to forge new partnerships and relationships, which will help not only Greenpeace, but other nonprofits strategically by connecting them to technologists. We're showcasing best practices to show how much overlap between nonprofits and open source there is. And we're starting to gain useful contributions that go both ways, both from technology to nonprofit and the other way around. For Greenpeace, you're invited to swing by, get set up on our dev environment, leave us contact info, contribute some time in the future. We're currently cleaning up our contribution documentation. We spent the last 1.5 years or so implementing the software across Greenpeace. And now we're sort of doubling down on open source contribution and getting people to volunteer for Greenpeace through open source initiatives. So we're working on that now. We're transferring a bunch of contributor-friendly tasks to GitHub/Greenpeace/Planet4, which is probably empty when you're reading this, but this is work that's live happening now. But, you know, Greenpeace isn't the only nonprofit that could use your skills. So if you're not interested in Greenpeace, that's okay, because there's so much you can learn from reaching out to your local nonprofits and offering your help. Do a search, look at their websites, look at the initiatives that they're running, think about how you can contribute, you know, your favorite technology, your skills to those nonprofits, and then give them a call. Tell them that you want to support their mission by helping them with technology or design or outreach or whatever your passion and skill set is. Nonprofits need all the help they can get, and they don't just need money. They need us to step up and do the work. Build relationships and understand that when you give your time and energy, you receive a great many things. You know this from open source. You're going to learn things. You're going to get social credit, you know, and maybe most importantly, you're going to get an inner validation because you know that the work you do is helping to make the world a better place. So here's a couple ways you can get in touch. I'm very responsive. Thank you so much for listening, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
And welcome back. Thanks very much to Laura for her talk. Right now we're going to have a discussion with Robert. And before we start our conversation with him, I just wanted to let you know we are aware of the sound issues in the live call. It's a software problem, so sorry for that. It happens to us too. It's sadly not something we can fix easily, so hopefully it's okay and the experience doesn't suffer too much. Nevertheless, Robert, welcome.
Yes, hi.
It's great to talk to you in person. Just something before I kick off, I wanted to say I did see some discussions going on in Big Blue Button right now with Laura, and thanks so much for engaging with us, giving us this inspirational talk and starting a conversation. And, you know, even though not all the opinions expressed in that talk may be shared by us, that is exactly what we're looking for, something to discuss and share our perspectives on topics. And, you know, we all grow from those exchanges. And that brings me right on topic. I saw some parallels between Laura's talk and your keynote, Robert. So I wanted to touch on a couple of points. Open source and contributing and the motivation for contributing. You've been doing that for years and years and years. What motivates you personally to do that?
Yeah, I mean, contributing to an open source project is a bit different than contributing to what a company does. That's at least what I discovered for me, that it's not so much about like achieving a certain project goal or things like that, at least not in the long term. That's not what would make me tick to or invest spare time for many years, you know. That's not it. But as I said already in the keynote, so for me personally, it's mostly about the social context, the challenges, finding the people who are there for different reasons than just commercial reasons. And that is not just because I dislike earning money or something, but more like because they have that reason of finding a challenge to find exchange of thoughts and discussions and so on. the kind of the right people and also a diverse group of people will find together, and that's what made it so interesting at the beginning and until now.
And what you just said sparked something in me. I remember a retrospective a couple of years ago. I think it was in Hamburg, when we actually as a team sat together and talked about why we contribute to the Neos project. And there were a lot of people there who said it's not primarily about writing a content management system or writing a PHP framework. Being part of the Neos community and contributing to this open source project is about me being part of the community, of this team, of this group of people who share my values, and where I feel, my contributions valued. So I share the view you expressed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Laura showed us this diagram there of motivation for open source contributions, and of course, I mean, we know about that as well, and that's also the case for us. So people have different motivations, but they usually circle around a certain theme which you have in open source projects. And for example, that's what a thought I liked about this talk also was social credit is quite important for motivation also in open source projects. So I remember how that felt when I first appeared in some changelog or copyright notice in Typo 3 core back then. So that really makes something like you feel proud that you contributed. But there are other ways. I mean, not just being proud of something, but getting feedback. And like I mentioned that Elasticsearch package, you mentioned it as well. And the reason why I mentioned it is that I talked to Daniel and he said, like, I mean, there must be so many people being interested in that. There are 100,000 downloads of this package, but he didn't get any feedback. And that's something we need to take care of.
Yeah,
to keep
so that is
people
something
motivated.
that we can encourage from the community as well. When you use packages and they're useful to you, let the maintainer know. They're doing a really hard job maintaining packages, and they would love your feedback. If you're very happy, then let them know. It encourages them to continue contributing to their package.
Contribute by telling them what can be improved. That's a huge benefit that I get to contribute in some of the times, is that I use a package and I realize, oh, if in my specific edge case of installing it this way and another, there's a feature that doesn't work entirely. I had that conversation with Sebastian Kurfürst for the SEO package where something didn't work. It was a multi-page something installed, I don't know. And something didn't work. And I messaged him and he said, oh, I haven't tried it in that constellation. Thank you. And I mean, even that is a feedback to him that, look, I'm using your thing and it's great, but can we make it greater?
And that brings me to a statement, Robert, and then that's your cue.
Yeah.
Technology is social. Is it?
Absolutely. I mean, because it's too complex to not being social. You cannot do that, solve these problems alone. You need a lot of social interaction in order to get the knowledge and also to get feedback. And that is also so enriching, like you're working on something and then maybe you can ask your colleague for feedback in your company, but even your colleague is living in the same box more or less like you. He might or she might be a different type of person, but being able to get feedback from a whole community of people from even different countries and different cultures, that enables you to do much more and be able to solve much more challenging projects or problems.
And as Laura said, life is a story, right? We're social animals, and stories are very important to us. So finding out what our contributions did for and to other people, how it influenced their projects, and that the work they're doing is getting recognized is very important to us. So that goes both ways. We as a core team, we often talk about making sure that first-time contributors are acknowledged and supported, and how we handle if there's a nitpick we maybe find in a contribution. Maybe you can touch a little bit on that. How we handle that.
Yeah, I think one kind of important thing for us in the Neos community is empowerment. And that also has much to do with the hierarchy or the lack of hierarchy we have. So that doesn't mean that there is nobody like taking specific roles you would have in a hierarchy. That's absolutely needed. So usually when you have some kind of management role in companies, for example, or have someone who takes a look at the big picture of something in a certain area like marketing or technology and so on, we also need these people who have these roles, but it doesn't have to be a hierarchy, right? And it's just one of these jobs you need to do. And because we do it that way, I think that people feel empowered that they can take decisions, even though they don't play a management role. And that results in a lot of creative solutions we have, and hopefully motivate people.
And there was one more thing in Laura's presentation, and for me that was leading by example. We as a core team, what we do is viewed a little differently than what other community members do, and how we act. Is it conversations we have on social media? Is it how we discuss on GitHub and pull requests, issues, and so on and so on? What we write there, when we close issues, when we reject them for certain reasons, and it is difficult to have those different contexts in mind, right? When you're talking to a team member who you've known maybe for a decade or more, and you have a very intimate relationship, and the basis for conversation is very personal, and then you switch context to a first-time contributor, and you find something, and you think, oh, I need to comment on that. That's something we've discussed many times in the past. Do you actively think about that when you have conversations about these different contexts, and that you are seen as a leader for this project and this open source community?
Yes, and with some pain also involved. So because I absolutely know that I cannot expect something from others which I don't do myself. So as you said, being that example, I mean, I'm just one of these lots of examples again. But for example, if I look at something which has changed in Neos or Flow, and I don't agree with the change, or I stumble over it, I simply can't complain about it, because I didn't take the time to get involved into that particular topic. And so that first reaction you have, like trying to overrule someone because probably you just can, that doesn't make sense. So you need to find another way to think about the reasoning, and to try to find a discussion about it, and yeah, just take the time and improve it yourself.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your insights and reflections on the topics raised by Laura's talk about the realities of nonprofits. I think the time of our video call is over. Thank you very much. We will have the pleasure of hearing you again tomorrow with another talk. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, Robert.
Bye-bye.
So, next up, Maya will introduce the next talk.
Yes, and coming up, we have a talk by Stefan Bruggmann. He lives in Zurich. He's a true family man, married with a daughter. He founded WebAccess. He is the managing director of development at Jung & Matt. And he loves to work with Neos as much as possible. He's one of those people that I keep seeing popping up on the Slack channel with contributions, ideas, questions, answers. And he is very enthusiastic about Headless Neos. He thinks it's a great idea and everybody should try it. And for us to be able to try it, he's going to tell us about Neos Headless CMS with Nuxt.js. Let's go.
Hi, and welcome to my talk about Headless Neos CMS with Nuxt. I'm Stefan Bruggmann. I'm Managing Director Development at Jungformat Tech. Jungformat is a well-known agency, and Tech is the newest company in this group, which is focusing on technology-driven experiences. Some of you may know me better as one of the guys of WebAccess. Well, WebAccess is still alive and is focusing on hostings, services, and headless stuff. So I'm using Neos since years now, and I fell in love pretty fast. It's just awesome to work with as editor and as developer, and it's the main tool I work with the whole day. So what about headless? What's that exactly? Normal CMS is a monolith, and there's some kind of database layer, application stuff. There are extensions, modules, plugins, and on top there is a templating engine which is taking care of the rendering of your sites. If you go headless, we want to have directly access to the data, or more or less directly. And we put this to a separate application which takes care about rendering by its own. And if you go a step further and use a static site generator, we have just static HTML, CSS, and JS files which you put on the server. This is pretty good if you have troubles with your systems, because static files are just static and you're fine. But think about post requests. You may have to write data to some web services, then it's okay, or back to your system. So that's just usual. So if you have a headless CMS, we can deliver our content to just some systems, multiple systems at the same time. So static site generators, node applications, even native mobile applications. So there's no limit where you use your data. That's a huge benefit. So as a short takeaway, think about write operations and security, not just about the fancy tools and performance benefits. So why headless? Why should we use headless with Neos? There's a website which lists all open source headless CMS, and there are around 30 which are specialized on headless. And why we should use Neos for that? So yeah, of course, there's love. I want to use Neos for that. And there's also a strategic decision, because we have several tools, we have processes, we have a lot of knowledge. So it's for us, it was clear to just use Neos and make something great out of it. So let's go headless now, and let's have a look at static site generators. Again, a list of static site generators. It's around about 300 static site generators, so it's a lot. We decided to choose Nuxt just because a client of us asked us, hey, you know it, and we want to work with that. So, and in between, it's a love story too. So Nuxt is really great to work with. It's extremely flexible and fast to work with. So that we can load data as communication tool, we use GraphQL between Neos and Nuxt. And we had a lot of discussions in the beginning about should we use REST or Nuxt. And I'm pretty happy that my colleague have won the discussions because GraphQL is a bit more complex, but it's totally worth it if you're working and changing stuff. So short takeaway, yes, there are definitely too many server-side rendering frameworks and static site generators out there. Just pick one with a community you like, or just ask a friend. Then let's talk about node types. Well, in Neos, it's super easy to create a lot of node types just to structure the content a little bit more. And yeah, of course, we did it the same way in our first Headless project. And you have to know that this was a really small website, and we created a lot of content elements. And we had to write a huge GraphQL schema just because we had so many different node types and data structures. And in Nuxt, we had to write so many different data loaders and GraphQL queries. It was definitely not funny. It worked, of course, it's stable, but it was not funny, and we decided we need headless node types. And over the next projects, we reduced our node types and reduced it. And the result was this, or actually, this is the result. Just 6 node types, 1 document node type, and 5 content node types. And this looks like this. We have just a single line in plain text, which is multi-line, but without any formatting. We have rich text with formatting, an image, of course, and a collection. And yes, there are more components, but specialized and maybe client-specific. But, that's super easy to extend in Neos. But you have to take care. In our case, it has to be in a specific format, not just create new properties or something like that. We just limit it to node-specific properties. The interface is pretty lean. It's just, we just add these node types, we add content, we structure the content just like a normal page, just without any styles of the front end. So our plan was to have this feeling, again, not like other headless CMS which work with lists really heavily. That was not our goal. So let's have a look at one of these node types. Here we just created a plain text node type and have a multi-line content, and on the top left we have just a description. This is just an information for editor what this element should be. So we learned that it's important to tell the client what's that element, because you don't have informations or not much informations about the front end. So you need more descriptions here. And this would be rendered as just a div with the text in it. So that's not really what we want. We want to have an H1. So we created the property component name. So the editor can add just H1 as component name. And in Nuxt, this data is loaded. So here we are on the page level. We just load a huge or a bigger GraphQL query. And this is loading the whole data of the current document and all the child nodes, so all content elements. And then we have, on the first few lines, we have a dynamic component iterator, which is looking for the current document component and is rendering it. The document component itself is iterating again over the content elements. What this means, for this new h1 component, we just create a new file called h1, and in it we have some default props and a small template for the h1 tag. We introduce the component as dynamic component, and that's all we have to do, that our h1 component is rendered correctly. Just because we named the node type h1. So what about complex nodes, you ask now? And you're right. But we have this collection thing. So we just create, for example, for a teaser, we just create a collection with the component name teaser. Then we add other content elements, maybe an image, a title, and a text. And we are done basically in Neos. So let's switch to Nuxt again. Let's create a new file teaser, add the default props again, and again, just a dynamic component iterator. So, of course, yes, we have a div wrapper for the teaser, and this maybe could be enough. Of course, some styles are missing, but this could be enough. If you need more, you just can access the collections data directly. So in this case, we have computed methods. The teaser image, for example, is extracting the first element, and the teaser content is extracting everything except the first element. So we can render the image as a background image on the div container. And then again, we have just the dynamic content iterator. Fine, that works. And this way we can create even huge structures. So in this case, we have a 3-column element with teasers. So this is absolutely no problem, and it's done really fast in the backend. So if you're developing, you just click through it and create new components, new structures, new data, what you need, and just add some stuff in Nuxt. You're pretty fast. It's really a rapid prototyping. And then, of course, you say, whoa, an editor is working with that. He can't work with this. You cannot say you have to create a collection and then name it this way and then create that and that and that. So we created a templating section. So every component which is added here is directly added to the node creation dialog. So we just create our fancy component structures, put it into the template section, and the editor can just point and click, and he has a final structure created. That's super nice. So as a takeaway, use as few node types as possible and keep your graphical schema lean. For us, it was really important to reduce the node types, and we are absolutely happy with this current structure. So just as a tip. And what about list data? Of course, not everything is just that open, and we need definitely structured lists sometimes. So we created a backend module called JSONDB. This is just a possibility. You can just create a list, give it the name, and import a CSV file or export the CSV file. In this case, we have a translations list and a demo survey. So you just can read this data from Nuxt, and you can write this data from Nuxt. And a specialty, we can define an array schema validation. So we can define which columns and which data types has to be in this CSV file. And it's super interesting because we can limit the amount of errors the editors can do. So since this feature, no client have broken this list module. before numerous times. So how do we publish the content? So because we have separate systems and they do not communicate directly, they are not on the same servers, etc. How do we publish the content on the editor's action on publish? It's super simple. You just create a package PHP file and listen to the node published signal. And in some cases, we only touch a specific file, and a service on the web server is taking care of the rest. So this is just a simple solution to go with that. Let's talk about GraphQL. So there are already 2 great packages in the repository. So we go with the WWVision GraphQL, and T3N is definitely worth to have a look at too. So both are great. And if we want to create a GraphQL interface, we define a schema. In this example, we create a query get node with the arguments URI and language. As return, we get, or we want to have a node interface, which could be a type of home, type of document, type of node. And the properties are identifier, type, title, and multiple children's, which again are a type of node interface. So that this is working, we need to write a root resolver, which again, we create a get node method in it, which just is loading the node object, just the node interface, and is returning that. Because this return value we get in other classes, in this example, node interface resolver and document resolver. Here we just get this loaded node object, and we just have methods for each property we want to load in GraphQL. So in this case, we have an identifier method which just is returning the identifier. And the title, for example, is just returning the title property of the current node. So it's really simple to do that. And if you have done it correctly, we can query to this get node with the URI of the home and let us return the identifier and the title property. As a result, we just get that, just the identifier and the title. If you go a bit more complex, we query for get node with the URI of the home and the language English. And we want to have the identifier title and the type of the children and the value if it's a node, a content node. And then again, if it's a node collection, then we want to have the children of the node collection too. So in this case, maybe a teaser or a 2-column element. As a result, we get a simple but bigger JSON returned with just these values. For example, the H1 with a value. Super simple. For the JSON-DB, it's the same for the list system. So just a query JSON-DB with the list name, and we want to have the JSON object data back. So it's just an array with JSON object data. And in this case, we want to also write to this JSON list, and it's just a mutation add JSON object with the name and the data we want to put into. And of course, we want to know the status and the message if something fails, because we have a validation in place. And if it's breaking, we have information about what failed now. If you write the correct add JSON object statement, everything is fine. So a short recap. we have talked about CMS layers, about the differences of about the different systems and architectures. So we have talked about the headless node types and why you should use as few as possible. And we have seen dynamic Nuxt components, which are pretty useful in this case. We have seen structured content with lists, and of course GraphQL queries and mutations. So then let's talk about benefits and drawbacks a bit. So of course, site performance and scalability is awesome. So it's nothing is easier than to scale static files. That's a fact. For us, the development performance is also a big benefit. But this is only valid if you already have a standardized headless setup in place. Because if you have to create all this for just one project, you need another argumentation to do all this work. Then, of course, it's a benefit to work with Node.js frameworks and plugins if you need stuff of these ecosystems. And the mixed channels are definitely a benefit. But on the other hand, we have drawbacks. It's a more complex setup. It is. And you have to think about data security. So if you have private data, you should put in some thoughts into securing this. And yes, there's no visual editing in place here. And that's not a cool thing. Well, of course, it's in-place editing, but it's not that cool, of course. And there's no fusion rendering. It's also sad. So because we reduced our node types and standardized so much in our projects, we just thought about why not just create the Headless Neos CMS as a service. So we did. We just created a ready-to-use Headless Neos CMS instance. So we just spin this up and sell it as a hosting ready as a Headless CMS. And on the other hand, we have an open source Nuxt Kickstart project, which is awesome to start working with this. And an optional Node.js hosting. Maybe you don't need one because you go headless, because you go static files. So let's have a look at this at the real life project. During the Corona lockdown, Young Format had a big need to communicate this new normal about issues and chances around this new communication and situation. So we needed a website pretty fast with a lot of content. And we have spin up a Headless Neos CMS as a service, just as it is. We have cloned this Headless Nuxt Kickstart and just worked on the Nuxt.js frontend. Okay, a little bit of custom Bitbucket pipelining, but the whole work was done just in Nuxt. We had nothing to do with the backend at this point. And we have got a simple UI we have seen already with a lot of content and a beautiful static website which was performant and which is connected to a separate node application. So we have built a lot in a really short time. Also thanks to the headless system which was already in place. So I have to thank you to the whole open source community, so Nuxt, of course, and of course the Neos community, which is awesome. Thank you to WWVision, Bastian Weidlich, I think, for the GraphQL package, for the whole Flowpack team behind the node templates, because this feature is just awesome, even if you created this thing with the node creation dialog directly. And even if it's a small package, but Dominic Fayet's Dimension Keeper is just awesome to pin properties to different dimensions. And of course, Sebastian's blog post, if you haven't seen it already, you have to read it now. This preventing deep content nesting helped us a lot because we create definitely deep content nesting in our headless setup. And this is just awesome to work with these patterns. So I have to say, thank you. Thank you very much for listening. If you have inputs or questions, please ask me via Twitter or Slack in the Neo Slack. And yes, we are hiring, especially a front-end dev. So if you have news, just ping me. Thank you very much.
And back again. Here we are. Thanks very much, Stefan, for this talk about Headless Neos with Nuxt.js. We're going to have a video call with Stefan again, so looking for his video. Hi, Stefan. Great to hear you. So, we saw quite some buzz about your talk on Big Blue Button, and there were discussions saying they really like the approach. So, shout out to you for presenting that, and really cool idea.
Thank you.
Stefan, you did talk a little bit about GraphQL. Why is GraphQL such a big topic at the moment? I'm not a developer. Why should people know about it and use it?
It's extremely flexible. If you know REST, that are just create specific APIs, and you're pretty limited in the set you define. With GraphQL, you're flexible, you create object data structures, and the front-end developer is free in what data is querying or combining and so on. So instead of making just a lot of REST requests, you have one query with GraphQL.
And does that help with performance as well?
Yes, because of that, because you can reduce the requests your front-end is doing.
Okay, and have you used that in many production projects, that setup you just showed us?
Yes, it should be a dozen right now.
A dozen?
Yes.
Well, that's a large number. Do you have any? What's the feedback from the editors? The Neos backend you showed was very clean. How do they like it?
They like it very much. You can mess it up, of course. As I said, if the front-end dev is creating a component with several subcomponents, and he don't have fallback mechanisms, then you can get in trouble because the front-end is breaking them. If the editor is removing elements you just need in front-end. So for that, there's a solution, of course, but you have to think about stuff like that.
So you said the front end will break. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What's the problem there?
So you have just a node collection with the title and the description. And as front-end dev, you rely on these two components, title and description. And the client now removes the title. He has the possibility right now. And yeah, then you're screwed in front-end if you don't have any fallback mechanism in place.
Okay, so that is something that the developer really needs to keep in mind and think about.
Yes, definitely.
And is that something that you can fix for us, or make easier or less error, or you know what I mean?
It's already planned. Yes.
Okay.
there's a feature in the pipeline combined with the templating mechanism of the components, so that the administrator can define which node types in such a collection are removable just right in the backend. There's a simple solution, but we have to do it all.
Like always in projects that are open sourced, and great example of showing work in progress. It's a great idea from what I read. The others like it very, very much. And thank you very much for being brave enough and showing your work and open sourcing it, and also congratulations to thinking about how you can turn that into a product and have both things, making some money from your ideas and sharing with the community. So thank you very much. Talking about the community, in our pre-talk before we went live, we mentioned that we had probably only one sprint in Switzerland so far. And from Maya's introduction, I remember that you're based in Zurich and you're working for quite a big company now, Jung von Matt. What do you think about, should we plan a sprint in Switzerland?
We should definitely plan a sprint in Zurich, yeah.
I think last time we were in Switzerland, Visol hosted us, and I personally couldn't attend, but the pictures I saw from Switzerland, mountains, it's awesome, it's amazing. And all the time I've been to Switzerland personally, it was a really, really cool experience. So that Zurich should definitely make it on the short list. We have enjoyed Vienna for twice now, so Sorry, David.
Nice, that too.
Right. So, last but not least, just give us a quick idea for which use cases would you recommend your solution?
For rapid prototyping, if you have to be very fast in the front end and don't have very much business logic in the backend. And the other part is if you need a lot of performance, so if you need static size to scale your page.
Okay, and have you do you have experience with big projects and this headless approach? Does it work well?
Not that big at the moment, no.
Okay, so that is something we're looking forward to.
So you would say if there's a heavily back-end centric application with a lot of business logic, then maybe the headless approach shouldn't be the first priority. Am I getting that right?
Yes, then I would stick totally to Neos because it's just awesome to work just with Neos. So why not?
Okay.
All right, Stefan, thank you very, very much for coming online and talking to us, answering our questions. All the best to you, and thanks very much for speaking at Neos Conference Online 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Next up, it's already... I just lost my papers. It's already almost 12 here, so we have one more talk before our lunch break. And that will be a talk from David Sporer. I did see David in the Big Blue Button a little earlier. He turned on his camera, so that was really cool seeing David. David has been around in the community since for a lot of years. He wrote to me that he's been using Flow when it was still called Flow 3, for those of you who remember the times. And it wasn't even released as a 1.0 version yet. And David has made a living out of that. He created Passcreator. And that's the case study he's going to talk about today. David lives in Munich with his fiancée and his dog, and which I find really cool. He volunteers at the TWH, so a relief organization here in Germany, and so that's another, opportunity to provide support, going along the lines of what Laura talked about earlier. So enjoy David's case study of Passcreator, which is a really, really cool Flow application.
Welcome to my case study about Passcreator. My name is David. I'm co-founder and CEO of Passcreator. I'm a software developer. I'm 30 years old and live and work in Munich, Germany. Passcreator is a SaaS solution to create, manage, and distribute wallet passes. We founded it initially in 2012. It's based on Flow primarily, and it's developed by a company called Mediahelden here in Munich. Passcreator is running a freemium model, which means you can sign up for free, create a couple of passes, try out all the features we have, and if you need more passes, you need to enroll in a paid plan. Right now, we have registrations from roughly 130 countries, and we have paying customers from currently 42 different countries. The application serves customers basically of all sizes that ranges from a small bakery around the corner up to Fortune 500 companies with subsidiaries all around the world. Since its launch, Passcreator has issued around 50 million passes. Some numbers from today. Right now, there are roughly 6,000 different campaigns in the system. There are 4,500 Flow accounts, which means different logins. There's roughly 1,000 API integrations from customers. And we estimate that we create roughly around 30 million passes in 2020. That number has gotten some hit due to the COVID-19 situation, but we've seen quite some recovery in stats during the last couple of weeks. Our core SaaS solution is publicly available, but we do run dedicated systems for a couple of customers and also some on-premise systems. In terms of customers, we do serve 5 out of the 20 largest insurance companies, 4 out of the 10 largest car manufacturers, and right now there are roughly around 30 different white label customers who resell Passcreator as their own solution. So they are running it under their own subdomain. They get their own theme for the backend, so end customers won't even notice that it's Passcreator, but at its core, it's still our SaaS solution. Since we're a small team, I wanted to talk about how we work. We do not implement customer-specific features. That allows us to focus on what's most important for us, which is primarily wallet passes and all of its variations. We do run regular load tests that amounts to 1.5 to 2 months each year to just make sure that the system really is built for scale. And we rely on strong partners, namely that is primarily Flow Native, Google Cloud, and our partner program, which allows agencies to resell the solution. This enables us to not need to employ people who, for example, run our infrastructure and really focus on the software side of things. And last but not least, there's automation. We have tests for everything in the system. We have obviously CI/CD pipelines, which is pretty common in modern software systems. But one example for the on-premise and dedicated systems, if we cannot automate things, we don't do it. Otherwise, the work involved would just be too much for us. That's not our business. If there are requirements that are not part of the core and we are not willing to build these features into the core of Passcreator, we are building small middlewares that are in itself Flow applications that talk to the Passcreator API to create and modify things like wallet passes or templates. or use webhooks to fetch data from the system. This allows us to, for example, build custom dashboards with different data than what's available in Passcreator. That can be done by customers themselves also, obviously, but we do that sometimes for customers as well. The core of the application is developed completely in-house by ourselves. And if we need native apps, for example, we have an app called Passcreator Companion, which is used by merchants to scan and validate wallet passes on site. We do that externally. A couple of customer projects. Mercedes-Benz Consulting is using Passcreator to issue tickets for events they are doing. Mercedes-Benz Consulting is a wholly owned subsidiary of Daimler, which is the corporate above Mercedes-Benz. When they issue tickets, they either set up a publicly available landing page where you can sign up. These landing pages are part of Passcreator, or they send passes via email to attendees in case the event is an invite-only event. For on-site validation, they are using the companion app that I just mentioned, and they are using push notifications to inform their visitors during the event. For example, Passcreator allows you to schedule certain messages that will be pushed to the wallet passes. And if you have a conference or an event where certain talks start at different times, you can schedule the application to send push notifications 10 minutes before the actual talk starts, thus informing your visitors and customers. Another customer is Lagardère, which is a sports marketing company operating in different countries. And they used Passcreator to issue tickets for the RB Leipzig Pokalnacht, which is a party that happened after the final of German DFB Pokal, which is a soccer tournament for the best soccer clubs in Germany. And after the game ended, they started a party, which was for players, for family of players, and guests also. They also used push notifications to inform visitors, and they are also using our companion app to validate passes. Primus Line is a shipping company from Frankfurt in Germany. You might notice that that layout from the wallet pass looks similar to a boarding pass that you will know from airlines most likely. It's the same concept. In this case, it's just used to onboard a ship. They have built an integration with their e-commerce store, which works in a way that if you order a ticket for their ships, they automatically create a wallet pass version of the ticket and offer that to you right after the checkout. And in addition, they also send the ticket to you via email, the download link basically. On site, in that case on the ship, there's again an employee using our companion app to scan passes and to validate if the ticket that you're showing is valid. In addition, they also have print versions, which is working as well, but I'm not going to mention that in detail because it's just not our core business. Another project that is quite interesting in terms of integration with Passcreator is Smarter Visit, which is a project that we've built on our own together with an agency from Stuttgart, which is called Netzwerk P. Smarter Visit is a visitor management solution, a smart queuing solution, and during sign-up, the software will ask you for the data from your store. For example, the days your store is open, the opening hours, how many people are allowed in your store at the same time, and the average time they will stay in your store. That gives us a way of offering a calendar where you can choose a time slot and book an appointment for the store. Thus, an efficient way to manage the number of people on site. The speciality is Smarter Visit is using Passcreator as a data store basically, and also relies on the Passcreator's capabilities in terms of GDPR compliance. For example, if you book an appointment for a certain date, we automatically remove the pass a couple of days after that to ensure that the personal data is only stored in the system as long as it's needed. Around the integration, there's still a custom UI a custom sign-up process, a different pricing model. Basically, it's Passcreator with a different user interface for one special use case. We have a couple of these projects done by customers as well, but this is one we did on our own, so I can show you more about it. This is the calendar. That's what you've already seen. So if you click on a day, the system automatically shows you how many slots are available. And if you click on book appointment for a specific slot, you just get a regular sign-up form, enter your data, click on book now. That will in turn, in the background, trigger the Passcreator API to create the wallet pass and then deliver that wallet pass through an integration right on that page. That screenshot is from an iPhone. If you're using an Android device, you'll get a different button because Apple Wallet is not available on iPhones, on Android phones. So we'll just show an app that works on Android. That's what the wallet pass looks like. So everything is in the design of the customer. We automatically fetch the color from the logo you upload, but obviously you can customize it afterwards. So you really get a tailor-made solution for your store. When the customer arrives on site, there's again a scanning app that is residing in the phone's browser, and you can use that to scan the ticket, the wallet pass on a user's phone. In that case, if there's an appointment for one person, we automatically increase the visitor count for one. If there's an appointment for 3 persons, we add 3 persons to the people on site. That system works throughout various entry and exit points, which means if you have multiple entry and exit points and 5 people are leaving, you decrease the visitor count by 5, and the people at the entry point at the door will know that they can now let in 5 more people. That's the use cases. Now, how we do it, there's a couple of different things I want to talk about. First of all, the general concept, the architecture behind Passcreator. I mentioned Flow Native already. We're using Google Cloud and the product Flow Native Beach, which is the hosting, the managed hosting for Kubernetes on Google Cloud that Flow Native is offering. And we're using that for quite some years now, and it's really working well. On Flow Native Beach, there's a couple of services that we use and run. For one, it's Google PubSub. That's not exclusively from Flow Native, but we're using it as a job queue to process asynchronous tasks. There's Redis for caching, which is used in nearly every part of the system. Elasticsearch to make queries efficient and fast. Cloud SQL as our database backend. And roughly around 15 custom integrations. And these integrations are still part of our core system. For example, APNS is the push notification service from Apple. And we need that to be working reliably and the integration to be reliably in order to deliver push notifications to end users' phones. Same thing for Google Pay. And also there's quite some integrations to payment service gateways and payment providers. Now, on top of that, there's different services that are flow applications. There's a worker service taking care of long-running processes in the background or things that are taking too long to do them synchronously, or, for example, like updating statistics and refreshing the search index. Then there's a service for front-end and API, which is basically the customer-facing part of the application. And there's a scheduling and billing service. Scheduling is basically like cron jobs, and billing is everything that has to do with creating and issuing invoices, sending them to customers, and fetching data from customers' credit cards or by SEPA debit, for example. The cool thing about this architecture is everything can be scaled independently of each other. For example, if a customer uploads a CSV file consisting of 300,000 lines, which means he wants to create 300,000 wallet passes, we can just scale up the worker service and make that process faster automatically. If there's a peak in requests to the front end or API, we can just scale that without losing resources or adding resources to the worker that are not needed. So it's really a cost-efficient way of running the whole thing, and it served us pretty well so far. The second thing I want to talk about is localization. Wallet passes, as you can see on the right, it's the exact same wallet passes displayed on different phones with different operating system languages. And Wallet will automatically display the pass in the language of your phone, which means if you're using the phone in French, you'll see a French pass. If you're using a German phone, you'll see a German pass, and so on. Wallet passes can be translated into 40 different languages. And these translations are completely generic, so we can't just add XLIF files to do the job. We need to have an interface that allows customers to enter these translations. That is true both for wallet passes themselves as well as for the download pages that Flow serves, or the Flow application we've built. Also, it's possible to only localize certain parts of a pass. For the other labels, the system will automatically fall back to the default language, and the default language is generic as well. That means most likely it's English, but it doesn't have to be. The system will take any default language you choose. And delivery should be fast and efficient, obviously. So how we do that? Basically, as soon as you edit a pass in the backend and save that, we'll automatically calculate every value that will be used on a pass and save that in a Redis cache. There's one cache entry for each pass template. If the cache is expired, we'll automatically check if the entry is there and regenerate it on the first try. The cache ID is the UUID of the pass template, which allows us to make sure that, for example, if a worker wants to update a cache entry, he can do that just by searching for the UUID and refreshing the cache entry, and that will immediately be available to the front-end services, for example. This means all services share one cache, making that system really efficient and fast at the same time. And so far, we haven't had errors regarding that process, and it's fast. It's really fast. Another thing we've built on top of Flow is a very exhaustive roles and permission system. Basically, our system works in a way, on sign-up, you get all permissions. You can use every part of the system. But since we do want to serve enterprise customers, we need to have a way, or offer them a way, to create custom roles. So every customer can create his own set of permissions which result in a role. Passcreator includes 60 different permissions to choose from. I'm going to talk about how we do that in more detail in just a second. But in the end, these permissions are method privileges. On the right side, you see an example for such a role. You can combine permissions to functionality, for example, create passes or view existing passes. And you can also limit what objects a user will see, for example, campaign A and B. This is working very well in large corporate environments where you have a headquarter maintaining certain parts of a campaign, but each subsidiary in each country where the company operates needs to be able to do certain amendments to these templates that are relevant to them. So the headquarter has access to all the templates, and each subsidiary has only access to the templates that are relevant to them. What's working as well is we can create roles that gives accounting people only access to billing settings, invoices, stuff like that. This is a system that it's around for a year now, roughly, and it's working very well, and it's so far we haven't had problems with performance either. From a technical point of view, everything is built upon Flow policies, and I'm talking about the Flow's policy YAML files. We're using method privileges and entity privileges. Each permission set is a method privilege in the end, and entity privileges are using a custom security context that I'm talking about in a second as well. So when you create a custom role, you select from method privileges that are predefined, and you select the objects that a user should have access to. And that will be stored in the database, which means there's a role that is assigned to a customer and that has various method privileges and object IDs assigned to it. Now, obviously, again, we don't want to query the database for every request, so we store that in a cache. And that caching system, that the cache is shared among instances and services, is very important in that case as well. Because if the worker service creates an object, it should be visible to the user that is using the front-end service as well, obviously. So that's what we do there. As soon as a new object is created, like a new template, the cache is updated automatically and making sure that objects are visible to users immediately. How these roles are applied then? For one, there's a role aspect. That aspect kicks in when Flow creates privileged target objects. This means if a user, which is in technical terms an account in Flow, has assigned a custom role object, he only has a base role assigned, a base Flow role that is predefined, but all other method privileges are granted dynamically on login by just looking at the role object that is stored in the Redis cache, and then the role aspect grants every method privilege automatically and dynamically that is assigned to the custom roles. For objects, basically, we have a custom security context that is also cached and that is storing the assigned object IDs, which are the UUIDs that are assigned to a certain role. Roles are combined, which means if a user has 10 different roles, he gets all permissions that are defined by these roles. And the rest is basically the standard entity privilege of Flow, which means we're just checking if a user has access to certain IDs and then show them. And this is how we are able to handle both enterprise customers and small customers. I'm pretty excited about this. Thanks for listening. And on a final note, I'm referring to some discussions going on Twitter today when I'm recording the talk. Here's my dog. Just wanted to mention that. Thanks for listening. Take care. Stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, David, for this great talk.
And thank you for sharing your dog.
That
That's the
that
most
especially
important part of the talk.
More dog content.
As you can hear, we already have David on the line. Before we jump into the discussion with him, I just wanted to say thank you to Victor Isaac, who gave us a hint regarding our sound issue. So thank you very much for that. We hope the audio quality is much better now and we don't have the artifacts anymore. So, David, there you are. Hi, great to see you.
Hi.
People are so quick in changing their shirts
and their headphones.
It's amazing. So thank you very much for this awesome introduction to Passcreator. It sounded like a really big Flow application.
It is. In the meantime, I mean, it grew into that. We've started quite a long time ago, actually. Basically back in 2012, as I mentioned, and in the beginning it was just a pet project, and grew into a serious business throughout the years, basically.
So your code has probably seen Flow major version upgrades.
Yeah, a lot. And we've also iterated a lot, because back in 2012, my knowledge when I was doing all that completely alone was a lot different from today. So there's a lot of refactoring on a daily basis, basically.
What was your experience upgrading Flow versions? How do you approach that today?
I mean, as I mentioned on the talk already, we're doing a lot of tests. So mostly that is going from unit tests to acceptance tests. That is checking if the UI and the feature set is working. So we're just trying to run the migrations and see if stuff breaks and then fix things again. From our experience, it's most updates went really smooth. So there's a big compliment to the Neos core team already on. I think it's great, and it's still the reason why we love it to use it.
Which version of Flow is Passcreator running on at the moment?
Right now it's 5.3, so the LTS version.
Wow, that's cool. Right. In our discussion, you and Maya already talked about caching. Caching seems to be... I've heard the developers in our team speak about, the hard things in software development, and
it's my eternally least favorite thing in the world.
Yes, I feel you.
Thank you.
Still, it's needed.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So you told us about this one time where you had a nasty caching issue in the front end, which affected users.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's concurrency is always an issue from the experience we have with caching, sometimes especially with the use case that I mentioned regarding roles and permissions. For example, you can, when you upload a CSV file to Passcreator, we create a job, and which jobs you have permissions to is cached. And it's usually not a problem if the front-end service that you're accessing when you're using the API or the user interface is adding new objects. But when that is done in the background by a worker service, there has to be a way of adding that new object to the cache, to the list of IDs you're allowed to access. And we had a pretty nasty bug where the worker service was adding objects and then sending out an email to customers telling them, yeah, we're done. Click on that link to see the results, and then all they got was a not found exception, which is not the experience you want for users. And so that's the reason why we're now sharing a common Redis cache for these purposes with all services, basically, so we can just refresh parts of the cache that are used from the worker service that will then take effect in the front end as well.
That sounds like, you've put a lot of thought into the architecture of this application. What were your biggest challenges if you look back over the years when you developed Passcreator?
I mean, to be really honest, since it started as a pet project, learning Flow was the biggest challenge in the beginning. But obviously, there's when the years go by, there's a couple of other things. I mean, the most importantly in the last 2 years was most likely security, since I mentioned insurance companies, and we also have some banks on our customer list, so they take that very seriously. We do that as well. And the other thing is scalability and really improving the performance, especially given that the project is quite a couple of years old now, so it's not that easy sometimes to just throw out parts and while maintaining the functionality. And so that's the reason why we're doing quite often load tests, and also Blackfire is one of my favorite tools to just do in-depth performance profiling and finding where the application lacks performance or loses time sometimes.
So if someone really wants to know something about flow performance testing, you do have some experience you could share.
Yes, you can ask me about that.
David, I already asked Christian earlier, and I'll ask you too. How was this experience, the recording yourself at home to be viewed remotely later by people?
It's interesting. It's different. But I think it's quite cool. I mean, when we're finished, I just go to the kitchen and make myself some food. So that's definitely different from regular conferences. No, I mean it's just different, and I think it's great that we have the technology to do it that way, and not having to skip all these things due to the hard times we're experiencing. So I think it's a great thing. It's a bit different, but I think we'll get used to it.
You mentioned some technical difficulties. Well, not technical, some sound difficulties.
Yeah, and basically I was had a bit time pressure because of the new project we're doing, and then finished recording my talk on Friday. And actually I did that 2 times, and during the last couple of minutes the neighbors started to using a drill hammer, so I could just throw away the recordings, the 2 first attempts of the recording. Then I just went out with the dog, took a bottle of beer with me, and afterwards it worked. And that was the result that you saw earlier.
So the conference can thank a beer and your dog for your talk.
Yes, yes, especially my dog. He's the most important part of the talk. And given the discussions on Twitter if cats or dogs have been better, I was actually thinking about if I throw out the Passcreator part of the talk and just talk about the dog. But I decided against it. Yes, maybe we should set up a dog conference sometimes. Or an animal conference, just to not exclude anyone.
Cats are welcome too.
Yes.
But okay, we'll leave it at that. David, thank you very much for your talk and the discussion we just had and the insights into Passcreator. We're going to have a lunch break now. So for everybody still watching the stream, please do share pictures of how you're watching the stream with your colleagues. Take a picture during lunch break. Share that using the hashtag NeosCon. We would really love to see how you're enjoying the live stream. And also, if you're in the Big Blue Button video lounge, join that with a video if you're having lunch as well, so that other people can see you. And we will resume the stream at 1:15, so in around 45 minutes, and we will start with a behind-the-scenes look at our streaming setup that we have here. So if you're interested in how we do that, how many people are involved, and how many laptops and screens we have.
Spoiler alert, many screens, many laptops, not many people.
And a lot of cables. I can
so many cables.
So join us in 45 minutes for the behind-the-scenes look. And the plan is to resume the next talk after the behind-the-scenes at 1:30. So enjoy your lunch break. Thank you very much.
See you later.
community. How do you feel? Just one more advice.
All night long.
And we're back.
Hello, welcome back.
Did you have a good lunch break?
I did. Did you?
I did.
And I hope everyone else did too. We're back live at Neos Conference Online. And the next thing we wanted to do is give a behind the screens impression of our streaming setup. So what you will see in a moment is Sebastian walking around the setup here and explaining a little bit what the setup is like that we're using to live stream to you this Neos conference.
So hi everybody from my side. I'm happy to give you this behind the scenes look. So that's the entrance of our office, and as you have probably known by now, we are actually doing that in our office. So if I go to this inner area, just a rough understanding what we are having here. So that's basically the setup we are having. So Manu is dealing with the video mostly. Theo is doing the audio. I'm doing the light here, and I'll just walk you through that a little bit if that's interesting for you. So let's probably just start here at the left. So you see we have quite some laptops here. So actually it's 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what are they actually? So the most important one is this one where Manu is actually sitting at. So that contains our live streaming software, which is called Mimo Live. That is containing all this broadcasting to YouTube and these kind of things, the recording and these stuff. We mix the different video channels in a hardware console that is just seen here. So that's a small one actually. That's a Blackmagic device where we can mix 8 different inputs together via hardware. And on the screen on top here, actually, that is also where you see all the different channels. So that means we have we have Maya and Toby here with 3 cameras. We have a behind the scenes camera, which is number 4 here. We have the presentations which our speakers gave us. They are played back from this laptop here. So that's the laptop where we have a big sign saying don't touch it, because actually that's the one which we are not allowed to touch in any way when the presentations are running. Then we have one more laptop which is containing the speaker slides. So that is actually what Maya and Toby are controlling. And on the other side, we have one laptop which contains the user interface for this hardware mixer, because you cannot do all settings on this small thing. So we actually need some additional screen space for that. So that's like the basic video control which Manu is doing. So basically ensuring what is currently seen. I think we should actually switch to the front side, because we'll just do all the video stuff and then we'll go to audio and to, by the way, it's funny, 2 people are walking behind me. It's like, I don't know, Reise nach Jerusalem. I'm not sure how you, watch out. Many cameras here. So hi Toby, hi Maya. So actually, what are we seeing here? So if we switch to this very bright lights up there, so above the bright lights, below the bright lights, we actually have 3 cameras. We have 1 camera for Maya, 1 camera for Toby, and the middle camera showing everything else. Both Maya and Toby have their own screens so that they can actually watch into the camera as much as possible. So they both have the presenter notes for their talk, and they know what's currently going on in the live stream. That's also where they see the other people if we get them in via a live call. So that's like the basic setup from that side. Video-wise, we are running everything up to the mixer in 50 frames per second. So if you look at all the cabling, so we have lots of cables, and they're actually doing all things. So basically, the green cables are the important ones because they get us the video signal from the different cameras. They are converted to SDI and then transported to the main mixer. So that's what's basically done. And then after the mixer, it's converted to 25 frames per second. That's done in this red box. And then it's going into the piece, into Manu's laptop, basically, where we can actually send it to you. So that is like the video part. But of course, also having good audio quality is quite important. So that's why we'll just, we also have some audio cables around here. So as you see, quite a lot of them going into the main mix stack here, which Theo is operating. We are having the audio of the different microphones. We are having the audio of the different computers and videos available, and also the audio if we do a remote call of the remote call in basically. And we're actually using quite a lot of features from the mix stack. So we have the main audio out. This is what you see currently here active, but we also have a monitor out so that we can control what we hear here and what Toby and Maya can hear. And then we have, for the live calls, we have an extra output where we can control what the other person of the live call can actually hear. So that's like the basic setup we are running here. Yeah, right. And that's what we basically do. We collect all the audio in here, we mix it together to the different participants, and then we'll send it out. And the last but not least part is the light part. We are running, so all the lights are connected on an DMX cable. So that's the main light cable where all the lights are connected on. And my laptop is currently powering the light. So we are using QLC Plus here. And we can, for instance, we can switch on and off all the lights. So now everything is dark if we see it on the camera. And then we can, for instance, switch it on. We can switch on all kinds of effects, like giving a noise to the logo. We can brighten this stuff, for instance. That's what we can do. And we also have some console where you can just adjust the lights specifically if we see that things don't look just right. So that's like the main setup. Yeah, so that's most of it basically. So then we have just one more thing. That is just an extra laptop back here where we are running the behind the scenes camera. So if you join the video chat in Big Blue Button, then you can just see us working here. Basically that's where you can get a behind the scenes grasp. But that's actually the easiest part of the setup. It's not connected to anything, it's just streaming its video, so that's a pretty easy part. So yeah, I think actually that's pretty much it. I'm not sure if I forgot anything, but I would just say if you have any questions, please let us know. And I think we will do one more of these tomorrow after lunch again. And if you have any questions until then yeah, just write to us, and I would be very happy to answer then, or we can answer them very gladly. So that's it from the backstage side, I would say. And let's continue to Tobias and Maya.
Thank you very much, Sebastian.
Did I promise too? Oh. Did I promise too much with plenty of screens and fewer people than screens?
And cables and laptops
So many
and
cables.
controls. And when Sebastian was touching the soundboard, I was nervous. Theo looked at his controls and he was like, "Is he touching my board?" But I hope he knows. I think he knows what he's doing.
I was actually relieved when, for demonstration purposes, Sebastian turned down the lights for a second. That was pleasure.
For us, as you can see, or actually so that you can see us at all, they put up, as you saw, the big lights, and Maya and I shine for you in the video. So.
And in the meantime, we are entirely blinded. Anybody back there?
So, going into the second half of the first day. Let me have a look. Everybody knows I have a control here now, so.
It was such a well-kept secret.
Yeah,
Sebastian.
and my card that I dropped earlier. All right, so again, I wanted to say thank you to our sponsors, Gesagt, Getan and Queo of Neos Conference Online. Thank you very much for your support. That is really, really helpful for the project and for events like this. And also, if you want to provide further support to the Neos project, do go to neoscon.io/support and have a look at the badges that are available there. to contribute financially to the project. As I said earlier this morning, in addition to the organizational subscription badges, we have added a few individual badges with a much more attractive price point for individuals. So do consider supporting the project. It really, really helps us realize events like this and, you know, make Neos and Flow even more awesome open source products. Right. So, Maya, looking back at the first half of the day, was there a particular talk you enjoyed most?
Well, I always like seeing women speak at tech events. So Laura's talk was interesting. Then I obviously really liked seeing Christian because, you know, I've mentioned. But what I also really enjoyed in this past half day was seeing people discuss on the big blue button chat. I'm learning how to say it. Robert, I saw your comment about blurb Burton. I saw that. I like seeing the interaction. There's some on Twitter. There's a lot more on that big blue button chat. Very little on YouTube, I think. But I really liked seeing that, seeing you people engage, knowing that you're there, that we're not doing this as our own little Thursday afternoon program, but people are out there that are enjoying this.
And Sebastian mentioned to me that we had a peak audience of around 180 viewers, which is just really awesome. Thanks so much for tuning in and, you know, showing the people, the speakers who created their talks and spent so much time preparing that up front and sending those talks over to us and showing them that you appreciate that by, you know, spending your time as well, watching them and joining in the discussions, as Maya mentioned. Our hashtag is NeosCon. That's quite easy. So as we said a couple of times, make some noise on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and whatnot.
I'm still not seeing enough pictures. There are very few pictures. Let me see you guys.
Exactly. We want to see how you're watching the live stream. So send us a picture. We did it behind the screens. So please send some pictures, some selfies, how you're watching the live stream. That would be so cool to get some impressions from the community. I think.
Do you think we're ready?
I think I'm ready. I hope you are ready because
I'm ready.
It's your turn to announce the next speaker.
Yes.
So let's. There we go.
The next speaker is also a longtime member of the community, very engaged, very active. It's Dmitri. Dmitri is from Russia. He's been around for years and years. I've met him at the conference in Hamburg 2 years ago. He's a lovely guy with 3 kids, I think. He just had twins last year, so his life has gotten all the more busy. And at the same time, his contribution to Neos has hardly dropped. He's still very active, and even if he's not contributing maybe as much code as he is before, he's still online to answer questions. I've asked him so many things.
And he's one of the people who are really getting in touch with other communities.
Yeah.
On Twitter, he's always, writing to other people and challenging ideas and asking questions, and especially in the React area where Dmitri is so active, and with his PWA experience. I saw a lot of tweets from him about that.
Yeah. So he's gonna, on Slack, he's the Neos UI guy. Whenever there is a UI question, he's always the one that knows the answer. So let's hear him talk about how not to mess up your first PWA.
Hello and welcome. Thanks for tuning in to my talk. This is the first Neos conference talk that I get to hold from the backyard of my house, trying to hide from 3 of my kids right now to record this talk. And yeah, I would much rather prefer to be sitting, to be like standing on stage in front of you in Dresden. But hopefully we'll get to it next year. And for now, let's go. I got a story to tell you. My name is Dmitri Pisarev. I'm a web developer since 2005. And since 2016, I think, I'm a proud Minions team member of Headless CMS. And I also happen to be a Christian believer, and most of my time I volunteer at a Christian Theological Institute. And the story which I'm gonna share with you today is related with some of the tasks I had to do there. Yeah, check out my looks. This is just how I looked yesterday, but I decided I would rather shave before recording this talk. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure if my babies are going to recognize me today. They haven't yet seen me shaved. Yeah, so like about half a year ago, I got an idea to build a web application for people who go to church to be able to follow the Russian Orthodox Church service better, and to participate in the church service more adequately, with more meaning. And we created this little app. It's in Russian. It looks not too complicated at first, but knowing Russian Orthodox tradition, it's super complicated. It like generates all the text services in all the languages automatically, and yeah, there are basically many things which you probably don't care so much about, but of course this talk is going to be like about the technical complications of building this app and things I learned. This I'm just going to quickly show you what it looks like. It has a lot of content, believe me. So for each day of the year, it has like audio, texts, and like whatnot. Like basically all you need to do to know what's happening. And of course, the backend for this application happens to be a Neos. I'm not going to talk much about the Neos side of this app. I implemented it in a very old-fashioned way, documented 5 years ago by me in the link below. But I wouldn't recommend doing that to anyone. I would rather, had I had more time, I would probably go for the GraphQL, using GraphQL adapter created by Sebastian. So let's skip this Neos part for now. And before I got to coding this app, I had to do some research, like what kind of platform to build it on top. We were considering building native apps, or like probably we were not going to build real native apps, but we were seriously considering React Native. And here's some research that I was able to find. Did you know that 87% of users' screen time on mobile phones they spend in apps? And basically that means that it doesn't make any sense to create websites anymore if it's such a marginal thing, right? Well, it appears it's not quite so simple as that, because most of this time that they get to spend in their apps, they spend in like top 3 of the apps that you find on App Store. And on average, I was pretty stunned to find out that half of the users install 0 apps per month. And that kind of correlates with my experience. I don't actually remember when was the last time I installed any apps on my Android. So only 5% of people install more than 8 apps. That's how things are. And 77% of users' time they spend on top 3 of their apps. So if you're hoping to just upload some cool app of yours to the App Store and hope that you're gonna share in that huge amount of time that people spend on their apps, it's just not gonna happen. Quite likely you're just gonna end up lying dead in the App Store, but we should ask the question, why are native apps so engaging? Why are people stuck in them? And maybe we can do something to replicate these characteristics in the mobile web. And there are a few things. First of all, native apps, they are meant for offline. They handle offline gracefully, and they perform well. They are reliable. You know what to expect them. You don't end up just like with a blank screen or full page. Just if it happens, there's no internet or something. But one of the main things is that they have push notifications, and they can use psychology to plug into your brains and prompt you at the right time for the right things, so you'll be engaged. Hey, look, somebody liked your profile picture. Go check it out. Also, they're always in front of your eyes on your home screen. They have like a tight operating system integration. They can appear on the lock screen, on the home screen, wherever. So they constantly stay in front of your eyes, and they can, last thing, they can have full access to hardware, to operating system SDKs. So they can build like really advanced features using all your phone's modern hardware. All right, so what are our options? As said, I could just build like 3 apps instead of one for iOS, one for Android, and definitely you need one for web, because just having iOS and Android apps and no web version, I believe it's like a really stupid idea, because not many people would want to have your app in the first place. So that's just out of the question. I was the solo developer for this project, and nope, I'm not going to learn 3 different platforms just for this app. Then there is React Native, and I have actually quite some experience with React Native. I've been working on one React Native project for already, I think, almost 3 years, and I think I know it well. But my experience with it wasn't so great. First of all, if you want to do the web version, which, as I said, you absolutely should, there's React Native Web, right? But this project is maintained by one person, by Nicholas, and it's really nice of him to get it that far. But it's clear that the web was an afterthought for the React Native project. It wasn't there from the beginning, and you will not get a great experience if you want to build for both web and the native apps. Also, React Native looks quite familiar with its CSS yoga engine. But in fact, there are quite some tiny differences. So you always need to test all your changes. Like every time you make a change for the web, you really need to be careful not to break something. And yeah, you have a lot to learn to be able to write CSS code that's going to work well both on native and on web. Then there are alternatives like Flutter and Xamarin. I don't know if I pronounced it right. And Flutter seemed really interesting to me. It's the difference between React Native and Flutter is that Flutter takes web seriously, and they support web right from out of the box, and they support it really well. But they are built on top of Dart, and I wasn't going to learn a new language just for this project. But anyways, Flutter seems really interesting. I think it's a really good option if you want to go that way. But I'm more familiar in React ecosystem, so I wanted to stay with React for productivity's sake. And lastly, there's an option like Cordova, or a more modern version of Cordova called Capacitor, which basically take your web app, they put it into WebView, and they have some plugins for accessing native like SDKs, your device SDKs, and then they wrap it in an app, and well, historically, you know that WebView wasn't performing great, and there were like a ton of quirks and performance issues all across devices. So it was like a really not great option before. Now it's gotten a lot better. There's a better WebView for iOS. It's WK whatever it's called, WebView, or but still WebViews on both platforms, on Android and on iOS, they lag far behind the features of and the performance of native browsers like Safari or Chrome. And another thing is that Apple is really reluctant to put your app into the App Store if it's built with WebView and there's no other content in it besides the WebView and your site in it. They say go and do it for the web. And that's kind of risky to build an app only to be rejected by App Store. It's not really clear. I'd love to hear your experience. Actually, did you manage to build anything recently with WebView and put it to App Store? I'd love to know. So one more option is to ignore native altogether and go with progressive web apps. So I hope everybody knows more or less what progressive web apps are, but we're going to go into some details with them. So how they can help us tackle the engagement challenges that we outlined before. So they work offline with the help of service workers. They have push notifications on most platforms. They allow you to have a home screen icon. On some platforms, they allow you to have deeper integration into lock screen, into other plug into other platform APIs. And so it seems like most of the things to make your web app behave and act like a native app are already there. So we've taken a decision that, wait a minute. So there are really cool APIs available to help you to act like a native app. For example, Web Share API that allows you to pop up the native share window, web authentication, payments API. You can do stream video, connect to your camera with WebRTC. Lastly, there's Web Push for push notifications. And there's one little problem with Web Push. It's really nicely supported, with one notable exception. iOS doesn't support it at all. That's a huge bummer. So if you're to decide against progressive web apps, probably that could be like a very big reason, because you really need push notifications to engage with your audience in most of the apps. So what iOS doesn't support with web apps? It supports service workers just fine since iOS 11.3, but you're not going to get to the App Store, because they hold the stance that App Store is only for native apps. Otherwise, go to the browser. They have no push notifications, as I said. There's no installation prompt that is going to make the feature that you can install the app discoverable. And that's also a big bummer, that you need to really try hard to explain to your users how to install progressive web app to your phone. And lastly, there are no service worker support in WK WebView. That means, like, if a user has a Chrome for Safari, or he is browsing from inside Facebook or any other built-in browser, so they're not gonna get service workers working. But otherwise, like everywhere besides iOS, we have great support. Android is just paradise for progressive web apps. It's no wonder Google coined the term progressive web apps, and they're trying hard to push it forward. Since about a year, you can submit your PWAs to Play Market in the form of, the technology is called Trusted Web Activity. And they are going to be there. They are going to sit basically on Android. PWAs are undistinguishable from native apps in almost every way. So this is what integration on mobile looks like. When you first visit the website and the app, the logic of the browser recognizes that you are engaged with it, maybe browse around for some time. On Android and on other platforms, it's going to pop a screen, you see there in the bottom of the screen on Android, prompting you to add it to home screen, which basically means install. And on iOS, nothing like that is going to happen. So you have to detect iOS, detect user engagement, and then display a prompt. Here you can see one where I try hard to explain where you need to click and what you need to do in order to be able to install the app. To add it to home screen. It's gonna take a couple of clicks on Safari. I don't know why they're doing that, but yeah. Also, you get desktop integration. You can install your app on Windows, on Mac OS. It really works great on Mac OS. I use a couple of progressive web apps. So they behave and feel like basically like an Electron app, but it's not Electron app. It's a native feature without any additional browser engine running. Lastly, there's some research. There are more and more companies going for progressive web apps, and they're getting great response. great increase in engagement, and it's no wonder once you have your app working fast, and once it has push notifications, it's no surprise they get huge improvements in their stats. So all of that was enough to convince me that I should start with a progressive web app and move from there if it's not gonna cover all our needs, at least most of them. And now is the time to write some code, because really the core of progressive web apps, service workers, they seem like such a nice little API that it's just one more API that you need to learn, no problem about that, right? Well, actually, it turns out service workers are rocket science, really. And I've burned myself so many times in these last few months on them that I just have to share some experience with you. First of all, to get started, you need to make your app a progressive web app. You need to add a manifest JSON file in which you put like a couple of useful bits, like your app's name, like theme color, your app icons, and whatnot. Also here you can see the start URL with which the app is going to start. This is useful for your analytics, for detecting app views and not website views. And of course, Apple doesn't support manifest JSON, but this time it's not a big problem because you can emulate most of its features with meta tags. So yeah, I wish Apple would support it, but no problem so far. It's quite easy to add a couple of tags you see to the left. Then let's see how service workers work. Somewhere in your JavaScript code, you call service worker register and pass the path to your service worker. And to the right, you see an example of a service worker. In this case, a service worker has a listener for the fetch event. Fetch is every time your browser fetches some asset, be it an image and a document or an AJAX request, basically any kind of request that the browser is making. Fetch is able to intercept it and replace with the response from cache. So the global variable caches that you see, it's available on the window object in DOM and in self object of the service worker. And here you can see we are matching the request, and if it's good, we are responding with a cached response. And if it's not good, then we fetch it ourselves and store it into the cache. So once you have these two little files in place, your whole app is going to be cacheable offline, and it's just going to work, right? So it seems not so complicated so far, but it seems we are stuck. Because what's going to happen when you push some new content to your app? Well, basically nothing. So if you do a browser reload, maybe restart the device in hopes to get fresh content, nope. Okay, then you start to panic. Okay, that wasn't a very good idea to deploy that service worker. Maybe I should delete it. And no, it's not going to help either, because your browser is going to get the service worker. We'll see that the service worker is not available and think that it's just offline and continue working. The only trick's going to work is you should replace your service worker with a new service worker or just with an empty file. And that's what's really going to kick the service worker out. But that's not going to happen soon. It's only going to happen when the user closes all browser tabs or all apps running in the system. And for example, in the case of iOS 12, even if the user force quits your app, it's not going to reload it, and you really get stuck badly. And one thing I discovered, which saved my life, in case such disasters happen, there is an HTTP header that you can add to your pages, which is clear site data, and it's going to clear all your cookies, everything, including service workers. So it is just good to know that there is this escape hatch, but don't rely on it. I don't want you to go the route that I went. So what would have helped better, instead of hand-rolling that service worker that basically cached all requests, we need to be conscious about which requests and how we are caching. And that can be, you can implement whatever caching strategy you want. So you can serve some requests as network only and like bypass them in a service worker. Some can be network first. So you go, if there is connection, you go for network. If there is no connection, you go for the cache. Some are cache first, so you first try the cache and then fall back to the network. And my favorite one is stale while revalidate. So if you want your app to respond immediately and not wait for the network request, and yet you still want the information to be updated in the background continuously, you can use stale while revalidate strategy. And what I mean by strategy is that you have to write code for all of this logic to handle requests this way. But hand-rolling this code and just writing everything by hand is super error-prone. So we already got stuck with bad caching strategy once. So there is a way to write a bit less code. It's a library from Google called Workbox, which enables you to, which wraps all these caching strategies and all the useful things you can have for service workers into a library, and there you go. You can register a route that, for example, in this case, all requests for the API, in my case, they will be handled with the stale while revalidate strategy. Also, what it allows you to do is to pre-cache routes on the first installation of the app, which is a really good thing to do. In this case, you see this WB manifest. This constant is coming from Webpack. It's injected by Webpack plugin, which basically collects all the assets that your app needs, so you could pre-cache them. And lastly, you see here, there's a nice Google Analytics plugin, if you're using Google Analytics, which allows you to gather analytics while your app is offline. So it works kind of nicely, but the problem with this approach is that it's masking the complexity of service workers into a black box, and it works when it works, but when it doesn't work, you have no idea why it doesn't, and basically you go production without good understanding of service workers this way. And my opinion is that it's really dangerous. So probably on your first project, you shouldn't be using Workbox as I did, and first learn service workers properly, because otherwise it's just inevitable, and then go for Workbox once you already mastered them and you know what kind of abstractions Workbox is hiding from you. So there's another thing. How do you get your progressive web app to be always up to date, to update itself as soon as you deploy new things? Well, to do this, you need to understand quite a bit about service workers. So actually, there's just no way around to learn all service workers' APIs because you're gonna need all of them. So a service worker has a couple of states. When it's first discovered, it's in this parsed state. When the your browser has downloaded it and parsed it, then it's going to the installed state, and it will stay in waiting state. While all your browser tabs, while you still have any browser tabs running your app. So the reason why it's done this way is that imagine you have like an app with like two tabs. One tab updates itself to the newer version, and the other tab would stay with the old version. Then it would just feel inconsistent, and then that one tab behaves one way, the other way. And also, if the service worker was to take over in this tab, then it might have cleared some assets from the other tab. It would break it. So basically, it's the same reason why you can't deploy like an application update just changing one file. You need to switch it all. So this is the like you need to quit your application, like native app, in order to update it. So here's the same thing. You need to quit all your browser tabs before it's going to update. Once all the tabs have been closed, the service worker switches from installed to activated. Then when the new service worker is discovered and activated, the old service worker gets to redundant state. So once we know about that, how we can speed things up a little without waiting for all tabs to be closed. First of all, we can listen for the install event, there we can call skip waiting. And skip waiting will get us straight from installed to the active state. I already explained to you the problems that are going to happen, that your app's going to end up in different states. And there's one more thing which you can do. Once the service worker has been activated, we can claim all other tabs, like by clients here. Clients represent different browser tabs with your app. We can take over the app, and then there's another problem. We've taken the service worker, a new service worker has taken over old browser tabs, all good, but the app that is running is still running on all, like the old app is still running, so we need to somehow reload the app with new assets. And to do that, we can again listen for the activated state in service worker lifecycle, and we detect if the service worker controller property is present. It means we are doing the update of the app, and in this case we can display a prompt prompting user to reload the app. Or if the app is stateless, like it is in my case, we can just force reload the app. But don't do it if there are some places where users may be inputting some information. I'm sure if there's some form and the app just updates itself and the user loses all input, it's not going to make great user experience. But really, there's just so much to learn, and you need to understand all of this really well before you're going production. I'm begging you to learn this stuff. Otherwise, you're just risking to run into big trouble. In the bottom of the page, there's a link with one of the best articles on this topic, I think. Just read it. It's awesome. So once we get through this, there's one more problem on the way. How do you detect a new service worker? A new version of your app, basically. Service workers are automatically detected on reload, or like on the first load or on reload of the page. But for example, as I said, on Safari, on iOS 12, it just doesn't happen often. Your app stays like in a loaded state, even if you force quit it. And when you resume it again, the app would still be running, and so update is not going to be checked. So one thing we can do to fix this, we can periodically check, like we can store the version, a file with the version of our app. For example, here I'm doing it with a Webpack plugin. And then we can periodically ping our version file that we deployed with the current app version and check if it's time to update or not. And when there is time to update, we get the current service worker registration. What registration is just one more API that you need to learn, basically, regarding to service workers. And we can do a registration update, and it's going to install the new service worker, which in turn is going to skip waiting and take over all tabs. And then we have this event listener that we did on the previous step that's going to reload the app or display a prompt. So looks like we are nearly there, right? Now our app checks for versions, checks for updates, even on iOS 12. Nothing gets stuck in cache. All good. But there is one more problem. Say you have code splitting in your app, and you absolutely should do code splitting in a lot of cases when your app gets big. For example, in my case of this app, there are like hundreds of different documents and texts and files that shouldn't be loaded together with the whole app. And for this, there is a technique called code splitting, which you can implement in React in the way that you see on the screen. So you're basically lazy loading a component only when it's needed. And Webpack automatically would split those components into different JavaScript bundles. So that's going to help you to load the app much quicker and have the initial load fast and so on. But once I started using that approach, I started noticing the chunk load error exceptions being logged to my Sentry. And what is happening? When we are deploying a new app version, we get all the new JavaScript assets. But we already have an app running in the browser on the client's machine. And the app would try to reach out to those assets and fail. So, looks like one more challenge we need to solve, right? So the easiest and the best, and actually the only correct solution, is to keep previous versions of assets. So if you look at all big production apps, that's what they do. They keep all previously deployed assets for quite some time. And the problem with this approach is that not many deployment platforms support this kind of behavior. The only one that I found to support it out of the box is AWS Amplify, which you can see here on this screenshot. I really like it. It has a nice free tier limits, and you can see it automatically generates the screenshots for your app in different devices. It's really nice of them. But other platforms like Versal or Amplify, they are not gonna support this approach. And I reached out to their support, and they said that it's not what their users expect, which is quite weird, because don't their users do code splitting or what? Another approach is to listen for failed imports, to catch them, and to force reload the app if that happens. So it's okay for a stateless app, but again, if your app has a form on the page and you're gonna force to reload the app, it's not gonna be a great idea. So I would throw that solution out of the window. And another solution is to pre-cache all JavaScript bundles on the first load of the app and have them cached throughout the lifetime of the app. The disadvantage of this is that it's going to take quite some bandwidth for all your app users to download all the app assets, even if they don't need them. It's not going to slow down the initial load, that's fine, because it can happen in the background. But yeah, it's gonna not going to work in all cases. Besides, I have been using this approach when I hosted my app with Versal, but I still got, sometimes, occasionally, I still got those chunk load errors, and I don't know why. Anyways, this solution kind of works, but it's not super reliable. So you definitely need to combine solution 2 and 3 if you can't afford solution 1. But I strongly recommend for anything serious to keep previously deployed assets of your app available. And now that we got through technical issues, we managed to deploy an app, and now it works with service workers just fine. Now we need to make it look like a native app. And there are a few things we can do here. First of all, easy. We need to make it to scale, to not scale the viewport, to basically to be a responsive app. Then we need to define all app icons for different platforms. There are generators, like icon generators, available for that, so you can go there. Also, you need to generate splash screens for iPhones, and also there are generators available for this. Okay, so it's a good start. Then there are some browser effects that give away that it's not a native app, but that's still running in the browser. Like, for example, double tap to zoom on iOS, or link highlights, link callouts, overscroll effect when you scroll a list and there's just this halo effect around it. So you need to be mindful about how you do that, and if your app users would actually want to have those effects disabled everywhere. But if you want to, you can disable them, and the app is gonna look more like an app in this case. But mind accessibility when you do that. There are some good reasons why those effects were added in the first place. Also, you need to meet platform expectations, like of your users. For example, a designer, when we were implementing the share feature, the designer has used the Apple icon for sharing, and I looked at it and said, like, what is this icon? I don't understand it. Why did you use it for sharing instead of 3 dots? And it appeared that she's used to Android, she's used to iPhones, and I'm used to Androids, and we were expecting completely different icons for sharing. So we had to detect the browser version and display the right icon depending on the platform. And that's really important to do, to display a UI consistent with how the users are used to seeing things on the platform. And there are some component libraries like Ionic components that are able, that allow you to have the same components look different depending on the platform. I really like Ionic components, but in our case, we decided to go without it. I think it's fine. We're just hand rolling some fine-tuning depending on the platform, so it's fine. Then there's dark mode support. It's I don't know when it happened, but now everyone expects dark mode. We haven't added it to our app yet, but we absolutely do it soon. And yeah, so it's quite easy. You can do it with CSS, both on iOS and Android. There's good support for it now for the recent releases. And yeah, make it adapt. There are a few useful things to know. Like there's a tool called Lighthouse. It's an audit tool built into developer tools of Chrome, which you can use to check if you're doing everything right with apps. As you can see, like the first tab is performance and the second is accessibility. I'm not doing super great so far. It's thanks to React taking a lot of app size, and I mean, we still have some things to optimize there, so don't mind that. But it's not as bad as it could be. Then there's a very interesting project called PWA Builder by Microsoft. It allows you to take your app and automatically generate versions for different stores, like Android or Samsung store. And also they ship HTML, they ship web components for common tasks, like creating a share functionality or an installation prompt. Or a sign-in. They are really nice, high-quality components. I didn't use them because it was just quicker to do it myself. In our case, to make it look exactly how we want it, but it could save you some time. Then there is a maskable app to generate icons with masks to look good on the latest versions of Android, I think. So, I think we got through it all right. I hope that I'm not too much behind on time. So, if you're just snoozed while listening through all these details, basically the three things I wanted to tell you that you should do in order for your progressive web app to succeed is to choose the right platform. And for a lot of cases, PWAs are a right platform. And maybe the only platform for like e-commerce and for many other things. You just don't need a native app. Then you need to understand that service workers are hard as hell, and you really need to learn them before going live, or you're gonna suffer horrible issues in production, I promise. And then you need to pretend for your app to be native, to be really engaging. The user must feel like being inside a native app. And one last thing, the reason why I presented this app so much is that because it's open source, you do not get many production level apps like with full source code available. And I think it could be useful for you to just lurk around our code base and see if you can borrow some ideas from it. And yeah, thanks for your patience, and hope to see you next year live. Bye.
And here we are again.
And luckily, we don't have to wait until next year to see you live, Dimi.
Hey.
Hi.
And there you are. It's so great that it's so great that we got the audio quality fixed. Thanks again for the useful hint in the Slack. Dmitri.
Hey. Hey guys, how you doing?
Very good, thank you. You look good. There was an awesome picture of you in your presentation. When did you grow the beard?
Well, over the last few months, obviously.
But where is it now?
Well, it's coming back, you see. So.
What did your kids say about the beard?
Well, one of my daughters, she was like started pulling my chin, like cleanly shaved, and like being really surprised, where has the beard gone? And another one, Helena, she just crawled away as fast as she could and started crying. So that was really traumatizing experience for our family, to having shaved the beard. Yeah, so I'm trying to get it back as fast as I can.
You look really relaxed right now. Where are you?
It's my country house. Have a swimming pool there and house. And
wow!
Just relaxing here with the family, isolating from all viruses, and just enjoying life with kids and today with Neos.
Well, perfect that you mentioned it. Thank you very much for your awesome talk about progressive web apps. That was a really cool introduction, and mentioning the pitfalls that they come with. You mentioned so much stuff in your talk. It's quite hard to come up with good questions. But I did stumble across something which I didn't quite understand. And on one of your slides, you said Workbox is a leaky abstraction, and I don't know what that means. What's a leaky abstraction?
Well, it's a kind of like, you have a black box, and on this black box, you only have like one button that does the magic. And then it works like really simple until it breaks, and you have no idea what's inside this black box, and you need to start figuring out what's inside. So a leaky abstraction is the kind of abstraction that you still need to understand what's inside it in order to be able to use it properly. So in order to use service workers, you need to understand service workers, period. Like, Workbox is not going to save you from not knowing service workers. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah. Right, and then just before we went live, you mentioned that there was a funny coincidence in the last few days with the Hey app from the Basecamp team. What's up with that?
Yeah, so it's really interesting how the timing of this talk played out. Just I think like 2 days ago, there's this email client from Basecamp creators. It's called Hey app, and it's been removed from App Store because they have subscriptions, like paid subscriptions, for which you pay from web version. And they got rejected, and they in a very rude way by App Store guys. And unless basically it said like unless you pay us 30% of shares, you're being kicked out. And now like the whole Twitter and the whole web development community is buzzing about it, and I'm sure like a lot of you participants of the conference already know about it. So a lot of people started advocating for like, come on, let's do everything with web apps, let's ditch App Store. And while it's not going to work for all kinds of apps, but I think my talk, because of this, started to be a little more valuable because of this hype around what's happening with App Store. So check it out.
Do you think that Apple is going to move?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on such things, but there is such big buzz now that has risen. And if you care about such things, maybe you also just go, like if you, especially if you have any influence and such stuff, or maybe just make some noise on Twitter and advocate for more fair App Store. Yeah, that's maybe it would help. I don't know. But I'm quite sure the web apps are not going anywhere. So, like, the dark side is not going to win.
Yeah, but it's a good example of platform power, right? So going back to some of the themes we talked about earlier today, when you have ecosystems and they're closed, and you know the power and control of that ecosystem or the platform, in that case iOS and the App Store, wants to make up some rules, and they have the power to enforce them. And you know, if you don't follow their rules or what their idea of their rules is, then they just kick you out. And
yeah, but it's not just about rules, because they make exceptions to these rules for big players. So it's not fair. It's not like everyone gets kicked out who does subscriptions outside of App Store, because quite some big platforms do have subscriptions, and that's what pisses everyone off. That they start like pressing smaller, like medium to smaller players out of App Store and start ripping their money, and then they go for bigger and bigger ones. So that's what everyone retaliates about.
And for me, that really connects the dots, like Laura was talking about. Everything is a story, right? And this, the Greenpeace story she told about, there was this bigger power, the US, that wanted to test their atomic bombs. And then what ways did Greenpeace have to counteract that? And they went to the mass media. And as you said, that's what's happening right now. There's, I know David Heinemeier Hansson is quite vocal when he feels, mistreated. So I imagine him, going all over the place with Apple for that. And it's the right thing to do, coming back to the Black Lives Matter discussion, for minorities to speak out if they, feel oppressed or threatened, or, if they are mistreated. So circling back to our discussion here, open web standards supported across platforms, open source projects, that really support creativity and different models to make money, and that should be shared. That's not one power having all the power concentrated in one place and deciding who's in and who's out, and that's something we're seeing right now. So from you've had experience with progressive web apps. Now you've experienced it across different platforms. So what's your take when your next project comes? Native, progressive web app, what's it going to be?
It depends on the project, I guess. I wouldn't create like a live chat. Like I wouldn't try to recreate WhatsApp with a PWA, or at least having it it's an only option. But for the majority of projects, especially for the budgets with which I'm usually working, it's like basically the most sane option to go with PWA. And I hope Apple is going to improve support for PWAs. They have improved a lot already, but they still have a long way to go.
We've made the same experience in projects of our own. iOS is not the greatest platform for PWAs yet.
True.
All right. Dmitri, last but not least, what was your experience in recording video for Neos conference? You couldn't make it last time because of the birth of your twins. Now we had to cancel the event and have to do this online conference. What was it like recording the video?
Well, first of all, I was really kind of like humbled by the effort you guys put into this to enable me to deliver this talk. Like I thought, like, oh, not again, like the second NeosCon that I'm gonna miss. It's like, I don't know, like Harry Potter not winning the Quidditch cap yet another year. It just felt so sad. And then I forgot how much time it actually takes to record a talk, because usually we like spend half of the code sprint before the conference for the talk, and we don't remember about it because, hey, it's just a code sprint. But here I just had to like take 3 days from my work week and tell everyone to wait, to prepare, do the research, and do all this stuff. So I hope you were able to draw some value from my talk. Anyways, it was fun.
We were. Thank you very, very much, Dmitri. It was a pleasure listening to you and explaining, having you explain us about your experiences with progressive web apps. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. The sun is shining for you, so enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, Dmitri.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see you live next time. Bye.
Sure will. Bye.
So, the next talk we're going to hear is from another non-Neos team member. His name is Szymon Gregorczyk, and he works as a development team lead in Warsaw, Poland. And he told us that he wants to start the first Neos meetup outside the DACH region. The DACH region is Germany, Austria, Switzerland. So, Szymon, go, do it. Found the first Neos meetup in Warsaw. That would be so great. Do it. You have all our support.
Maybe a sprint while we're at it?
A sprint is always a good idea. I heard Jung von Matt, is interested in that. Zurich, Warsaw. We would love to see different places. Szymon mentioned that he's working on his own startup in his spare time. And he's thinking about rewriting that with Neos. So he probably has to tell us a little bit about that afterwards. But today he's going to talk about Headless Neos and how that can support chatbots and voice assistants. So this headless thing seems to be a pattern we see recurring. I'm really excited about his talk. And Szymon Gregorczyk is going to talk to us about how to fix DialogFlow using Neos in your voice assistant. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Hello Neos community and welcome in my living room in Warsaw. Before I will start, I would like to thank Neos team for giving me this opportunity to present during the NeosCon online. And I hope that the audio quality will be good enough and you will enjoy it. Okay, let's start. So, how to fix DialogFlow using Neos CMS? I need to admit that it's not broken, so that's a little bit overpromise. But we will see actually how to make more of it using Neos. So that will be a talk about voice, action on Google, and so on. My name is Szymon and I'm Technology Director at 180 Heartbeats. That's a digital agency in Warsaw. Since 2012, we are part of Jung von Matt group, and I want to believe that we have a strong digital competences, and I'm leading a technology team out there. So let's start with the voice background. Last year, the Google has introduced actions on Google in Polish market, so we were thinking what we can do with it, and we had this small idea to create a simple word chain game where the user is playing the word chain game with assistant. So he's saying one word and then assistant is responding with another one starting at the last letter of previous one. So very simple concept. And we were pretty surprised that it was very catchy and got pretty big traction because over 500,000 users, unique users, played it already, and they sent 18 million messages. So pretty nice. Later, last year, we used that experience to create Mobiliar Advent Calendar for Mobiliar brand. Together with JVM Tech from Zurich. And for that project, we used DialogFlow combined with Neos. And I think that was the background for this talk. But why should you even care about voice stuff? I don't know if you are familiar of Knight Rider show, which was on air in the 80s. And it was NBC show, so if you are not, then let's check a short video that I found on YouTube.
Alright, might as well put on some music. Oh, these weird gadgets, you think they'd give you a radio? What would you like to hear? further information on Silicon Valley. Hell no, I want to know who you are and how you're listening in. There's no reason for increased volume. I am scanning your interrogatives quite satisfactorily. I am the voice of Night Industry 2000's microprocessor. KITT for easy reference. The kit if you prefer. No, I don't prefer. And what's more, I don't intend to drive around in a car that talks back to me, so either Devin pulls your plug, or you get yourself another driver. I am not qualified to overrule your wishes. Well, that's real good to hear, Kit. Because I don't want to hear another peep out of you until I can get a call up to Devin's, so clam up. I'm going to listen to some good music, and don't offer any suggestions. I'll choose my own. As you wish, Mr. Knight. But since you are still recovering from your ordeal, and I detect we're in a slightly irritable mood caused by fatigue, may I suggest you put the car in the auto cruise mode for safety's sake? No, you may not. And that's final. Good night. Good night. I can't believe this. A car that talks back to me.
Yeah. And now we are 38 years later, and I think that really more people can believe that cars talks. At least some of them can do it. And according to studies, only 2% of iPhone users have never used Siri, and only 4% of Android owners have never used OK Google. And if we will check how many devices out there are with voice capabilities, there are over 1.5 billion only from these two providers, and we have other companies too. So how does it work? Let's assume that we would like to create a kit inside Action on Google. So we would say, okay, Google, let's talk to Kit. Then Google will check if there's action like that, and we'll respond, sure, here's Kit. Then we have a welcome message from our action, and we can start interaction with it. In the background, it's more of something like that. So user is talking to actions on Google, and it's connecting to your own action using HTTP requests and responses. We will show more details later about it, but let's start how to create a simple action. So first you need to log in to console actions google.com, and there's a nice button that you need to click. After that you are entering action name and the selecting market on which you would like to have your action in directory, but you will be able to change everything there later, so it's not a big deal. Then you are selecting something like a start kit for your action, selecting the category. I would recommend to select conversational, because that's the default one for actions connected to DialogFlow. So at least that's the good start. Then inside Actions console, you need to enter a display name. That will be a name that will be used when you would like to call your action directly. You can of course select Google Assistant voice and so on, male, female, whatever you want. And yeah, I've mentioned that there's this name. In this case, it's Kit. And when we are talking, okay, Google, let's talk to Kit, we are using an explicit invocation. So we are telling directly to which application we would like to talk. You need to be aware that there are other options. So it's implicit invocation when we are saying, I would like to listen to some good music, for example, and in that case, Google will propose you something, or we can do use some built-in intents, like I would like to play a game, I would like play a Knight Rider theme song, and then Google will propose you some applications which are suitable for this built-in intents. So you need to be aware that on previous screen with selecting of these nice images by Google, you are selecting category, but with some categories, the other built-in intents are possible. So one time that would be, I would like to play a game, I would like to learn something, and so on. So when you have already created a simple action or something that will be your action, then you need to add really first action and create first intent. So something which is responsible for user's intention or is your response for user's intention. And you can, for example, select DialogFlow as one of fulfillment tool. And yeah, so let's first do short demo and let's check what we could create. So that's Action Console. I'm already logged in and I would like to test my Kit 2020. Yeah, I will switch test mode to phone. Actually, I won't be able to talk to it because my microphone is used by other application, so I will need to type in here. But first, okay, Google, talk to Kit.
Let's get the test version of Kit.
Greetings, Michael Knight. How can I assist?
Alright, I would like to listen some music.
Understood. Here's something special for you. Knight Rider theme.
Okay, let's switch to show cars. And you see that here you can pretty much see the whole interface.
What do you think about that one?
And
Kit 2000.
yeah, Kit 2000 is pretty nice. And on the left you see the device with some nice emulator of your own action. On the right you can see the responses and requests that are being sent to your action. And you can play it with it directly here.
I can recommend.
And then check what was sent to action.
All systems go, Michael. Michael Knight, played by David Hasselhoff. The main character in Knight Rider. An operative of the Foundation for Law and Government FLAG. He works with the intelligent car KITT to fight crime.
Okay, so now everyone know who is Michael Knight and that he's riding this nice car Kit. And let's check what was our communication with our action with actions on Google. So that's the request example that we have received. And the response which was sent from DialogFlow. So in both cases, it's just JSON. We can, of course, check here audio version of what's really was spoken by assistant. You may notice that it's not one-on-one, so we should display something different and say something different. Maybe not literally, but give it sometimes more description. So here's my favorite. We are not saying it. Instead, we are on this playing some nice sound and then saying Michael Knight played by David Hasselhoff. Okay, let's go back to presentation. So, we saw some details, but let's check how exactly it's working. So user is saying, okay, Google, talk to Kit, and then it's going through the device to actions on Google, which is doing some natural language processing and so on. And we specified that our action is using DialogFlow as fulfillment. So it's sending info to DialogFlow to trigger welcome intent. So our intention is to welcome user. And it's responding with, hello, Michael Knight, what are we up to, for example? And I would like to listen some good music. So, yeah, action on Google is transforming speech to text and then sending it to DialogFlow. DialogFlow is checking, okay, so now user intention is to listen to some music. So we are having a music intention, music intent, and it's sending it to either responding directly or sending it to some specified webhook if it's using own fulfillment. And then the response is being sent directly to actions on Google, which is doing text to speech. And here's something special for you. That's what we are hearing from our speaker. So I already mentioned DialogFlow, but didn't have opportunity to introduce it in more detail. So that's a nice tool for building voice and text-based conversational interfaces. And so that could be chatbots or assistants, anything which is related with conversation. And it was created by Speak to It company back in 6 years ago. And first it was called API AI, but then it was bought by Google, renamed to DialogFlow, and now it's part of Google Cloud Platform. And let's see in some more details what is intent, for example. So as I mentioned, intent is some kind of categorization of answers and everything which is related with one user intention. So for example, if I would like to listen to some music or get information about a car, that's two completely separate intentions. And DialogFlow, which is in this case, for example, our fulfillment platform, is responsible to finding the right answer for this intention. So, right answer for my request. And it's going through all intentions. So, in the demo, I showed that I would like to listen to some good music. That would be music intention. You can have car intention to show a random car, or for example, character intention or actor intention to show some information about the actor. And every time that we are doing it, or we want to find the right intention, DialogFlow is going through all of this stuff. So it needs to check training phrases, optionalize some actions, and find the right response. So let's check what we need to set up when we are creating a new intention. Of course, there's a name which is required one. We need to set training phrases. So these are the texts which it's expecting to listen to hear. So, for example, we can type here, I would like to listen to music, give me some music, play me some music, and so on. And it could be some examples of how you imagine that what will your user say when he would like to listen to music. Then there are action and parameters. So if you would like to listen to music from some special category, like for example country or techno music, you can define these categories as some kind of entities. So describing the music type, for example. And then it's going here. And finally, there are responses. So something which is response of your action to user intention. And by default, it's a text response. But as you may notice, we can specify Google Assistant responses, for example, as for our use case. And yeah, I will show that in details later. Optionally, you can select a fulfillment. So it's a webhook which will be responsible for sending response to DialogFlow. And yeah, I will talk about it later too, because that's pretty much important stuff. And at the top, I've skipped that there's a context and events. Events are giving you opportunity to just switch from one intention to another one. And context is important because it's showing you the context where the user is in his dialogue. So you can imagine that you will have many different intentions, and some of them will be inside other intentions. And you would like to pass parameters from one to the next one, and sometimes just clear them or remove them. And that's when the context is useful, because you would like to have some parameters only in one context. When you are going to buy a ticket, for example, it doesn't matter what type of music you wanted to listen. Okay, so let's go further. Yeah, when we are when we are using the responses, what types of responses do we have? So one is there's simple response. That's just a text bubble. We had rich responses, which could be card, media response, or browsing carousel, which is more like a list of items. And we had the visual selection, which are again list and some kind of grid with teasers, but it's called selection carousel. And for example, when we were using this media response, saying in our demo or playing the music, that's how it's defined. So we see that there's a first simple response, then we had media content with a nice image, some title and link to an asset which was played, and the suggestion chips. And yeah, that's pretty much very easy to define it here, but I would say that yeah, there's one big but, because you may notice that the link to assets, you can't store them in DialogFlow. You need to store them somewhere. And as far as it's Google likes to believe that it's user-friendly, it is for creating the whole conversation dialogue, if you are familiar with it. But let's assume that you need to give a client access to it. And That's where we can talk about some cons of this DialogFlow, because it's not as user-friendly as we would like to, or as we like in Neos. And for example, if you would like to give your client access to it, there is no possibility to have some kind of ACL, or just give client opportunity to edit the content and not change the whole dialog process. Or you just can't add multiple rich content elements like the one with teaser and so on, and return random one. For this, you should use external tools or external fulfillments. So, it's a useful tool, but not the great. And from my perspective, one of the biggest cons is that when the user is changing the content inside DialogFlow, it needs to go through the Google approval process. So you may need to add one chip or one suggestion because clients wanted to add it quickly, and then you need to wait until Google will accept it. So it may happen fast, but may not. And one another con is it's not Neos, and we love Neos, of course. So just don't get me wrong, the tool is great. It supports many different platforms. So using DialogFlow, you can specify or create the dialog conversation on many, many different platforms using actions on Google, Facebook Messages, Kik, Telegram, Slack, Twitter, Skype, and so on. You can create it in one place and then use it in many different devices. So it could be cars, some home speaker, your phone, whatever it is possible, wherever you can play Google application. And it's really everywhere around the world. So I think it's supporting something around 20 languages right now. And you can use it wherever you want. So that's really a great tool. And combining with Neos, it could be even nicer, because we can change something like that to something like that with nice inline addition, which we all like. So Michael, where's Neos in it? So I think that you probably already know or have some idea that the natural place is somewhere here, where DialogFlow is sending a request to its fulfillment. So it could be here, it could be here. That really depends on what we are using Neos for in the project or in our scope. But why? Why should we use Neos? So from my experience, it's nice because it separates the content from DialogFlow by itself. So we can have DialogFlow tool to create the dialog, and then give someone else possibility to just enter the content, enter different teasers, text, and so on. So we can have it as a part of our website and use some policies to just set user rights to define or to edit some content but not edit the other one. We can use our well-known content repository. It have great inline addition, and we can share content between services, so we don't need to create it manually. If we had some pages or some paragraphs describing something and we would like to use it in our chatbot or in our voice assistant, why not use it? And using it to edit content, we can really bypass DialogFlow limitations, like the one, for example, with with approval process. And of course, we can use it because we can. So that's the nicest one. And yeah, that's exactly how it could look like. And I've created a simple demo site with responses for which we used for the demo and which you saw. So you see that we have here a context with some responses, and it's sending random response for one context. So for example, from business context or from personal context. And we have here an example of answer for Michael Knight. So if someone is asking for personal content and we would like to respond with Michael Knight, that's what will be sent. So it's simple response. Then we have media, or not media, but card response, and then link out suggestion. So just a link somewhere. Another thing which is pretty nice. So let's see how exactly what could be role of the Neos here. So you may remember this diagram that I showed that it could be in two places. And we have our action on Google. It's talking to DialogFlow, and then DialogFlow can send direct responses as it did in our demo with music, but it can talk to fulfillment. So some service which is responsible for sending you a response. Example fulfillment response is here. So it's just a part of JSON with title, subtitle, image, and button, for example. And you can really place Neos up here. That depends on you if you will be sending this kind of response. I personally didn't like that approach because I didn't want it to have action or DialogFlow talking directly to Neos. I wanted to have it somewhere in Google servers. So we use it as a content repository, which was just creating JSON files and all assets and sending packages to Firebase hosting. And we created additional simple application which was deployed on Firebase functions. So it's a part of serverless code which was talking to our which was just using some stuff that we deployed to hosting. And what voice content elements are we supporting? So you saw all these simple and rich responses which are possible, and currently our package is supporting all of those. So it's possible to send simple response, it's possible to send basic card, to some links. Actually, link out is a link below, not like that one, that's the suggestion, but sometimes we can have, it's possible to just send a link, and media content like the one playing the music. At the moment we don't have these visual suggestions, but or visual selections, but yeah, that's just matter of time and need if you need to add it. One cool stuff which I mentioned is that sending the response, it's possible to send something which is called SSML, and we are supporting it in Neos using the code edition. editor, and when user will click it in inspector, just enter the text. So some nice markup. He will be able to define the audio response, like playing the sound, and then when should the action, so when should speaker make a break, for example, for 1 second, or how it should interpret some characters like kit, for example. Should it be kit or KITT? So that's pretty nice because you can show some text and read something different, which is one of best practices even. So it's not like showing yes and saying no. It would be wrong, and I think it could lead to blocking your application or to not approving it or even removing it from directory. But displaying the shorter version of your response and reading longer is one of the best practices. Okay, so let's check what's exactly Neos content response in this case. We have a nice response about the Michael Knight, and at the top we have this simple response, then we have card and, for example, link out. And you may notice that that's what we are sending from Neos. So it's random response is just the wrapper which is saying here's random content that we would like to display. Same is with daily content element. It's just a wrapper. Then we have simple response type with text, here's my favorite, and longer speech text, which will be reading this part in our case. Then we have image type, which is our equivalent to basic card with URL to image and so on. And yeah, text, longer text, and at the end we have a link out suggestion, which is, yeah, it looks slightly different than suggestions, and link out is linking outside of your action. Suggestion is just sending the text inside your action. So you can move to random car, but if there's suggestion, you can just click random car and it will be sent to DialogFlow to find the right intent. So let's check how it's done in Fusion, because that's probably something which is the most interesting for you. And yeah, in root Fusion we are using this rendering part and saying that if it's JSON, then we are sending HTTP message with voice body. Voice body is just rendering a voice content element or elements, because we may have multiple of them assigned to our context. Like, for example, we would like to send random message or random card description. Then one voice content element, or voice content elements are just a simple Neos Fusion case where we are either sending the default one, we are checking if we have node property with suffix data structure, and if it's there, it's responding with it. If not, then it's possible that it's a shared content, so the content that's being used somewhere on our website, for example, and we would like to send it from our application, from our assistant or chatbot. For example, a basic card response is something like that. So that's a data structure that we are sending in JSON response. So it's just normal image URI and then property value renderer, which is rendering just properties. So it's like sending a table or an array. And that are the details, how it's implemented with content element and default content element. So it's just mapping with property value renderer. Property value renderer is just rendering the properties. And the preview in CMS, so it's just part of AFX with displaying all interesting properties, title, subtitle, text, and giving user possibility to edit it inline. So it's pretty simple actually, but it's such a much nicer experience than we had in DialogFlow, at least in my opinion. Okay, now let's check something maybe more interesting. Let's assume that we have some content on our website. So we have this nice voice modulator product inside our car, and there's Elon Musk quotation saying that, yeah, some people don't like change. And we are having it somewhere on our landing page or on our big product pages. And we would like to use it in our assistant. And example way to do that is using some content reference. So we have created something like website shared content reference, and then we can just reference to it and doing some fusion tricks, which I will show you on the next slide, I believe. You can have responses as here or here. So in that case, that's a quotation from here. It's just, I think it's a simple card, but without an image. And in that case, it's with image. And we are sending this product from, for example, from Magento platform API. So let's check how it may look in Fusion. So we had this shared content element, and we are saying that it should use image type, one of these our types that we are sending from Neos. And again, it's using node type plus suffix to send it. So, for example, if we have a Magento select product node type, and we are selecting one product from our integration with Magento, it's by default it will be displaying Magento select product command data structure, and we need to get the SKU number from our reference property. Oh, sorry. Actually, I think it's possible to do it simpler, probably. But that's just how it was done. And then we are reading product data from our helper, which is connecting to Magento API. It's possible to have some caches there and so on. And again, responding with type and just assigning the properties to our renderer. So to our example renderer. And if we would like to display CMS preview, so nice preview that I showed you on the previous slide, we are doing more or less the same, but we are just using different renderer, in this case AFX1. So as I mentioned, in our case we didn't want to connect directly from DialogFlow to Neos. We used Firebase hosting for it, and we have created a very simple module which was responsible for deploying packages of stuff to Firebase. Actually, that's the screenshot from a Mobiliar project. So if users were changing something, we were just handling on publish slot signal, and then with every single change we created something like a static package of all JSON files using only these which were changed, and actually we were sending it to Git to have some kind of versioning of our content. And so every single publish was a new version, and then it was possible to just make it live or click here deploy button, and it was using this, it was downloading this latest tag from our Git repository and sending it to Firebase hosting. And thanks to that, we were able to not connect from fulfillment directly to Neos, which from one side could be some security aspect, from the other side you never know how. So you can expect that your action would be popular, or you would like to have to be it very popular, but you don't know it. And if it will have some peaks, like for example, Google will mention or feature your application somewhere, the peaks could be really huge. And that's the reason why we didn't want it to connect directly to Neos. We just wanted it to have somewhere in Google infrastructure, and don't worry about it. So let's talk a little bit about fulfillment. I've already mentioned that fulfillment is something which is between DialogFlow and Neos. And what exactly is fulfillment? Receiving from DialogFlow is a request, JSON request, with some information about the response ID and latest response ID and session and so on, context and other stuff, and mentioning intent which is being used, and it's sending it to your fulfillment. And your fulfillment will need to respond with JSON 2. For actions on Google, it have 10 seconds to send response, so it will wait for 10 seconds. And for others platforms, it's 5 seconds. So it's really plenty of time, but I don't think that you would like to give your users this opportunity to just wait 10 seconds until they will receive an answer. It's just wrong. We just want to have it as fluid as possible. So yeah, that's an example of response from Neos that we had. And here on the right is response that should be sent to DialogFlow, because the response sent to DialogFlow should have some specific format. And you may notice that it's really, really similar. So we have type simple response. Here's simple response key. Here is speech, text properties. In our case, it's text to speech, display to text, and so on. And type image should be sent as basic character. So actually, you can really do it directly from a Neos. That depends on your needs and how you would like to prepare your infrastructure. In our case, we had this small fulfillment, which was just JavaScript Node.js application, which was sent to Google functions or Firebase functions, And this example fulfillment, what it needs to do is first you need to initiate DialogFlow object and initiate intent. So it's saying which handler should be used to send answer for specific intent. Then there's example content handler. So if it's responding to Neos content intent, for example, that's what will be executed. So we are executing some content service, which is just loading data, for example, DE category context JSON file from our Firebase hosting, and then doing a mapping. And mapping is something like that. So we are just reading content element type, and if it's matching specific type, we are responding with one of responses from DialogFlow or Action on Google library, which were included. So it's pretty simple, and yeah, I think it's pretty simple and powerful. And as I mentioned, we have implemented already simple response, audio response, so basic card, media one, and so on. And it's working pretty well. Okay, so I think it's time for some takeaways, and I think that I showed you that it's really good opportunity to come. So it's really, you can achieve something really nice when you are combining Neos and DialogFlow. And yeah, when we should use DialogFlow, or we should use it as a tool for preparing conversation for flow, so setting all these intents, entities, fulfillment, and so on. And I think that it's a CMS or content edition capabilities are not the best ones, or they are very simple ones. And if you have, you can use it as CMS if you have very simple responses. Responses are static. You don't need to manage assets. You don't need to manage some permissions, or you don't need to give it access to the client. And if you need to store assets, give access, it's better to use Neos as some kind of support tool, which could be either the whole fulfillment, so be just after the DialogFlow, or just a content repository, as in our case. And it's really great tool for some headless omnichannel CMS setup. So we can have a website, and that website, or use some multi-site capabilities of Neos, and prepare another site which will be just responses to chatbot or to action on Google, like in our example here. So it's really great idea to use Neos when you have a lot of content. You need more flexibility, so you need to respond with random responses. Either it will be random on Neos side or on fulfillment side. You need to use assets, and there are many assets that you need to manage, or you would like to give the client possibility to edit just only part of the content, not everything. You don't want someone to mess with the whole DialogFlow conversation flow, and so on. So and of course, if you need to be more independent, and if you add some one option, you don't want to give it, or you don't want to give Google possibility to just decline your latest update. So of course, if you will change something in the flow, like create new intent or modify this intent, you will need to put it through the audit. But if you don't, you are just changing the content, why you would want to wait for it? Or it's just much better to edit it in CMS and click publish button or deploy it to some static hosting, for example. So let's talk shortly about next steps. From a current project perspective or this package perspective, what we can do next is implement more responses, so support all these visual selections, but that's pretty easy actually, and I think it could be done in a day or two, or even faster. I think that it would, if you are using Neos as fulfillment, or actually as a content repository for external fulfillment, so like we did, it would be nice to use GraphQL instead of JSON. It's just using nicer technology, I think, and maybe it's more structured a little bit in the code. Of course, you can skip external fulfillment and just connect directly to Neos and modify it slightly, maybe to just send the right types of answers. But then you need to read what context you are in, what exactly you need to respond, what's intent, and so on. So it's just pretty convenient to leave it to DialogFlow library, which you can use in this fulfillment, and just use Neos as content repository, or at least it's simpler and faster. One of interesting next steps could be exploring DialogFlow API and see how we can integrate with it. So maybe we can manage intents directly from Neos and then just publish it from there. Or these example training phrases, they could be edited from Neos. And that's really, I think that the possibilities are pretty much endless. That depends what are the possibilities of DialogFlow, and we just need to use here our imagination. And yeah, I would suggest one of the next steps could be creating Google Assistant for your website, because it's really nice, and I can imagine that every website where there's some kind of catalog of holidays or something like that, products, you can prepare very nice Google Assistant action for it, and that would be not very complex, so I can really encourage you to do it. Okay, some useful links if you would like to follow, you can visit, or you should actually visit documentation for Assistant and DialogFlow. It's pretty good as always in Google case, and you can learn really a lot of it. And yeah, here's some community love. So at the time of conference, the age 180 HB voice package should be already on GitHub, as well as example fulfillment. So I would be really glad if you can check it, play with it, and just give us a note later how you are using it, because it would be very interesting how you can use it. And yeah, thank you very much. I think that it went pretty well, and I hope that you liked it, and you could understood me good. If you can, in case that you have any questions, just drop me a line on Slack, or I think that there will be some online session in NeosCon online. So yeah, we'll be there for you. Thanks, guys and girls, and take care.
And here we are again. Thank you very much to Szymon for his talk about DialogFlow and combining that with the Headless Neos to provide even greater capabilities to voice assistants. So as far as I know, we do have Szymon on the line. First of all, I would like to say sorry for the little video issues we had there. The slide video just stopped, and we had to find the right spot to start it again. We will fix that for the recording that we'll post later. That is in sync. So yeah, can you hear us all right? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
That's awesome.
And we can hear you too.
Cool.
That's great.
The first question we got, you had on your slides AOG. What does it stand for?
Actions on Google.
Actions on Google. Okay. So that clarifies the first question that we had. Another question that I wanted to ask is you showed a great example of using Neos together with a voice assistant, and in your specific case, Google Voice Assistant. Do you have experience with the other voice assistants out there like Siri or Alexa?
Actually not, but I can imagine that if they are delivering some kind of platform for it where you can manage the whole conversation, you always will need to have some source of content or stuff like images, responses, and so on. So it's just case of integration it with this platform with Neos, for example, or other headless solution.
All right. So I have a kind of difficult question. The context in which I personally use voice assistants is, in my private home. The kids can easily interact with it, and they can listen to audiobooks and stuff like that. And with some advanced setups, you can even automate your home or something like that. And with one command, like saying "Good morning, Alexa" or Siri or Google or whatever, you can fire up a range of commands that give you some information, right? They could open up the blinders of your windows. They could give you the news of the day, the temperature forecast, or whatever. And I'm thinking of scenarios where that capability is brought into organizations, into enterprises, where when I come to the office, I can voice interact with the system that gives me information about my emails, my sales figures from yesterday, whatever. Are the voice assistants only private at the moment? So for private personal use, or do you see that going, accessing company information in the future?
So I think that amount of companies is increasing which are aware of this solution and how it could be used. Because from one side, it's of course super solution for private usage, like playing the music or something like that. I even need to admit that I've lost the opportunity of doing some kind of joke and saying, okay, Google, play something, for example, and then check what's happening on BBB on discussion, because someone has mentioned that it's actually worked. And speaking of other companies, I think that they are aware that it's possible to do something like checking my billing on stuff like that, but then it's integration of assistant technology with, for example, bank application, mobile application. So there are APIs for it, and I think that then solutions are slightly different than just managing the content.
All right. the example you showed was quite nice. Of course, we all love David Hasselhoff, right? And
Because we're German.
That was a nice comment, Dmitri. We saw that. And yet again, the whole technology is evolving very, very fast, and still there's some issues with it, right? In our preparation for the interview, we spoke a little bit about their capabilities of recognizing different people in households, but on the other side, there's reports where the recognition is much better for male voices than for female voices, for example. And
we talked about that a little bit, that there are studies that have shown that they're less well tested for women's voices. And so a lot of voice assistants have a harder time understanding and reacting to a woman's command than a male voice command. And then also when we talked about it, you mentioned dialect. So Germany being a very large region that speaks German with very, very many dialects and variations. But you can't do anything to combat that from your side, right? Because you have to rely on the understanding.
Yeah. You just need to rely on technology which is delivered for you by other companies. So as I mentioned during our pre-talk, that sometimes it's a little bit funny because someone is saying, hey, could you fix that? I'm saying that word and it's being recognized as something different. And you can only say, sorry, we can't really do anything about that. We can have impact on how it's being said by assistant, what tone of voice is being used, or what voice is it, female 1, female 2, male 1, male 2, and so on. But we don't have impact on how the technology is recognition, how is it working, and how it's recognizing the words saying by the users.
Do you use a voice assistant a lot at home?
That depends on the solution. So it's nice for just, okay, Google, play something or run Spotify. Personally, I would like to use it in more projects where there is catalog of solutions or something like that. So right now we are just going on the website and going through holidays options, for example, or some companies have possibility of talking with a chatbot or just chatting with it. And it would be just nice to have it in a voice assistant and saying, okay, I would like to go to, for example, to Austria and hike some mountains and check what are the possibilities, where can I go, and so on. So I think that's really that we are really close from implementing this part in Neos, where you can have one content in your website, different multi-site installation for chatbot or Google Assistant site, which is just managing the same content and delivering the same content for Google Assistant or another platform.
Mm-hmm. So the command center just let us know that there were a lot of positive comments about your talk on the big blue button chat.
Very, very well said,
yes,
Maya.
I'm practicing.
So, Szymon, thank you very, very much. Thank you for open sourcing your packages. We saw the GitHub links in your presentation. Again, sorry for the video thing. We will fix that for the recording. Thank you very much for your talk, for your time spent. It was great. Have a great evening. Thank you. And bye-bye, Szymon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks.
And here we will continue with
our next talk, our last talk of the first day of the first ever Neos conference online. We have assembled a mighty team of 3 core team members of 3 different content management systems. We have Benni Mack from Typo 3, sorry. Where did that come from? We have our very own Sebastian Kurfürst from Neos and Yanick Witschi from Contao. And they sat down together for a while and talked about their respective open source systems, their CMSs during the times of Corona. We're going to have to add real quick that when this recording was made, our audio problem with the artifacts hadn't been fixed yet, because at that point we didn't have the powerful big blue button chat yet to solve all our problems. So we are gonna be experiencing those artifacts again, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that you can't fully enjoy this talk of three very bright minds sitting down together talking about the challenges that we have been facing in the past couple of months.
Enjoy.
Hello and welcome everybody to this combined talk for Neos Conference Online. I'm Sebastian Kurfürst and I'm here with two very special guests, with Yanick Witschi from Contao and with Benni Mack from the Typo 3 community. I'm really happy to see you here. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. We thought it would be a good idea to talk a little bit about what the Corona crisis has done to our content management systems, and also just talk a bit about our general strategy and our general visions and the ideas we are currently having, because we all felt that the interchange between content management systems is something which we could do more actually, and we can learn from each other, and it's a really great pleasure to have you both here on the show, so welcome. I would just like to start with a short question, maybe Yanick, into your direction. In which way did the last few months have influenced you professionally or personally in some way?
Well, first of all, thanks very much for having me and having the Contao community on that call. I was very excited to come to NeosCon, to see you guys in person. Actually, Benni, I have never met in person, and
Yes.
it's been on my list for a very long time, and I was really excited to see you all, and kind of bummed that it didn't work out, but maybe for another day. How has it affected? I guess personally, it was I'm Swiss. I live in Switzerland, so I guess it was kind of the same as for you guys in Germany with all the lockdown, and it was strange, right? We could still do sports. We could meet in groups of a max of 5 people, so it was just, for me being a very social guy, I'd say it was a bit strange, and I had to go jogging on my own all the time, so that was strange. But things get better now, and I'm happy. Professionally, I have to admit that we had a few, actually jobs we lost, especially from tourism sectors. That was a bit harsh, but then on the other hand, we got other jobs for e-commerce stuff, so it kind of balanced, and I guess I will not complain, because I think there are sectors and companies that have been hit a lot harder. So and for the Contao community, I guess it was a special time, but it was also very calm. I feel like, I guess people just focused a bit more on family and health. That's a good thing too. And it was just overall development activity was a bit lower, but yeah, that's about my impression of it.
Thank you. So what about you, Benni?
I would say I can share similar patterns that I've seen both, like, of course, personally, I switched to home office now, like with 3 kids. It's fun. And it's actually good. I found that I actually save time working from home. And it also applies to a lot of the travels I did for open source, meeting other people. I could join a lot of online meetups. Actually, I would love to do more and to attend them. But now it's actually so easy and possible. Before, I had to travel to Dresden for like 6 hours and to give a talk. And now it's more common to actually say, hey, just join us tonight and give a quick session on this type of 3 user group or any web meetup, which is really cool. So that actually also feels like it's more calm, but also less stressful as for the traveling. So that's nice. And people figure out that they're actually the ways, of course, most of our communities are German related or German speaking, but it's actually much easier for other people from other countries to join any developer meetups or meetings or I know I've also worked with other content management systems in the US. That's now like, okay, that's no big deal to get a code sprint going because we're just setting up a call and that's it. So that's really cool. So that's the good side of it. But also I also feel like a lot of it's time for open source content management systems or contributions to find a better way to work together again, because it feels like it's calmer in the development and the contribution way, and it's also harder to do onboarding because it's more anonymous, and it's just nice to talk to people on events, on camps, and get in touch with each other. And then it's like, hey, you're a cool guy. I talked to you for like half an hour. How about we'll set up something and get going? And that's not possible right now. So I don't know how that will turn out.
Yeah. I think for me it's pretty much the same what you both described. So on the one side, so I'm also having a kid, and like the time when he was at home and was not being able to go to kindergarten was very intense, just because you had to take care of him and to work somehow. And I just worked, so we split it in half, my wife and me. So I worked like 4 hours every day or something, so which was barely enough to somehow get the most pressing things done for the company, but was of course not nearly enough to do like open source work or to do these kind of things. But on the other hand, I think we still arranged ourselves pretty well when after some time it got better and better. What was quite interesting for me, I personally wanted to just try out this year like how it would feel to work from home office for a longer time, just to see how if that would work out, and I didn't expect that to happen like in the beginning of the year already, basically, but that was the good thing for me. So I now know that this actually will work out, and that's quite nice. On the other hand, it's of course also nice to see some more people also back in the office. So we in Dresden at least we have had one case, I think, in the last 7 days or something. So we're having a really, really low level right now. So that's why we're also having a few people being around in the office right now. Right. And community-wise, it was interesting because on the one side, it also felt to me like more silent in a sense. But on the other side, we also had, I think, 3 online meetups now, which is way more than we had normally, I think. I mean, or like regular meetups, and they were really crowded. So from 20 to, I think, in the biggest one, we had 60 people, which is, of course, a huge audience. And that is, I think, something we will definitely learn from that in the long run, because I think this format can actually also really work out well in the longer run. And on the other side, I also felt that like in the team there was a little less activity, but I think that's actually wrong. I think people who had kids had less activity, but people who didn't some people even said, I'm really focused now and I'm now having time and these kind of things, which is interesting for me to think about. But of course, it makes sense. And we still, I think what still amazed me is that we pulled off, I think, a few releases, so one major release and some others still. So there were people really active, and that made me really happy personally. So that life goes on in some sense. So that's quite funny. I think it's so interesting because when we talk about like our communities, do you think that the I think on one side a community is always some kind of closed thing, that like we say we are the people from Neos, you say from Contao or from Typo3, but on the other hand, I think we have so much in common, but it's often overlooked, and that's, I think, a pretty big pity. What are like the feelings you are having on that? And I would be especially interested in you, Benni, because I mean you have been on the Neos conference last year as well. So it would be interesting for me what your thoughts about that are.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I told you last year, but it felt very welcoming to be at the NeosCon, and I figure there are usually two kinds of people that I talk to. It's the one, oh, you're doing Neos, and oh, you're doing Typo3, and you're like, you're in the box already. And oh, you're still doing Typo3, you're doing the old coding stuff, and yeah, you're in a box. But then there are people who are like really open-minded and also see, there are also people who are doing Typo3 and Neos, and then they have a much better understanding what toolbox they use for what problem to solve. So in that regard, I really like the collaboration and also the let's say brainstorming or mind sharing on topics that we all face. And I'd like to have that more with Contao too.
What about your experiences, Yanick? Do you have other experiences with other communities in some sense, or is it I mean, more in the traditional way, basically?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm Swiss, so we live on an island. It's just us and nobody else. No, I mean, I'm joking. Of course, we want to interact more with all these communities, and I think it actually changed a lot over the last 5 years, starting with when we released Contao 4 back in 2015 or so. It was a while ago. And we started integrating Symfony components, and so you can meet us from the core developers team. You can certainly meet us at official SymfonyCon. So if you want to meet me in person, please do come to the SymfonyCon in December. As for now, it's still scheduled, and I hope it will take place. Was the Symfony Live in Berlin? There was opportunity to see us. I wanted to go to some PHP conferences, but it's just I guess it's the problem is with traveling. I mean, I love to see people in person, but then again, traveling 5 hours to this country and then back, it is exhausting. It is time consuming, and it's also environmentally unfriendly sometimes, depending on where you have to go. But certainly I also feel like the whole PHP community, starting with Composer 9 years ago, started to have the means to actually work together and share libraries, and this took a few years to kind of start off, and right now we have millions of packages, I feel like, and that's great. So there's a lot of ways we can actually collaborate, and I guess we're already kind of doing that. Maybe you even don't know because we're using the same packages somewhere in the background, and you just using them without knowing.
That's totally true. I think Composer really changed the game in a very positive way. And I think it's so interesting because sometimes you see still people ranting about it, which I always find kind of strange. And I mean, I know Jordi, for instance, he was at one of the earlier Neos conferences, and he gave a talk there about like what it means to be an open source maintainer. And I mean, I think we all feel him and we understand him.
I know that talk, yeah.
and he's like, and it's so funny because of course, I mean, like in every project, not everything is like 100% perfect and all these things, but still it pushes the boundaries so much further. So that is a really, really good and important thing, I think, as well. Yeah. So by the way, you can also ask questions, right? So if you have anything on your mind, then just shoot out. So what is like the technological or the thing which currently motivates you, or which where you burn for in some sense, or the topic where you say, oh, this is the thing I'm currently really looking deep into, or which transformed my thinking in the last few months or weeks or years. So is there anything where you say, oh well, this topic might be technological or not, is something where you say, oh well, this is something really important to me?
Benny's around.
I don't know. So actually, the COVID-19 time for me was also a time to reflect on things. And for Typo 3, we had a lot of refactoring times now. And I'm actually thinking about the time after that. And one thing that all of our communities and content management systems, and also like Drupal, WordPress, and Zulu, and who else is there, struggle with is that there are a lot of solutions that are really, really easy to use, like really, really easy. And even WordPress, I think, has with the Gutenberg editor, gets in a direction that's nice, but still it's a bit complicated. You have to understand how the system works. And then there are a lot of solutions that are really just SaaS-based that do the job for you, and not just, writing text or adding images, but building forms. So you have like SurveyMonkey now, or Google Spreadsheet or whatever, and you do everything SaaS-based. And one thing that they're really, really good at is user experience. It's easy. You don't have to explain it. So I like that. And I think all of our open source projects have one advantage, that you're not the product, or your data is not the product. And it still doesn't even cost money to use open source software. So one of the things that excite me is, how can we build something that has such a great user experience for the editors or for the users, but at the same time, you host it on your own and you own the data. And that's something that most of the SaaS-based solutions don't have an answer for. And I think there's a shift towards that in a couple of years. So I'm looking actually into ways to improve the user experience. Like, coding is nice. I love coding, but at the same time, that's a topic I think is relevant, of course, for Typo 3, but for everybody to improve.
I think what is quite interesting on that, we started Neos. As most people probably know, that we have our roots in the Typo 3 community, and of course we started fresh, or we tried to start fresh, also looking at the user interface. But still, of course, we now know like what mistakes we still did along the way. So people sometimes complain about some things, that some parts are slow, for instance, or don't feel snappy enough. And I think on the other hand, what is it is still so amazing that people don't need to be taught, at least to a very big extent. That's a big push, I think, and a big motivation for people to use it. And the funny thing is, to speak for Neos, we always thought we need things like lists, like handling lists of things, for instance, and for a very long time. And we started building prototypes and all that. But and there are some use cases where that would be really useful. But on the other hand, it was funny because we pushed the boundaries what you can do, just editing your content on the website further and further. And I think we are still even, we didn't touch many things you could do pretty easily, like, I don't know, dragging and dropping images to your page or whatever. I mean, these kind of things would be actually definitely possible. And it's often a lack of time or a lack of priorities, so to speak. I mean, it's mostly things where I'm like, oh yeah, I actually would really like to do it, but I don't know when.
I get it. I mean, that's probably the main issue for all of the open source contributors, right? There's always ideas, there's always something to do, and you just have to find the time to do it, or somebody is actually paying you for something, and then you get more time, right? You don't have to do it in your spare time, and or you have a company that pays you to do open source work, which would be the absolute ideal situation. Yeah, I guess for me, what's exciting currently is actually to see things like these happening, this interaction. So that's not technical stuff, but I feel like open source in a lot of ways is politics to me. I mean, that's coming back to maybe what you were talking about, Jordi, and I mean, there's always people complaining, and you can do whatever you want to do. There's always someone in the back shouting for no reason, maybe because they have a bad day, I don't know. But I find that we have become, as an open source community, I feel like we have become pretty good at handling these people and staying safe and making sure we're a welcoming community, that we can, and we don't care about race and all these kind of stupid things. It's just, we don't care. We just want to improve the product, and that's a beautiful thing to see. And so we can, I do see, or I do feel that we are, the majority. And if there are stupid people, then they are. We cannot get rid of them. We can just try to ignore them and be stronger as a community. And I find that very exciting, because it's not just, it is in IT and it is in open source, of course, but hopefully maybe we can make it spread so that that's something that's really exciting for me.
Yeah, that's interesting, because for me it's also like the thing. I mean, I'm now, how old I am actually, 30.
I do have to. I'm counting every single time.
2 in a week or something, or 2 weeks. So I'm still 31. Yeah, it might be right. I think, yeah, that's about it. So, and I started with Typo 3. I think when I was 14 or 15. So I'm doing like open source more than half of my life. And I think and of course it had its ups and its downs, and I did more and I did less face by face, obviously. But it was interesting that for me the main driver was actually not building a content management system, but just being in touch with so really good people who were able to, well, inspire me and to make it possible for me to learn new things. And I think that is still what keeps me in the community, but not just in our community, but also like in the broader community, because I feel that like when talking to you, for instance, there is so many thoughts you have been doing, which, because of your different background, I can learn so much from you, and that is totally exciting, actually. And on the other hand, I think for what also excites me personally, so we are so we have a tradition of doing big rewrites in Neos. So we have done, for instance, we started with an Ember.js based backend, JavaScript backend, and we switched to React completely, which was a huge undertaking. And currently we are undertaking, like, we are replacing one of the core pillars of the system, which is the content repository in Neos, which basically stores all your content in the tree structured way. And we are basically noch da? Manu? Yeah, okay. sorry, I just didn't see you anymore, so I was just asking if everything works. So for the content repository, we actually the first version we are currently running is totally tied into Neos and Flow, and in the version we are currently building, we tried very hard to do it as independently as possible, and the way we are building it is actually as a plain PHP package. So of course, we are also integrating it into Neos, but it should run in any Symfony. You can run it in a Symfony container, for instance, or in any other dependency injection system. And I think that is, for me personally, a really important thing, because I feel like our industries somehow converged on good standards, so to speak. So I think, stuff like dependency injection is not really a big question anymore, because people are actually using it in one way or the other. And also some things which, for instance, are also and the experience, for instance, developing Symfony and developing Flow is not that different. It's only really just small pieces right now. I think it was, for me personally, it was different when we started, because there the projects had different philosophies and different ideas, but that somehow converged because everybody was looking, what is the other group doing, and what are they doing well, and so that kind of blended into one cohesive direction. And I think that makes me really happy, because I also see a chance that we will be able to drop quite some code, for instance, because we can switch to standard solutions and for instance in the Symfony framework, and that's something which I'm really happy. So both to be able to give something back and to the broader community, but also on the other hand to be able to integrate more in the from the broader community as well. And I really hope that we find a way to I don't know, mix and match more of these things in the future as well. So and I'm not so sure how this process could actually work. But I think for me personally, what would really work out would be some kind of informal group, really like this, to just meet once every 2 months, for instance, for 2 hours, and just discuss what is currently the thing which drives you, the thing, the topic, the unsolved problems you're currently having, or we are currently having, and I think that can be really fruitful discussion. And it's also a lot of fun, of course, to get to know everybody. And that was, for me, one of the most exciting times for Neos conference. I think 2 years ago, I was feeling a little, I won't say bored, but it goes into this direction, because we only had Neos talks on the conference. So it was like, and I felt like I have heard of everything just roughly already. And I was like, oh, well, it didn't give me enough input. And that's where we tried to change that last year. And we actively reached out to many people, and we had a really good a really good resonance, so that people from other communities joined us, and in the end we had like 40% non-Neos content on the conference, and I think that was very motivating for everybody, because everybody learned so much more, and we got in touch with so much more people, and so that's something where I'm still struggling to do that in my normal business and normal life, I have to say. But I don't know. Maybe we just have to start a Slack group in terms of like CMS, CMS roundtable or whatever.
There is CMS Garden.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I have to admit that I'm not super involved there. That's an issue. I mean, that's something I could improve on, but it's just, there's so many things you can do or should do. But that's definitely
I'm not
something
sure
where we can improve.
CMS Garden is more in the sense of like marketing, at least that's more like how I understood it so far. I'm not involved there, but some other people of our team are. So, but I feel that something like that and the technical side would actually be also really interesting and helpful and like inspiring and fruitful to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this could work if they're like we all obviously solve similar issues. If we find a couple of things that we all want to solve now and have an enthusiasm to that, and that if we collaborate, then the enthusiasm gets bigger and bigger, and then things start to flow. And I had a similar experience, actually. I was at the DrupalCon last year, and somehow I got involved into a feature called auto updates. Of course, Drupal has, similar to Typo 3, has you can run it with Composer, and you can run it without Composer, like WordPress. And you want to have them to have a way to update automatically, and maybe you also want to have that with Composer, because some people just run their website and don't have an agency to help them update. And especially with Drupal and WordPress, they're like security attacks within like 6 hours after the release. And they wanted to build a solution that does not just work for Drupal, but for everybody in the PHP community. And there's like, if Typo 3 would prioritize the same thing as much as they do, we could collaborate there, and like the rest of us too, and also find solutions for doing that on Composer. I don't know, maybe Control does that already, auto updates with Composer.
No, I mean, we do have, we are fully Composer based, and we solved this issue of installing it on the web server directly for the our long time users who are not familiar with command line, by actually building a user interface which is called the Contao Manager, and it basically just is a GUI for Composer, and it is a very, very complex application actually, and nobody thought we could pull that off, and it's something we could be proud of, and of course we had to solve that memory issue, using 2 gigs or 2.5 gigabytes of RAM on a regular web server is usually not possible. So that's why I started building the cloud resolver, and it works more or less fine right now. So that's less of an issue. So we could do auto updates, but it's just, I don't know. I mean, I get it. I see the security issue. From that standpoint, definitely we should do something about it. But then again, things might just break without people noticing it. So again, you have to then have some kind of monitoring system so that you know that your websites are still up. And, there's all kind of different stuff to solve, especially because Contao websites are, I mean, in our case, it's generally very little or very, very few people just use the core only. I guess there's always one extension or something, and it's hard for us to control or to see what actually happens if we just run a Composer update, especially because right now it just pulls in, I don't know, maybe 200 packages, because we have Symfony packages and Doctrine and ORM and whatever kind of nice packages we find to solve issues. Yeah. I also know that Joomla is working on that. Sorry. So I had a talk with David on that, and there's also this initiative in Germany for security something. I keep forgetting its name, but there's definitely going.
I think the cool thing is that actually, I mean, I think it's totally cool that also the projects have different philosophies. So for instance, we as Neos, we are saying you can't even download Neos without Composer. So, there's not, in our sense, we just say we want to, so that's just our minimum requirement for a variety of reasons. But obviously the other approach is also totally fine. I mean, and the thing is, so I think, like, everybody has something on the table who is special or what is special. So I still think this kind of just the guy for Composer would be interesting to quite some people, for us, for instance. So especially the people who are not that involved in the command line and these kind of things, and who freak out if they see an out of memory error of PHP, then they think, okay, the system is a bad one, for instance, right? So that's definitely something which would be interesting for us, for instance, from that standpoint. And on the other hand, I think stuff, for instance, I think we are doing quite, or especially is that we, for instance, provide code migrations for updates. So we have done quite some big updates in our system, and where we changed a lot of internals. So for instance, migrating to the PSR standards in terms of request response or logging, for instance. And we were able to create automatic updates, so which actually rewrite your code. So you still, of course, need to check that, and you need to see if that makes sense, and you have to take care of some edge cases. But for instance, that is, I think, something which we could bring to the table, so to speak. So which is, I think, a general mechanism which makes sense. And actually, it's not that hard to do that. It's because it's actually basically doing regex and string replaces.
Oh, you always say that.
Yeah. It's just a regular expression.
I'm not sure why you say that, Benny.
Are you using your own framework, or are you using Rector PHP?
I think today we would start using Rector, and we actually Thomas would have had a talk on Neos conference this year for so we hopefully move that next year. But we started doing our own because Rector was not available, and actually what he is doing is like way more than we are doing. So because he had really, he builds up the syntax tree and he manipulates it based on the syntax tree, which I think is a totally fantastic idea. So we basically have built our own, which is way smaller than Rector does. But the funny thing is that still with a small approach, you are able to get a lot of things done. And I think that is an interesting topic, that even though it's way more simple, you can go quite some way with it. And if we would start today, we would definitely use Rector, for instance. Yeah, and that's for instance one of our problems. We have done quite some groundwork, for instance, in terms of dependency injection or AOP or these kind of things. And now that the other frameworks are doing that, or basically have overtaken us in some sense, in the sense because it's just a bigger community. Like the Symfony dependency injection container, for instance, of course has a higher polish than ours. I mean, ours is a good one, definitely, but I mean, Symfony just has these little extra few percent, which makes it even better and better extensible and so on. And for us now, it is somehow hard to migrate to that, but still that's something we are very actively thinking about, for instance, because we never have our building a dependency injection container is not one of our core values, because we actually want to build a content management system combined with the framework. But at the time when we started, we said we think dependency injection will be absolutely crucial, so we needed it. So that was more the sense of it. But so I see a huge potential that we can actually drop things in the future and still provide a good update path to our users doing that, because I think I would personally feel very bad if we would just say, the new system is now based on, I don't know, Symfony DI, and now go figure how you migrate from A to B.
Probably not the best way to go. That's true.
Exactly. And the thing is that there's some, and I think I'm not sure how it's done in your systems, but I mean, of course, some things help, like having a clear API defined and these kind of things. And I remember back when I was still working with Tapestry and was part of the team there, I mean, there was no API because that just didn't, it didn't even was possible in PHP. Everything was public in the start, so to speak. And
so everything was everything is the API.
Yeah,
That's just...
Yes.
And I think the team around Typo 3 has done a huge work to incrementally get that to a state where there actually is an API and get the whole community on board there. Because maybe Benny, maybe you can talk a little bit about your route you have been taking in this area, because I think that is a huge undertaking you have been doing there, right?
Yeah. So that was actually the most difficult time, because we switched to these sprint releases, and then it's nowadays, if you look, it's similar to what Symfony actually does. So you build up versions until the final LTS of that number, and that's it. Although we have a different rhythm, but I think version 10 was the first one where we actually strive for going a bit more semantic, semantic versioning style, where we didn't have any breaking changes that we actually documented. Maybe there are some, but actually version 9 was the first version that where, like, I don't know, a couple of days before the release, I went through every PHP file and marked classes as internal or API, which we haven't done before. So everybody was complaining. And now it's much easier to define, okay, this is just, it's a controller for rendering something in the administration area. It's none of your business. And we don't have to write something that it actually would break because we're doing something else. And similar, and that's also crucial for me, that backwards compatibility in regards to PHP and as a framework and as a library is actually much easier than having a product where you have something visible and where you actually render HTML in the end, because then people complain that you removed a tag and that's breaking a change, right? So we're still in the process of actually defining every little bit of detail for these kind of things.
We just excluded templates, so
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. What about you, Yanick? I mean, how are you dealing with like these kind of like evolving the system and getting that done? Because I mean, I think it's obviously not black and white, and it's interesting just to compare like how everybody is approaching it, because I think there's a huge potential, at least for me, to learn a lot of there.
It's never black and white. The world is full of gray shades and that's on colors. And that's colors, great. Yeah. Actually, we do the very same. I think that's an area where we could collaborate, because what Symfony did great, and I guess it's part of their success, is first of all documentation. That's where they did really well, I find. But introducing what Nicolas introduced, the BC promise, right, with the deprecation notices, and the whole deprecation framework is just it is a very simple idea, but it's very, very powerful, because you can actually see what you need to do before you can upgrade to the next major version. And that is just very convenient. And if you know the release cycle, that's just, it gives you certainty, and you know what you have to do in 2 years' time, and you can upgrade or you can migrate to the new way step by step. But I agree with Benny, it is a lot easier for a framework such as Symfony, or a programming language for that matter, because you are not actually building an application. So we do have exactly the same issue. Like if I write a controller, I don't want people to use that controller because it might change, right? It's not there for you to be reused. Same with, say, event listeners or something that just, write something or read something from the session, or authenticate users or stuff. It's not there to be extended. Shouldn't be extended anyway, but that's another story. So we're kind of also discussing, should we introduce final, and should we mark things at internal, or do we just write it in our BC promise, which is documented? There are just many edge cases. It's difficult to say sometimes. Yeah, it's easier for a framework, I find.
I'm just thinking what would be really interesting, like if we would like meet at some regular basis just to discuss such things. I think would be also interesting would be some kind of wiki where we would just link everything together. So about the topic of, for instance, of how we handle backwards compatibility. I mean, everybody of us has it documented, and it would be interesting just to have a list like, okay, Typo 3 does it like that, Symfony like that, Contao like that, Neos like that, for instance. Because I think that would be, for me, it would be interesting just to get inspiration if I'm thinking about that process, like how are others actually doing that, because I feel this is information which is not so easily accessible outside the community. Like if you're in the community, you actually know where to look there and where you find this kind of documentation. But in our case, sometimes it's documented. So there's a bit on the website. There's something in. I think we have a forum. We have in our forum a pinned topic about that, like for the developers, like how we do up merges, for instance, and where we and how we which bugs we fix and which versions and why, for instance. But that's probably nothing you would easily find, like if you were looking for that, for instance. But and I would imagine it would be vice versa as well. And I think it would be actually really interesting just to be able to compare these things and also discuss these things and see if not just on the code side we can collaborate, but also on this like process side and like what are best practices, what worked well for you and didn't work for you or for us, for instance, and put that together, because I think that is also, I mean, on the one side, it's harder to collaborate on these things, but on the other side, it's also easier because it's not touching the code, but the general experience outside of it. So that was just an idea, just now that you talked about that and we talked about that. What do you think about that? I mean, would that be useful for you as well?
Totally. We could like create a GitHub organization and create just tickets for adding this stuff and use the wiki there. You don't need to have a lot of overhead.
There's yet another project to work on.
Well, I think this always, for me at least, the question of, like what I get back from it, not in the sense of revenue or anything, but in the sense of, having good discussions and good, I mean, then it's fun to do it, and then it's a good thing. And I think for me personally, this kind of fun is a really big motivator for me. It's sometimes it is, coding in my silent corner and dissecting hard problems, but very often it's discussing solutions or discussing the problem space with others and getting new insights on that and on my own thinking. So I would actually be really happy to take that up.
I guess it also, I mean, for me, it feels like it's also getting better. Like, let's say 5 years ago, I didn't feel like, I mean, before PHP 7, I didn't feel like PHP development was anything. I mean, they didn't really interact with, that's probably wrong to say, right? I just feel like interaction and exchange now is a lot better than it used to be. So you can see on the internals mail list, you can see that people from Symfony, Laravel, all these kind of huge frameworks, you have people from Drupal, etc. You have people interacting with other people actually working on PHP itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some, I mean, I know Symfony started doing some deprecation contract, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was more of that maybe built into PHP itself to facilitate stuff. And by having people using that across communities, it will standardize automatically. And
I think that is, for instance, what we saw with Doctrine and the sub-projects of Doctrine, like the annotations project, for instance. I mean, that's like everybody's using that syntax and that for now. And I mean, we also see there that how it flew back, because I think with PHP, I don't know, 8.0 or I think it's 8.0, right? Where we have these annotation syntax in there.
Yep.
And I think what's always funny, I mean, we as a company are also doing projects in a lot of other languages, so especially on the JVM, so Kotlin and Java and so on, but also like Go and so on. We are not that deep in their communities, but still we are having really big projects like in Spring, for instance. And that's why I personally I'm very anti-religious in terms of these kind of language wars or these kind of things, because I think there's so much to learn from something like Spring, for instance, but there's also so much to learn from inside the PHP community. So I'm not that like, yeah, I mean, most problems can be solved with many of these technologies, but I mean, there are some things which go better with PHP or better with some other frameworks. And the interesting thing, which I don't really understand, is that like from the outside world, I think PHP is always still having this bad reputation in terms of like, it's not really object oriented, it's not really consistent, it's not really this and that, but it feels like people actually didn't check it out for a very long time, and actually like modern PHP is pretty similar, I would say, to Spring and on the JVM, for instance, and we get, I would say, we read the same books in terms of what inspires us. I don't know, domain-driven design or the publications of Martin Fowler, or I don't know, these kind of architectural things. So I think that there is a lot to share beyond the simple, like even outside the PHP bubble, for instance. So, and that's a cool thing.
The screen turned black for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Switch to the other camera, I would say. Probably the camera turned off.
1 hour.
Sleep mode. Yeah, pretty much 1 hour. That might be.
Ah, really? It's already 1 hour.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like for me either.
That's the thing. I was actually nice. I don't have any clock here, so I was asking myself like what the time is all the time. Really nice. So so I think that's I don't know. Do you have any topics still, or questions, or things you would like to discuss? Because that would be interesting for me, and then we'll see. I think what I really like is that it's not just. I feel that even in this spontaneous session, actually, we now have a really good idea to go forward. So that's something I would like to pin in the end as well. Anything else? You still have topics or things which would be interesting, or topics you would like to start up?
I mean, there's so many things to talk about, right?
Oh.
Oops.
I love when things like these happen. I mean, that's life. That's great.
It's the first time we're actually using the setup really in production. I mean, so as you know, we are pre-recording the conference. It will take place in I think next Thursday and Friday, so in almost a week from now. And actually, it's the first time we're actually really using the setup in production. So it's I mean, it's good that you can always hear me and I can hear you and these kind of things.
You should totally leave that in and not cut it out.
No. We'll just keep it as a whole thing, and that's it. Definitely, yeah.
That's great.
Right. So I mean, I would say I would really love if we could like after the show, if we could just change the like our I mean, we have our contact details obviously, but I mean, like discuss just that we can just start this GitHub organization and have a way where we can chat together or anything like that, or communicate via GitHub. But I think that would be really interesting to start this kind of how does everybody doing these kind of organizational things or also code things and pull this stuff together, because I think that would be also a good, I mean, it's a good opportunity to meet and to discuss, and I think from this opportunity then other things can go forward, and I would personally really love that. And it would be really bad for me to just see you in 1 year from now on the Neos conference, hopefully, but not have any contact with you in the next year. All right.
Yeah, it's always easier to talk about these kind of things than to actually do them afterwards. So,
but
I don't know. I don't want to stop your enthusiasm. Please just go ahead.
No, it's actually. I thought it was. I was part of the PSR 14 working group, and that was really tough because at some point we met every week for 1 or 2 hours, and it took like half a year through this process, and it was just really great to see that we're able to pull that off, but also that we have a solution at the end. So if we just meet for casual exchange, that's nice, but then we should have a focus on one thing and then we can actually finish. And that actually motivated a lot. So it feels similar to PHP fig for content management systems, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. In some sense, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, nice. So then I would really love to thank you for your time, and it's really cool that you were able to join Neos conference online. I'm looking forward to stay in touch with you and with you too personally, but also with the others in your communities. And I would be really happy if we were able to strengthen our ties between the communities. So thank you both for your time, and we'll work on some technical details.
Oh, cool.
We'll probably change the camera. So
great. Cool. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having us, I guess.
Yes.
That was cool.
Really. Yes, totally.
So thank you so much, and hear you soon. Bye.
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 And welcome back. And to say it with the words of a very smart person, yeah, nice.
Also, it turns out we never did change that camera, so if we're gone, you'll notice.
But of course, we are an open source project, so we are also very transparent with the things that go wrong. And as you've seen, as with any live project, we did have some hiccups, but that's life, and it's fun nevertheless. I really like the ending of that talk with a battery not safe warning. Cool. Yeah, I wanted to reflect just quickly while we get ready for the awards on the talk we just heard, and there was some really cool stuff mentioned. So one thing that the Corona pandemic made us realize is the strength of our online communities. And as Sebastian mentioned, in the Neos community, we now regularly come together for online meetups, with meetups being, 30, 40, 50 people. So small conferences, really. So Sebastian Helzele, again, thanks very much for organizing that and pushing that off the ground. That is really awesome that we, talk regularly and, about topics that come up in the Neos universe. And another thing I wanted to use the talk as a cue is we had mentioned open source maintainers, and I wanted to use the opportunity to give a shout out to all the maintainers who maintain open source packages. Thank you very much for the work you do. Even though sometimes it is, tedious and hard, and not everybody agrees with decisions you make or things you do. Without people who put in the time and effort to review pull requests, review issues, merge them, update the versions of their packages, that is so true for Neos, but as well for many other open source projects. The projects wouldn't be where they are now, and the communities wouldn't be as lively. So thank you very much for everyone who is maintaining open source projects. You're doing an awesome job, and please continue doing that to strengthen our community. And then another thing I wrote down to mention. The three of them, they talked about how it would be cool to have a regular meeting, once or twice a month between the different CMSs.
We should really start something, something like where all the different CMSs get together and share their ideas.
And who we should talk to about that? Stefan Lucko. He would probably really like that idea. I was very happy that Yanick remembered that there is CMS Garden. So we do have this community exchange with monthly calls, I think, and CMS Garden bringing all the different open source CMSs together at different events like CloudFest. I personally attended DrupalCon in Darmstadt 1 or 2 years ago, and there is so much more. And the unconference they do. So shout out to CMS Garden for the work they do in bringing the different CMSs together. And for people watching the live stream, all the team members and so on, get involved with that. It's just great, as they mentioned in the stream, in their talk, that the exchange of ideas, pushing the projects forward, not having to reinvent the wheel, pushing interoperability, a difficult word, to make sure, different projects can use the best concepts that are out there. That's just awesome. Let's do that and focus. That gives us, the room to not have to do everything for ourselves, but focus on the things where we want to differentiate our different CMSs in the market.
And also maybe another small shout out, or actually a huge shout out to Benni, Mack, and Yanick, Witschi for not propagating my CMS is better than yours or such silly things. Because at the end of the day, we're all passionate about an open source system that we work on. And I think everybody just grows with what others learn. So we can sit in our camps and be nasty to each other, or sit down together for a talk and share our experiences.
And that was, I mentioned that this morning. Thanks so much to the Neos conference organization team. I can use this opportunity to say thank you, right? So Lisa from Zeitgeist, David Spiola, Fabian and Sebastian from Sandstorm. Thank you so much for putting together this schedule. With lots of talks and interactions with members from other communities, and also for spending just so much time and energy in organizing this great online event. Thank you very much. Now I got the sign that we are ready for the event, for the award. We had such a great day today. We heard talks from Robert Lemke with the Keynote. Christian Müller talked about the Neos 5X revolution. Laura Hilliger talked about the realities of nonprofits. Stefan Bruggmann talked about Headless Neos with Nuxt.js. We saw David Sporer's case study of Passcreator. Dmitri walked us through progressive web apps. Szymon showed us how to use Google Voice Assistant and DialogFlow with Neos. And last but not least, we just had the discussion of 3 open source CMSs. Wow. So awesome. Thank you very much to all the speakers who prepared and sent in their talks in time to have this awesome online conference.
Remember when we were talking about making it a one-day conference?
That didn't work, did it?
What happened to that? Too many talks.
It was, the community is just too awesome.
Yeah, too many people to share things with us.
But we're not done yet.
No, and I'm going to let you continue in a minute. But first, about an hour ago, we were talking in the Big Blue Button chat about flash mobbing the chat with our webcams. So we would like to ask you, after the awards are done and everybody is adequately celebrated for their accomplishments, head over to the Big Blue Button and turn on your webcam. Let's see you, because this is really a one-sided thing. This is no fun. I want to see you. I want to wave. I want to see you guys wave. So let's do that after the awards. And now you can continue.
Thank you very much, Maya. So we're closing in on the awards. We had really good talks today, but the biggest surprises are still waiting for us. The Neos CMS Awards. And are you excited?
I'm so excited.
Right now, I'm so super excited. I really want to know what are the projects that were nominated by the jury. I know they picked someone. They picked some projects. I don't think it was easy. I know they worked even late until last night to prepare videos. So I'm expecting something really awesome to come right now. I have no idea what's coming. But I think we should start and let's have a look at the awards.
Hi, I'm David, and I'm here on behalf of the Neos community.
Hi, David. The choice was mine.
Could you introduce yourself?
I don't mind if I do. What type of version do you prefer? The short or the long one, David?
Let's start with the short one.
It's a pleasure for me. I am Neos.
Come on, Neos, I know you can do better.
It's up to you, David.
We're here to celebrate you, so you should really show off now.
Oh, anytime, David. I am Neos, the basis for everything you want to create. I was created as a living content application platform to serve the mankind in the internet cosmos with a simple GUI as a changeable tool.
That sounds much better. Let's show the world what you can do.
Welcome, Neos community, to the official Neos CMS Award 2020. 2020, what a year so far. I hope you're all healthy and well. I'm Lisa from the Neos CMS core team, and most of you know me running around at the conferences the past 3 years. But since I wasn't able to see and greet you this year, I thought I'd put on a dress and a smile and present the Neos Award to you. We, the conference team, had to make a tough choice a few months ago to postpone the conference. But we are thrilled to be able to have this online event to bring the community together. At this point, I want to thank Tobias and Maya for hosting through those 2 days, and of course a huge thank you to my friends in Dresden at Sandstorm, who put together this online event from their office for all of us to enjoy. Another huge thanks goes out to the award jury, Elena Kapp, Stefan Regnit, Miriam Zenz, and David Spiola, who put a lot of their time into this award. So this wouldn't be possible without you. But now to the part that a lot of you have been waiting for, the Neos Award 2020. We discussed having an award this year, and we decided that we cannot have the amazing projects of the past year unrecognized. And that was a great choice because we had more submissions than ever, all of them award-worthy. The jury took their time to go over all the projects and had a hard task choosing the 6 projects to receive an award today. So let's start with the Dedication and Impact Awards. This year we decided to highlight awards that stand out in different ways. The Dedication and Impact Awards show projects that shine in terms of taking risks, personal efforts for the Neos projects or for their client, community or nonprofit dedication, and a lot of enthusiasm and passion. Here are the 6 nominees for the Dedication Awards. All wonderful projects, but there are 3 that stood out for the jury. So let's see. With the first project, we'd like to honor a dedication award for valuable contributors within the community and someone who's truly dedicated to push Neos forward. First of all, this award-winning package shows how the Neos UI can be extended in various ways to bring additional information to the editors, which showcases the advantage of the Neos UI and its combination of inline editing, side-by-side information system in comparison to other CMS solutions. Also, the Neos community benefits from this package since findability in search engines is a frequent requirement for websites and is therefore a widely used package. More than 10,000 downloads. Some of you might already know now, so I'm not talking any longer. The first Dedication Award 2020 goes to Sebastian Kurfürst and Jos Zio for Headless CMS. Thank you for all you do for Headless CMS. All right, now to the second award of today. This project shows how Neos can be used to enable quick and easy customizable websites to small businesses at an affordable price. The focus during implementation was on the user experience of the customers, who can now concentrate on their core businesses, the production of organic products, instead of some technical implementation of their website. This supports small organic farmers that are important for a more sustainable lifestyle and shows how technical programming skills can be utilized to make a positively change to the environment. That's why I award this project with an Impact Award for environmental, sustainable, and social impact in our society. So, congrats to Sandstorm Media and their project Ökokiste. The last Dedication and Impact Award. This award we chose because of the outstanding positive impact within our society. This app has a huge variety of functionality, management of equipment and vehicles, and notification when and what needs to be done for its maintenance, member and contact management, calendar synchronization depending on member rights, management of events and automatic email notifications, as well as participation management. And it efficiently solves some organizational challenges within the aid organization and thus saves the volunteers a lot of time that could be used better otherwise. Because of that and the fact that it's implemented in free time, it fits perfectly for the social award. So the last award in this category goes to Sporer and the THW app. Congratulations to all the winners of this wonderful category. And now we come to the Neos Awards. For the Gold, Silver, and Bronze Award, the jury gave points to all the projects in terms like accessibility, performance, SEO, UX, UI, technical stack, community contribution, and many more. So here are the top 6 nominees. The Bronze Award convinced the jury with an innovative, multi-channel approach for restaurants. The all-in-one Neo solution covers menu planning, order management, and marketing distribution via web app, print, and digital signage based on visibility metrics. The multi-tenant solution is handling more than 100,000 orders and is an excellent content application platform example. And the Bronze Award goes to WebAccess and their project Eldora. Finding the right product can be challenging, but not with our Silver Award winner. Customers are guided intuitively to find the perfect product that matches their personal style. Ordering samples and finding distributors near you is as simple as downloading your personal configuration as a PDF. Editors are supported nicely with the product information import and a solid workspace concept. So, the Neo Silver Award goes to Tech Division and their project Shock. And now, drum roll, please. The Neos project of the year. This client is the biggest clothing and accessories company of its field in Europe. It demands not good, but perfect workflows in every way to deliver high performance to sell their goods, even at peak times in a multi-market environment. Headless CMS and our Gold Award winner provided a 2-stack architecture with a rock-solid dimension strategy to reuse content in various markets. Also, third-party services are nicely integrated to translate content efficiently and find stores near you. So, it's my great personal pleasure to award this year's Headless CMS Gold Award to Sandstorm Media and their project, Louis. Congrats to all the winners and all the other projects that didn't get an award this year. You are all winners because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have great projects that bring Headless CMS further. Thank you all for watching the official Neos Award from Hamburg to your living room or your office. I can't wait to see you all next year in Dresden again. Cheers, and I see you soon.
That was so much fun.
Wow.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, David, for your great work in judging and picking. And who am I missing? Miriam, and I'm missing one person.
I'm still.
Oh,
I cannot.
you're so
no,
excited.
sorry. Thank you to the jury. That was very difficult.
Until Toby can formulate full sentences again, I'm going to step in for a second and congratulate all of the winners of the Neos Awards. There are such outstanding projects, and I have them again to send another quick congrats to Sebastian Kurfürst for his sensational Yoast package, which we've pretty much all used. Well, not you, because you're not a developer.
But I am a user.
Oh, right.
I'm an editor.
And Sandstorm for the Öko-Kiste.
That's it, yeah.
There was a lot of applause and cheering. I wish you could have seen it. And then David Sporer, who we just talked to earlier, too. And then, of course, the Bronze Award, WebXS. Stefan Bruggmann, who we also talked to earlier. And Tech Division with their Project Chalk for the Silver Award. And again, Sandstorm, you wouldn't have believed the cheering. It was beautiful.
Woo!
Thank you to everybody. Congratulations to everybody. And another huge thanks to Boris Mucha at mediamucha.com. Maybe we can, there it is, for that super cool video of our very first Neos branded space station. I think we need one of those.
I'm a fan of
it's
space,
a great idea.
totally, and so I'll call Elon Musk and ask him.
Yeah, you got him in your phone?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Let's ask him for a Neos branded starship. That sounds like a really cool idea. Wow, the videos we just saw. Thanks very much for the time and effort spent in preparing that. Thank you very much, Lisa, for the announcements. That was so cool. And the whole jury, thank you so much for the time and effort you put into selecting the winners for this year's Neos Awards. And to everybody out there who's watching right now, please submit your projects next year for the next Neos Award. And I'm already looking forward to another year of awesome Neos projects. And next year, hopefully we meet again in person in Dresden. So we will have hopefully next year again, a big ceremony on stage where we can actually hand out the physical award trophies to the winners. So I think we're almost at the end of day one.
I think we have one more important thing on the itinerary, and I'm just checking. Yes, I think those are thumbs up. It's very bright. People in the big blue button chat, how about you start? Yay! Wow! Everybody's there.
Woo, hello. Hi.
Oh. We are being told that there's a delay. I just waved very enthusiastically, and nobody's waving back
I
yet.
see some of the winners of the Neos Awards. I definitely see Sebastian Kurfürst. I see David Sporer. Awesome job. I see Leon. Thank you so much, everyone. It's so great seeing you. We can wait
yeah,
down
sorry,
here.
we had a delay. We still have a delay. It's sad.
Awesome job to everyone. So, while you're also looking at us and we're sharing this moment, could I please ask the technical crew to come up here? We want to say thank you to you.
He just started complaining how bright the lights are.
One more person. So thanks a lot to Manu, Theo, Fabian, and Sebastian for managing the live stream today. It was an awesome first day.
It was awesome. There weren't any major catastrophes.
You did an excellent job.
You guys
Thank you
did
very
well.
much. Clap.
Ah, look, everybody's clapping for you.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Oh, I love seeing you guys. I feel less lonely now. All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. That's a lot. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for everything. I'll say it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Send pictures, tweet out, talk to us, get in touch with us, ask questions, be in touch. It was so much fun hosting the first day. I really hope to see all of you again tomorrow. I still see you down there. For the second day, full of talks. And is there any talk that you're looking forward to specifically?
Well, yeah. As I'm not a developer, I'm really looking forward to Jan Michael's talk about
I was going to say that.
The ethics of web development.
That's the one.
And then I'm not allowed to. Do I need to pick another one?
Yeah, you need to pick another one because I'm looking forward to that one.
Okay. There's another talk about PHP and React and asynchronous stuff, and I really have no idea, but it sounds really interesting.
And then there's also the sneak peeky one about the new media module.
Wow.
So, fun stuff tomorrow.
Definitely.
Maybe I'll be less horrified.
You did an excellent job, Maya.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you very much.
I could just shut up, lean back, and aw. All right, I think.
Thank you very much to the audience. I hope you enjoyed it too. We had a lot of fun. And tomorrow, when do we start with the live stream? The stream, like today, starts at 8, and we will do our introduction at 9 a.m. So make sure to be on time to get the awesome introduction again that we're doing. Like we did today, you have the chance to send us questions, ask the core team, ask the speakers after their talks. If you have any questions, we will relay them. Yeah, and then I'm really, really looking forward to tomorrow.
Me too.
So, thank you very much for joining us today. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Neos community. How do you feel?